Hello and welcome to the start of our weekend's coverage of the Chris Kelly Memorial Manx Stages 2022. A slightly delayed start for us today, but happy to say that we are underway. Quite a bit to update you on already, even though we're only on stage 3 of the rally. However, our first car is already approaching us. And not the smoothest way of tackling this particular junction. We're at junction 3 on stage 3 of the Chris Kelly Memorial Manx Stages. Hello and welcome wherever you are. We are at the final round of the 2022 Pro Tyre Motorsport UK National Asphalt Championship. It is Mark James with you for the moment on his own, hopefully joined a little bit later on by my special guest this weekend. But for now, as I say, a slightly delayed start to the event, but that was the first of the Pro Tyre competitors through. Neil Roskell and Andrew Roughhead in the R5 Fiesta. And car number 1, Peter Taylor and Jack Morton in the Fiesta WRC, with car 1 on the door, 2nd on the road, but also plenty to tell you this morning, even though we're already on stage 3 of the rally. Stage 2 has been stopped. We understand an incident involving Mark Kelly on stage 2, and unfortunately it would appear that Mark Kelly will play no further part in proceedings, which is a huge shame. If you've been with us all season, you'll know the struggles that Mark has had just to get to this stage at the final round of the championship, and he was one of 3 drivers in with a chance of winning the 2022 Pro Tyre title. As the weekend goes on, I'm sure the various permutations will become clear, but potentially yes, indeed, that's the man I was hoping to see, Steve Wood, who is currently the man literally in the driving seat, no pun intended. Steve Wood came into this event as favourite to take the title after 2 really strong showings on the previous 2 rounds of the championship. Only 2 drivers could stop him from taking the title. One of those was Mark Kelly, and the other, I'm just scrolling down my leaderboard after stage 1 to see where he is. The other driver able to stop him is John Stone. Car number 6, John Stone and Laura Connell, who potentially are next through. Indeed they are, in the familiar Legend Fires Polo R5. And of course the big news really to tell you is that this should have been round 7 of the championship. It is in fact round 6 because of first the postponement of the previous round, the Hillsford 3 Shires rally, and then news that the event was cancelled for this year. The event, due to take place in the period of mourning after the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, was due to take place the day before the funeral, in fact, and so the decision was made initially to postpone the event, but as you can imagine, getting the permits for road closures and the like takes time, and so sadly the organisers felt that they had no real option but to cancel the event this year and look forward to running it in 2023. That's currently our rally leader, Andrew Purcell and Andy Haynes, in the R5 Skoda. The only time that I have, let me just see if I can refresh my screen. Andrew Purcell doing a 4:52, 4 minutes 52 seconds on stage 1 of the event. John Stone a 4:57. Neil Roskell a 5:01, Peter Taylor a 5:02, Steve Simpson, another one of the Pro Tyre competitors, a 5:17. But as I say, stage 2 was stopped. We're pleased to report that everyone involved in the incident on stage 2 is apparently fine, but the rally running slightly late onto this third stage. And there was Steve Simpson and Patrick Walsh. Deceptively tight, that second bail that you have to get around, as you saw right from the off, with Neil Roskell having to take a couple of stabs at it. Neil Roskell coming to us here on the Isle of Man fresh from back-to-back victories last weekend. A victory in Scotland on the Saturday, and then to Otterburn for the Cheviot stages on the Sunday. Neil and Andrew Roughhead, his co-driver, winning both days. So they come here on a bit of a high, but I know how disappointed Neil is that he's not in the running. Had the Three Shires event run, then things would potentially have been very different. As it is, with the dropped scores, it's the best 4 scores from 6 events now that'll count towards the title, which means that we are in that originally 3-way and now 2-way scrap for the 2022 title. Lots of other titles, of course, having already been decided because of dropped scores and the like. So for the likes of, for example, Brad Cole, just looking down the leaderboard to see Brad's name, there he is, car number 19, Brad Cole and Jamie Vaughan, I think have already clinched B13 class for the year. There was a possibility, a slim possibility, but one that would have, I think, pleased a lot of competitors if this event had run as a double header, in other words, scoring double points. But it needed 100% of the competitors to vote for it, and that wasn't the case. And so, to the disappointment, the frustration of many, that didn't get passed. And so we're back down to just this one event and a total of 6 events in the championship. Car 11, that was the BMW of George Collister and Ian Postlethwaite. They did a 5 minutes 10 on the opening stage. Let's see if any times are coming through from stage 2. No, nothing at all so far. I'm trying to juggle that a microphone, and as you can probably tell, it's not been the best of days weather-wise here on the Isle of Man. We arrived yesterday to glorious sunshine, beautiful blue skies, and the warning that there was a yellow warning in prospect for weather today, and indeed that has arrived with a vengeance. Oh, nicely done. Rory McCann and Paul McCann in car number 12, the little Honda. On stage 1, they did a 5:15, 5 minutes 15 seconds. To reminder, quickest through stage 1 was Andrew Purcell with a 4:52 in the Skoda R5. So yes, strong winds, heavy rain forecast today. Tomorrow looks to be a lot better. But of course, when the crews recce'd the stages, it was all in daylight and nice dry conditions. You can see from the road surface here on stage 3, lots of standing water, lots of leaves knocked down from the trees overnight by the strong winds, and so conditions on the stages are a lot different to the recce. Stage 2 has been cancelled, we're being told. Okay, thanks for the comments that are coming in. Wayne, as ever, is keeping a weather eye on your comments. Wherever you are in the world, you are very welcome. You are with us live here on the Isle of Man for the final round of the 2022 Pro Tyre Motorsport UK National Asphalt Championship, the Chris Kelly Memorial Manx Stages. It is Mark James, for now on his own. You'll know that if you've been with us all year, that I've had a succession of expert witnesses, minders, carers, call them what you will, starting right back on Epint at the beginning of the year, where Jason Pritchard was with me. Then it was Louise Aitken-Walker on the Jim Clark, and most recently Hugh Hunter was with me on the Rally Ceredigion. Martin Jones and Martin Burns, that was, in the little Nova. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed. It should be Nigel Cannell, who is my co-commentator this weekend. And in case you're wondering what the shouting is, one of the residents is just trying to get up to her car with her dog, and Marshall's just asking her to wait until the next car goes through. So, Nigel, if you're watching, your co-commentary position is, I won't say being kept dry and warm for you, because that would be an outright lie, but I'll be waiting to see you hopefully later in the day. Car 16, Kevin Davis and Owain Davis in one of the historic classes in the Mark II Escort, with Windy Corner Garages and the Red Dragon of Wales on the window. The question is, will it be a Welsh winner of the championship this year? Steve Wood has done well. As I was saying earlier on the previous two rounds of the championship, if you'll remember, cast your minds back to Epint at the beginning of the year, it was Rory Bell who took maximum points in the Pro Tyre Championship. Then it was James Williams in Scotland on the Jim Clark, and for a while we wondered if it would be one of those two who would combine a BRC campaign. Ooh. Max Bradshaw and Liam Whiteley in the Mitsubishi Evo, and unsurprisingly, after that performance being caught, I can already hear the next car coming up the stage, or at least I thought I could. Yes, I can. Car 18, another historic Mark II, and just at the moment my screen is refreshed. Willen Irons and Dave Williams are 5:32 on stage 1, and I can now tell you that the first few times have come through from stage 3, excuse me, stage 2 having been cancelled. So Peter Taylor then and Jack Morton are 5:46, Andrew Purcell are 5:57, Neil Roskell are 5:53. Despite that slight oops at this particular junction, John Stoner 6:02. So at the moment it's Peter Taylor and Jack Morton who lead the rally ahead of Andrew Purcell and Andy Hayes. Neil Roskell and Andrew Ruffhead are third ahead of John Stone and Laura Connell, and only those four times through from stage 3 so far. And I mentioned Brad Cole and Jamie Vaughan earlier on. Nicely done around that second bale here at junction 3 on stage 3, and very pretty escort that we've been saying all year. So Steve Wood if you're watching the live timing, incidentally, Steve Wood's done a 6:01 on this stage, so a second quicker than John Stone. His stage 1 time is missing, but we are told that he definitely did the stage, otherwise he wouldn't be here. And we think it's some kind of comms problem with his time from stage 1, so fingers crossed that will update very shortly. Car 28, the Evo of Richard Slinger and Stuart Walker, and it's a tight old gap that between the bail and the garage, so you just wonder, it's causing problems for some of the cars, particularly the Evos. We've had a couple of stabs at that, and indeed the first car you saw, if you were with us right from the start of our live stream, which was Neil Roskell in the R5 Fiesta, he didn't get it right either. Deceptive, this one. No such issues for Darren Atkinson and Phil Sandham, however, in another Mark II, car number 10. And you know, I'm looking up, and there are blue skies. And we were told that the bad weather, the very strong winds and the heavy rain that were forecast, and I mentioned the yellow weather warning that we were told about yesterday, that was potentially going to last for much of the day. We were told last night over dinner that it was going to pass through quicker than had been expected, and so here we are at, 20 past 2 in the afternoon, and the rain stopped maybe about 5 minutes ago, and I'm cautiously looking at the skies, and there is definitely blue above me. So fingers crossed we'll have a decent day for the rest of this first day of the Chris Kelly Memorial Manx Stages 2022. Rob Smith and Alan Cook in the Mark II, car number 20. Rob just getting an attempt or two to get the car to sit down and just pull away from this very tight left hand, effectively a hairpin around the bail. We drove through stage 2 last night, and very, very tight, classic Manx stages, but actually the tarmac was the one thing that we all talked about. The asphalt stage, in parts, very, very rough, and also you could see the edge of the road itself. Very easy just to drop a wheel over the edge and maybe catch the inside of a tyre, and then you've got a puncture to contend with. But also further on in the stage, there's something like 3 railway crossings where the stage crosses over the Manx Electric Railway, and towards the end of that stage there were some very, very big potholes. Kex Walker and Danny Matthews, an all-female crew, I think. Car 21 in the BMW. No? Oh, Kareen and Danny I've got. So maybe not Kareen driving then. It is Kareen driving. Kex for short. Thank you, Wayne. Do you fancy filling in as my carer? You're doing a great job there. Yes. That was stage 2. Oh, we were talking about earlier on about the when I drove it yesterday with Paul Morris, the championship coordinator, and it was the asphalt surface we were talking about. That was 2, I said to you, wasn't it? Yes. Again, nicely done. Car 22, that is. I'm scrolling down the order. Dave Willett and John Davis in a Mark II. Stage 1 times very similar. I'm just heading back up and trying to refresh. Still only so far 4 times. Just to recap, Peter Taylor and Jack Morton, the WRC Fiesta, leading the rally after doing a 5:46 on this third stage. Stage 2 cancelled. I'll just mention it once again. An incident involving Mark Kelly in his Skoda Fabia on stage 2, stopping the stage, and now the stage has been cancelled. So bitter disappointment for Mark after struggling so hard this year to get back after the accident on Argyle. So now it's a 2-horse race for the championship title. John Stone, currently 4th overall. Do you know, I think he should have gone left around that first bale. Marshall's having a conversation amongst themselves. And just to recap, yeah, still only the stage 3 time for Steve Wood. So fingers crossed when the time card gets seen visually, as it were, then the time will be updated for Steve Wood and Dale Bowen, who are currently, possibly the commentator's curse, I'll apologise in advance if it is, but Steve Wood and Dale Bowen, Steve certainly on course to take the driver's title. The co-driver's title has already been done, has already been won. Excuse me. Car 26, Stuart Eggleston and Brian Hodgson, that was. It is Di Roberts who's already won the co-driver's title, having swapped drivers at one point. Did the down rally with Johnny Greer in a Citroen, took maximum points by winning the rally outright. His normal driver, his regular driver, James Williams, of course, having done well in his own right this year and having netted Di the co-driver's title with this event in hand. And so we will be seeing Di very shortly, but on the other side of the car he'll actually be driving his own Peugeot 205 GTI on this event. And James did tell me on the Ceredigion rally that he would be servicing for him, so let's see if that's the case. Car 27, Chris Simmons and Andrew Moss in the little Darien. And as I've been saying all year, it gives me particular pleasure to see Darians still competing on the British stages, having done only a handful of events as a co-driver. 3 of my events were in Darians with Damien Cole, including one in the ex-Works Darien. But I'm pretty sure we saw John Dalton driving. Certainly seemed a very familiar number plate on the Ceredigion stages a matter of about 5 weeks ago, I think it was now. And of course, no sooner do I say we'll wind things up for now because we don't know when things will resume than things resumed. Welcome back, everybody. Apologise for the short break. We are on stage 3 of the Chris Kelly Memorial Manx stages. A short break because the stage was halted briefly. We weren't sure how serious that stoppage was, and so we ended our previous live stream. You've effectively missed just one car. That, though, is the BMW car number 30, as I scroll down my results. Scrolling a long way down my results, actually. Tim Cole and Dave Sutcliffe, who didn't actually complete stage 1, which is why I've not got a time for them. So we're in slight confusion here. Stage 2 of the event was stopped after an incident involving Mark Kelly in the Skoda R5. Huge disappointment for Mark, as I was saying earlier on, but thankfully we understand that both are okay. And then stage 3, we'd had probably around 30 cars or so through, and that was also halted, but now, as you can see, going again. car 32 is Ollie Hunter in the Mark II. Very pretty little Mark II, actually. So I'll try not to repeat too much from where we were. Ollie Hunter and Dan May it is in the Mark II. I'll try not to repeat too much of what I was saying when if you were with us earlier on. But basically we are on the Isle of Man for the final round of the 2022 Pro Tyre Motorsport UK Asphalt Championship. We started the trip yesterday in beautiful weather. We started today in absolutely awful weather conditions, heavy rain and very, very high winds, a yellow weather warning issued overnight. But I'm touching, actually, I don't think I've got any wood. Is that wood? There we are. All right, I'll touch that wood. Thank you. Matt Pearce and Jez Rogers having a slightly torrid time of it at this particularly tight junction 3 on stage 3 of the event. But I'm keeping my fingers crossed that the yellow weather warning has gone past us. We're certainly seeing blue skies. The trees are still moving in the breeze, so the wind is still there, and that's shaken quite a lot of autumn leaves out of the trees and onto the road surface, but keeping our fingers crossed that we don't have any more problems like we've done on 2 of the first 3 stages of the event. Only a handful of times through for this stage so far. Rally leaders are Peter Taylor and Jack Morton in the Fiesta WRC, car number 1. Second, Andrew Purcell and Andy Hayes in the R5 car, the Skoda. Then Neil Roskell and Andrew Ruffhead in the R5 Fiesta. Then John Stone and Laura Connell in the Polo R5. But after 2 stages, it's only 11 seconds that cover those 4 cars, and let me just hit refresh. No, indeed, only 4 times still through from stage 3. The headlines as far as the Pro Tyre Championship go are that the only drivers now able to win the title are Steve Wood in the Fiesta WRC, the blue and white car, car number 3. We don't have a time for him on stage 1, but clearly he did get through the stage. He did a 6 minutes 1 second in stage 2. That's a second quicker of the only other man that can beat Steve in the race to the title, John Stone. Now, car 34 is a Citroen, and unfortunately the live timing screen's in slight disarray at the moment in terms of who's done what and where. So 34, there we are. It's an R5 car, Chris Ford and Matt Daniels, excuse me. They did a 5:46 on stage 1. And that compares with, for example, a 4:52 from the driver who was quickest on the stage, Andrew Purcell, in the R5 Fabia. So 2 loops of stages today, 1 in the light and this evening's in the darkness, so conditions will be very different to those on the recce. Gentle departure from that turn around the bale. Chris Hayes and Rick Sutcliffe in the BMW, car 35 in class B13. It's the same class, incidentally, as Brad and Jamie, Brad Cole and Jamie Vaughan. They're in B13, and I would have thought currently potentially leading. Okay. Some information starting to come in. My apologies, I've got about 3 apps open on my phone and I'm trying to juggle it one-handed. Martin Waters and Stuart Dodd. A slightly more spirited departure from this particular junction in their BMW. Mike Pugsley, just on our WhatsApp group that the competitors use to keep themselves and us in touch with what's going on. They're in car 71. They were told to drive from stage 2 straight to stage 3. So just confirming what we were saying earlier on, that stage 2 was cancelled after that incident involving Mark Kelly's Skoda. So that's the position we're in. We're on the third stage, the planned third stage, in effect the second actual stage of the event. And if you're thinking, Mark doesn't normally talk as much as this, he normally has somebody to hold his hand, you're absolutely right. And so far I was going to say partner in crime, I've used several titles over the course of the year to describe my co-commentators. Sean Jones and Shannon Turnbull, that was incidentally, car 39. But it is Nigel Cannell, a Manx Rally legend. I think he's won this event something like 3 times. So Nigel was meant to be stood alongside me and telling me all about Manx rallying and his opinions on the sport currently and the sport in a wider context, as we've been doing all year with the likes of Louise Aitken-Walker on the Jim Clark rally, with Jason Pritchard on the first round on Epint. Hugh Hunter was with me most recently on the Ceredigion stages, and Alistair Fisher, you may recall, was my special guest on the Down rally. Nigel, though, I think may have had an urgent call to go into work, so fingers crossed Nigel will be joining me later in the day. Paul Dorachuk and Julian Dorachuk. Wow, that was an interesting, I was going to say line, but there was a series of lines through this particular corner. Car number 40. And in case you're wondering, something like 75 entrants. The car numbers go up to something like 82, but the organisers having left a gap of at least one number in each batch of 10 to accommodate for any late entries that came in, very sensibly. So even though the car numbers go up to 82, you'll find it's something like 74, 75 entrants, I think, for the event in total. Something's just gone ping. And of course our great plan, and I'm looking at Wayne, was we would have a crew at the end of stage 2 telling us what the stories were. '41, Paul Jenkins and Lewis Griffiths, and another Mark II. Yeah, that was our great plan, wasn't it? We were going to have stories back to us from Paul Morris at the finish of the previous stage. Well, that worked well. Hope you're enjoying your lunch, Paul. Yeah, we've heard nothing yet from Mark and his co-driver Neil Coleman after that incident on stage 2. I don't know how serious it was, but it was serious enough to stop the stage. Now that's how you do it. 43, Mark Lennox and Ian Beaumont. Ian Beamond, excuse me, there's no U in there. Ian Beamond, the co-driver in the Mark II. And it does sound glorious as it pulls away from you. Let's just come out of live results and go back in. Now I'm being told on the results app that Peter Taylor and Jack Morton have reached the end of stage 4, but I don't... Tony Simpson is watching the stream. Cheers, Tony. Thank you very much. Doesn't matter how old I get. Oh, that's all right then. I thought you were referring to how old I was getting. Josh Josh Evans, I think that was, in the little Clio. Yes, Peter Taylor and Jack Morton apparently reached the end of stage 4. I've got 4 times still, 5 times in fact, because I've got a time for Steve Wood on this stage, but I don't have a time for him on stage 1. And then a whole string of competitors. I've got times for stage 1, but no others. And then I've got a number of drivers, 4 drivers. But you see, I've got Ollie Hunter is down as not having a time in stage 1, but he's been past us on 3. So I know this isn't looking at me, but I'm shrugging my shoulders at this point. I'm not quite sure what's going on with the timing. It'll sort itself out, I'm sure, by the time the crews head back to the regroup after this batch of 4 stages. But for now, I'm slightly in the dark as to what's happening with results. .45 is Lewis Gatt and Callum Young. Again, showing a fairly neat way of getting through this very tight, very deceptive junction, actually. But yes, wherever in the world you're watching, you are most welcome to the Isle of Man on what is turning into actually quite a nice autumn day. Even the trees have stopped rustling. And we're standing here in our full waterproofs, slightly overdressed, but you know what? It was necessary when we arrived. .46 then, John Tier and Robert Turton. I'm glad to see that there's at least one Puma in the event, although I can always remember somebody describing the Ford Puma to me as a Fiesta in a catsuit, which is a memory that will live with me. But great idea at the time, single make championship, you'll remember. The likes of Ryan Champion. I think he's still got his car, actually. And I'm pretty sure he's just had a restoration or something done to it, because it's in a kind of red and blue, quite identifiable paint scheme which was around at the time. But the Pumas, and I'm sure someone will pop up on the comments very shortly and tell me who else won Puma championships, but one of those great single make championships that was very much in vogue probably about 20 years or so ago. .47, Martin Freestone and James Freestone in a Mark II in Class H3. I should tell you that the car you missed, because we did pause proceedings for a brief while because we weren't sure what was going to happen. Tony, I should have known. Ryan has an ex-Duval car. He won the S1600 drive after winning the 1400 Puma Championship. You see, you ask and you receive. Thank you, Tony. That's very kind. Tony Simpson. Yeah, we missed one car because of the uncertainty as to whether or not the stage would be stopped, or stopped and then restarted, and that was the Vauxhall Astra. While I'm searching for that car's details, that was 48, another Vauxhall product. That was the Nova of Philip Shaw and Macklin Wilson in Class N1. I can't find details of it now. Oh, here we go. Several more times through from this stage. So let's just recap then. Peter Taylor and Jack Morton leading the event currently, ahead of Andrew Purcell and Andy Hayes. John Stone and Laura Connell in third. Then Steve Ormond-Smith and David Evans in fourth place, having moved up. Done a 6.11 on this stage compared to Peter Taylor's 5.46. Neil Roskell, a 5.53 on this stage. Martin Jones and Martin Burns, a 6.09. George Collister, a 6.29. if you've been with us all year, you'll know that I always make a thing of Mark 1 escorts, so it's lovely to see at least one Mark 1 escort out on the event. Let's continue down then. Where were we? Neil Roskell and Andrew Ruffhead are 5:53. Martin Jones and Martin Burns are 6:09. George Collister and Ian Postlethwaite 6:29. Steve Simpson, Patrick Walsh are 6:28. So a fair old spread of times. Kevin Davis and Owain Davis 6:23. Car 16. Darren Atkinson, Phil Sandham are 6:37. Rory McCann and Paul McCann 6:37. Max Bradshaw and Liam Andrew Whiteley 6:19. Rob Smith and Alan Cook 6:37. Brad Cole and Jamie Vaughan 6:37. Corrine Walker and Danny Matthews 6:37. Richard Fishley and Jason McCulloch are 6:28. And Richard Slinger and Stuart Walker 6:37. So, William Mains, that was. We saw car 50 with Alan Matthews alongside. So I've given you the stage times for stage 3. Totals so far then. Leading overall is Peter Taylor and Jack Morton with a total time of 10 minutes 48 seconds. Just 1 second ahead of Andrew Purcell and Andy Haynes on 10:49. 10-second gap then to John Stone and Laura Connell, who are third currently in the Volkswagen Polo R5. Then Steve Ormond-Smith and David Evans, 11:30, so a 31-second gap. This is the reason. Again, the timing is not quite behaving itself. So those 4 that I gave you, with the exception of Steve Ormond-Smith, because there are a number of cars between them. Not the most spectacular way around, but nice and steady, and didn't cause the driver so many issues as we've seen on a number of occasions so far today. Yes, Neil Roskell, a 10:54, so actually third overall is Neil Roskell. Then an 11:22 total for Martin Jones and Martin Burns in car 15, also leading their class. Where else? I'm just looking down to make sure there are no more gotchas. No, there aren't. The one question mark we still have is that Steve Wood and Dale Bowen did a 6:01 on this stage. No time for them on stage 1, but clearly they did complete the stage to get here. So that's a bit of a mystery. And Steve currently on course to be the 2022 Pro Tyre Motorsport UK Asphalt Champion. The only man who can stop Steve taking the driver's title is John Stone, who is currently third overall. Mark II Cortina. So many memories of holding a torch for my brother in our driveway. I'm looking at Wayne as I say this, while he did an engine change when I must have been about, oh good grief, about 14 probably. Yeah, he's going again. The pause there is that we were all looking at each other going, has he stopped? So yeah, there was definitely a pause, but he is disappearing off into the distance again now. So the Cortina, pretty looking car too for a Mark II Cortina. Right, I now need to scroll to my entry list because I think, and I don't want to get this wrong, but that looked like a Gilburn. Surely not. It was. Gilburn Invader. Car 53, Chris Jones from Kidwelly, Daniel Harris from the same club. You don't see many of them on the stages. I remember commentating on a historic event years ago, and the Gilburn Estate was one of the cars competing, and those are rarer than hen's teeth, but you don't often see a Gilburn on stages these days, so good on you, Chris, for running it. Peugeot 205 with James Nichols and David Allman from ONMC. Have we had Di Roberts through? Car 23? No. Everyone's shaking their heads here. So Di Roberts, who's already sewn up the Co-Drivers' Championship, driving on the event this weekend. Di in the, I dare say, unfamiliar side of the car, but Di has competed with the Peugeot 205 before. Pete Fenner alongside him from Broughton and Breton Motor Club. So if you see a, we were joking, is it 50 Shades of White, that car? Car 23 you should see at some point. Another driver from my neck of the woods, Simon Summers from Carmarthen, with Nathan Summers alongside in the Mark II, car 55. Let me just have a quick look down the order for some. I mean, we've had the Lotus Cortina through, the Gilburn Invader. I'm looking for any. Oh, there's an Ibiza. Car 69. A Seat Ibiza. Kit car, I wonder? Doesn't say, doesn't kit car, yeah, just a normal. And then, little Talbot Samba Rally. You can tell my era, can't you? Sorry. Tony Allery, that is, and Jack Corlett in another Mark II, car 56. As I'm now scrolling back and forth, let's see if live results have sorted themselves out. Yes, it would appear that they have now, so thank you to the whoever's doing the feed for the live results page. Peter Taylor then leading the rally with Jack Morton, 10:48 total time from the two stage times that we have for them. Andrew Purcell and Andy Hayes in second place in the R5 Fabia. Then it's John Stone and Laura Connell in third in the Polo R5. A total time of 10:59 for them. Martin Jones and Martin Burns then fourth overall, 11:22. Then it is Stephen Ormond Smith and David Evans. The reason I'm pausing, I've just been sent a picture, and that is Neil Roskell's car, I think. Now, why have I been sent that picture? Okay, we'll come back to you. No, I don't think it's a video. No, it's just a picture. Ah.
Yeah, he's back in service.
Is it because there's a large? No, I think that's just water on the ground. Let me ignore that for a moment. I'll come back to you as soon as I get any more information. But I was telling you about the overall leaders: Steve Ormond Smith and David Evans, fifth overall. Okay. It's from the stop line of stage 4, which is where the two Pauls have gone, Paul Morris and Paul Wakely. So they're feeding us stories from the stop line of stage 4. Neil Roskell, who was the first of the Pro Tyre competitors to get to them. Lots of running water in the stage reported. Neil, this is the end of stage 4, remember, so this is the end of the stage after us. A bit of aquaplaning on the stage, which is interesting. We know already that we've had a couple of issues on stages 2 and 3. But anyway, let's head back to the leaderboard then. Steve Ormond Smith, David Evans, 11:30, 5th overall. 6th overall is Max Bradshaw and Liam Andrew Whiteley. Second in class, 6th overall. And then Brad Cole and Jamie Vaughan in class B13. So 7th overall, first in class, total time of 11:58. Now, we saw one Citroen earlier on, which was an R5 car, and that's the little Citroen C2, that is. Quote from John Stone, really tough conditions, says John, so tricky. That's from the end of stage 4, remember. Yes, car 62 we just saw, wasn't it? Max Murray and Matty Owen from the Manx Club in a little Citroen C2. From what I can see, there are 2 of them on the entry list. So potentially we've still to see Kyle Casement and Liam McCann from the same club in the sister car. Slow and steady may not win the rally, but it'll certainly get you style points for not going in that little garage door. That's very tempting, and so far everyone's managed to avoid. Car 63, Lee Pratt from Broughton and Bretton Club, and Martin Pendlebury alongside in a Honda Civic. And we've talked Hondas before. Let's not reopen that particular can of worms. Ooh, oh, this has got to be a BD coming towards us. Ooh, sounds good too. Did sound glorious coming towards us. Slightly lumpy pulling away. 64, that's Christopher Thompson and Ron Ruffhead from Wickham Club in an RS Mark 1. Definitely sounded BD-ish as it came up towards us though. Ah, a telegraph pole is down on stage 2, which is potentially the problem. Crew's saying from our crews back at the, well, it looks like they're back at the grandstand at the end of stage 4. I can see a picture of John Stone's car, and the crew's saying they've not driven in these kind of conditions and that there's a telegraph pole down on stage 2. So that might explain what it was. I wish I could convey the smell to you. That's definitely not Castrol R, but it's the first time we've had a car go through that's gone, interesting. 65, William Root and Colin Watson, Trackrod Motor Club, Colin's from, in a Mitsubishi Evo 5. And pictures now coming in thick and fast to us on our WhatsApp group. A lot of the cars are now back in the regroup after this batch of 4 stages at the grandstand in Douglas. Steve Wood saying he went out on Inters, a bit hairy. Wow. Particularly when you understand Steve's hairstyle. '66, the little Peugeot of Michael Savino and Liam Ruddock. That was brave, going out on Inters this morning, knowing what the weather was. Let's just have a quick look, see if there's any time in for Steve Wood from stage 1. No, still no time for him on the live timing. So fingers crossed when, as I said earlier on, if the timing team can physically get hold of his time card and manually enter the time from stage 1, that we'll know. But a big batch of times now having come through from stage 3, nothing from 4 as yet, he says, just refreshing. Although those times may be being input when the cars actually get back to Douglas and the regroup. Right, after this next car, I'll just run you through some more of the times. 67 is Jake Clegg and Gavin Clegg in a Vauxhall Corsa. And then, as I was promising, let me go back to the live results. We got down to, where did we get to? I think we got down to Brad Cole and Jamie Vaughan, didn't we? Brad and Jamie, 9th overall, 2nd in class. Corrine Walker, Danny Matthews, they are 3rd in class, 10th overall. 11th overall, Richard Fishley and Jason McCulloch, car 14. And then it's Richard Slinger and Stuart Walker, who are currently 12th overall, 3rd in class. This is slightly bizarre in that I've also got Neil Roskell, who is... Oh, there's my say at Ibiza, and you're right, not a kit car. Now, according to the live timing, Neil Roskell has only got an elapsed time of 10:54, but is 13th overall. So, is that correct, I wonder? Or has he got a penalty, which I'm not seeing? Let's have a quick look. Penalties. No, nothing at the moment. Well, let's see what the gang back at Douglas can get together for us. But in terms of the championship battle for the Pro Tyre Drivers' title from 2022, it is now a 2-horse race. Steve Wood, brave choice going out on Inters, currently on course to take the title after 2 really strong showings on the last 2 rounds of the championship, including his home round, the Ceredigion, bearing in mind he's from Aberystwyth, the host town, and the only man who can stop him now is John Stone. And you can almost hear the co-driver saying, no, I said right. No, you said left. No, oh, actually, yes, I did say left. Oh, sorry, yes, that one, the other right. 68, Harry Ackers and Luke Collins. I'm doing them a great disservice, I dare say. Peugeot 106, and we've already seen Gregory Pye and Ken Cotty go through in the little Seat Ibiza. So, something around 10 cars, I think, left to see. Although we've still not seen Di Roberts. Use of the handbrake there by Michael Pugsley in the Mark 1 Escort. Another Welsh entry. Michael from Foresters. And Mark Clatworthy, his co-driver from Maestegen District Motor Club. Of course, I'm completely unbiased in all of this. Go on, lads. So what have we got still to come that's interesting? Another BMW. Oh yes, the Talbot Samba Rally I don't think we've seen yet. That is car 74, Danny Cowell and Will Price. Have we seen... No, I think there's another Corsa to come through. There's a Rover Mini and a BMW Mini Cooper. So yeah, the Rover Mini's 1380 and the Mini Cooper's 1600. So yeah, so it'll be a classic Mini and a... I hate to call them binnies, but you know what I mean. And Colin, I apologise if I get your name wrong, car 72, it's Colin Kniverton or Kniveton. I'm really sorry if I get that one wrong. Co-driven by Kevin. Either again, Kniveton or Kniverton, my apologies. From the Isle of Man, as you'd have spotted from the registration plate. What else have we got coming through? Oh, there's a Golf GTI on the entry list, and a Micra. Only the one Micra this time. A 1 litre car. Towards the back of the field, car 81, David Klukas and Cara Bolch. So I'm pretty sure that's the only Micra that we'll have seen on the entry list today. Oh, and there's another Mini. My apologies. 1380. Car 82. Memories. Talbot Samba Rally, great little car. Talbot Samba, little 1285cc engine in that car. Danny Cowell and Will Price, being run by Myerscough College, who, if you remember, ran the electric car that we were discussing. I think is a gentle way of putting it. I got some fair criticism for having a go at the car. Not having a go at the car, it was with us, if you remember, on the previous round, which was the Ceredigion stages. It was Tom Cave driving it, car number 50 if I remember correctly, and both myself and Hugh Hunter were decidedly nonplussed by the lack of sound. The car itself was quick, and we know that's the way that the industry is going. The only reason I had a go at it was the lack of spectacle, if you like, the lack of sound. And that's in my defence, Your Honour. But a few people said you were unkind to it, because it is the future, it's the way the industry is going. Completely accept that, completely understand it. It didn't do anything for me, I'm afraid. And you have to remember, as I said at the time, having been involved in electric touring cars now for a little while, having heard the Cupra go down the start-finish straight at Barcelona, and it sounded like a jet fighter. Those cars can be made to sound fabulous. So that's just maybe something that kind of needs to be added in at some point in the future. Sorry, I should have mentioned car 75, Connor Bailey Bridson and Connor Farmer in a little Vauxhall Corsa. That's kind of bringing us things almost full circle, because the first car we saw was Neil Roskell's R5 Fiesta. That little car is a 2-litre Fiesta. It's I think it's the road rally. No, there isn't a road rally class, is there? Class B11. Clive Hilton from Dukery's club with Dave Ingemels alongside him in the little... Cool, this sounds interesting, whatever it is coming towards us. Ooh. Sporting some battle damage, unfortunately. Car 77, Peter Harrison and Nigel Morris in a Peugeot 106 GTI. Sounded fantastic, but they've obviously had a brush with something in the 2 stages that they'll have completed. So just to recap then, stage 1 ran here without incident as far as we're concerned. Stage 2 was stopped following an incident involving Mark Kelly, and he is okay, I'm told. Let's have a quick look at... there seems to be some talk going on our WhatsApp group. No, it's just talk about this this telegraph pole. So Mark Kelly and Neil Coleman, his co-driver, both okay. They've hit the telegraph pole. Ah. Oh.
It's okay, but it's stuck in the river. It's not a deep river.
They've gone off into a river, but they're okay. Okay. So what? They hit the telegraph pole, then went off in a river. Right. So now we're getting the story from stage 2. So Mark and Neil, having gone off, having hit a telegraph pole and gone off. The car's in a river, not a deep river, but they're both okay. But that's what caused the stage to be initially just stopped and then cancelled. And then we had a stoppage here on stage 3, fairly brief. I think we were down for about 5 minutes or so, and then we were swiftly back on with a second live stream of the weekend, slightly unplanned, but there you go. And then we have just a handful of cars, as far as I'm concerned, or as far as I'm aware anyway, to go. This is 79. again, you used to see Volkswagen Golf kit cars on this event. I can remember, let's have a look, Tapio Laukkanen. Yes? Wayne's nodding. Tapio Laukkanen was, and then also, this is one for you, Jarmo Kutteleito. Was he Hyundai? Ah, okay.
Yes, he did. I remember in the Hyundai.
Alistair McRae had a Golf, didn't
He had the earlier one.
he? Had the earlier one, not the kit car.
On the stages around
Oh, there you go. Sorry, rambling again, but nice to see something different on the stages. Volkswagen Golf of Terry Phillips and Jessica Quirk you just saw through. And then I think we've got possibly about 3 or 4 more cars until this stage wraps up. Oh, Mick, you had to do it in front of the camera, didn't you? Mick Smith and Paul Stringer, excuse me, in the BMW Mini Cooper, car number 80. And we've seen a fair few lines around this bale on this third stage of the event, but we've not seen anybody go quite that far right before. So, as far as we're aware, a couple more cars to come through. We didn't see Di Roberts in the end, did we? No, we're all shaking our heads here. So, potential retirement for Di, which is a disappointment for him. Would have been nice for him to end the season off on a positive note after clinching the Co-Drivers' Championship, but it seems it's not to be. We'll quickly wrap up these last 2 cars, then I'll just run you through the leaderboard, and then we will leave you to it. David Klukas, that was, in the little Nissan Micra, with Cara Bolch alongside. That is car number 81. And then just remind me, Wayne, which stage are we on later on?
We'll be back on this one for around half an hour, 40 minutes, and then hopefully move into another one.
Oh, we're going to do 2 more tonight. Okay.
A half one here and a full one there.
Half stage here and then a full one out. Okay, so 2.5 stages we're bringing you today. So we'll be back here a little bit later on this afternoon. So do please keep an eye on your Facebook pages, whichever one you're using to watch this live stream, and you'll obviously get notification if you're signed up to it that we're going live. Go on, little Minnie. Josh Dallimore, that is, car number 82. Leonie Marchbank alongside. There may be one more car that I've got on my seeded entry list, or there may not. So let me quickly swap to live results. And indeed, I still only have the times from stages 1 and 3. So that was the last one. Okay, so let's quickly wrap this up then, and then we'll probably take all our waterproof gear off. That was the last car. Thank you very much. So, Peter Taylor and Jack Morton then leading the event on a total time of 10 minutes 48 seconds. Andrew Purcell and Andy Hayes, second overall, just a second behind John Stone and Laura Connell, third. And 10 seconds down on Andrew Purcell, and then Steve Wood and Dale Bowen. I now have a time for them on the first stage of 5 minutes and 2 seconds. There is our sweeper car going through. So, very interesting then. So, the only 2 drivers who can now win the Pro Tyre Motorsport UK Asphalt Championship this year, John Stone and Steve Wood, are currently 3rd and 4th overall, and they are separated by just 4 seconds, although, of course, it is Steve who's got the upper hand. That's it for our coverage of Stage 3 of the Chris Kelly Memorial Manx Stages 2022. Join us again later in the day when, fingers crossed, my carer, my co-commentator, my minder, call him what you like, Nigel Kennell will have arrived. But for now, from the Isle of Man, from us. Hello, a very good evening. Welcome to the darkness of the Isle of Man, and for our second live stage of the day, welcome, it's Mark James, and I'll introduce my special guest in a moment. But if you were with us earlier on for Stage 3 of the rally, you'll know that the opening day of this particular event has been It is the final round of the 2022 Pro Tyre Motorsport Championship. It is the Kelly Memorial Manx stages. We're on the Isle of Man, and it couldn't be a more different weather. Difficult to see, I know, from our camera shot, but the skies are fairly clear. Nothing like the persistent rain that we had on stage 3 and the very strong winds this morning. We've had a very pleasant afternoon here on the Isle of Man. Things very different. However, the reason that we're with you on stage 8 of the rally and not as planned on 2 occasions this evening was that we were planning to go to stages 7 and 10, and stage 10 has got a fairly major I was going to call it a water splash, but it's more like a ford towards the end of the stage, and because of the earlier rain we were a little concerned that that stage might not run, so we went for the safe option, which is to head straight for stage 8 and bring you footage from this stage rather than from 7 and 10. So that explains why we're here. That explains why we're on a little bit later than we'd originally planned. So let me get around to introducing my guest. I was talking earlier on about the fact that I was on my own this morning on stage 3, and someone took pity on me, or rather was press-ganged into appearing alongside me. You see, when you want something done, you ask a co-driver. So my guest, my minder, my co-commentator this evening, living on the Isle of Man, is co-driver Mark Perryman. Mark, you're very welcome.
Hi there, yeah, it's good to be here and caring for you after unaided earlier on.
Oh, well, that's very kind of you. And also, you see, this is what happens if you comment on one of our live streams.
Well, that's it. You know, you always end up getting you stuck in, so it's good to help out as well.
Right, explain where we are. This is a classic Manx stage, isn't it?
That's it. Top of Drudell, the Brandywell Cottage. So you come off the bumpy Drudell stage through the hairpins, and then we're basically going back hairpin on ourselves straight down through Ingebrek and down through the Baldwins, all tight, twisty, very nadgery and very wet.
2 cameras. We're actually watching the screen in front of us. We're standing alongside the second of the 2 cameras. Our first camera is looking down the valley, and in fact there, the lights coming up the valley towards the famous Brandywell Cottage should be our rally leader. I've been keeping an eye on the entry list, so I hopefully can tell you who's coming up. It should be Neil Roskell in the R5 Fiesta coming towards us, and you've been keeping an eye on the overall leaderboard.
That's right, yeah. He was second fastest on stage 7. He now has a 1 second lead over Andy Purcell after stage 7, so it's all quite close, with a further 4 or 5 seconds back is Peter Taylor, so the top 3 is all very close after stage 7.
We'll talk about the championship battle as we get into the bulk of the entries as they come past us. Very interesting. It's a 2-way affair. If you were with us earlier, you'll have heard the sad news that Mark Kelly unfortunately went off the road. Quite a big accident, actually. Hit a telegraph pole, ended up in a river on stage 2 this morning, caused the stage to be stopped and then cancelled. We were on stage 3, so we never actually got to see Mark, unfortunately. But the championship battle now a 2-way affair, which we'll explain, as it should be the R5 Fiesta of Neil Roskell and Andrew Ruffhead, who head up towards the cottage at Brandywell.
That's right, yeah, you can hear the anti-lag in the distance popping and banging, and some headlights appear. So it'll be down a few gears, pull the handbrake possibly, nice and tidy. And there he goes, exhaust glowing quite nicely, you can see there, up through the cattle grid. There'll probably be a bit of line.
My apologies. I managed to stick my foot in a ditch as I was reaching across with the microphone. Yes, car number 2, Neil Roskell and Andrew Ruffhead, our rally leaders in the R5 Ford Fiesta, who did say after the previous stage they thought they'd been overdoing it on the brakes.
That's right, yeah. The first stage up on this loop, very heavy on the brakes. There's a lot of straights, a lot of fast sections. So, yeah, it could be quite easy and quite quick to ball the brakes up. But seemed to be going well.
OK, next car's already coming up the valley towards us. I wish I could say with confidence that this was Peter Taylor, car number 1 in the Ford Fiesta WRC. But sounds like, yeah, that does sound like a WRC car as opposed to an R5, doesn't it?
That's right, yeah, it's more aggressive. You certainly hear the anti-lag popping a bit better now. Yeah, you can see tell the engine note slightly different. Straight in. Oh, he's bogged down a little bit there, so a bit slow around the hairpin, but he'll soon get that back up. A bit more aggressive going up over the top there.
Now, one of the things that we were talking about is that just on that climb out from our second shot, where water crosses the road on the runoff from the hill, and you could see it quite clearly from where we were. And obviously they won't be aware of that until they actually come across it.
That's right, yeah, you can't see it very clearly until you go over the grid, and it basically just appears as you come out of a left-hander, so it's straight across the road from the top of the hill. So yeah, they'll see it hopefully flash back off their headlights.
That looks like a Fabia coming towards us. Indeed it is. That should be car number 7, I think, excuse me. Yep, car 7, Andrew Purcell from Galway, with Andy Hayes from Wexford Motor Club alongside. So the first of the Fabias. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, we should have seen Mark Kelly and Neil Coleman come past us, but sadly they'll play no further part in proceedings, although happily I saw Mark at service when we went back to the TT Grandstand in Douglas earlier. Both Mark and Neil are shaking, and the car, I understand, has already been recovered and is back in Douglas.
Yeah, I believe so. I was talking to Neil before, and he was saying that it was pretty horrendous, especially when the water was up around his waist, and then gradually got higher up around his chest area. So he said it was quite scary a moment for them, but they're both okay, and they're glad they're talking about it, which is good.
Okay, let's have a look who's coming up the hill towards us next. Yeah, should be. Looks like a Fiesta. Oh no, you're right. It's John Stone in the Polo R5. Oh, John!
So you can hear the wastegate of the Polo compared to the Fiestas. It's chirping away like the old Subarus did. Bit of a stall there. Lost a bit of time, but hopefully you should be able to get that back up.
You see, there was banter on our WhatsApp group. We've got a WhatsApp group for the competitors to keep in touch. Us to be told that there was a little bit of standing water on the hairpin after the cottage, when somebody made reference to the fact that there'd be entertainment for the cameras, and who knew that it would be John Stone that would provide that entertainment.
Well, that's it. I was like, there he goes, John getting hunted down by championship leader Steve Wood there. Good close competition there going on.
We are looking at the permutations here because, of course, I mentioned earlier that the Three Shires rally, which should have run a fortnight ago, initially postponed because of the funeral of Her Majesty the Queen the following day. Ultimately, then, I'm understanding that it was the problems getting the road closure orders and things, because they have to be applied for so far in advance that which just meant the regrettably but understandably the Three Shires. It's changed the face of things. It was a three-way scrap coming into this event. It's now two ways, and it's basically Steve Wood who leads John Stone. And we were saying earlier that the permutations are that if John Stone wins the event, I think Steve has to finish second so that he stays on point, on top on point.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe that's. I think it's only a few points in it if John wins. So if John wins, Steve finishes third. John's got a championship, I believe. I might be corrected, but there we go. There's Martin Jones going through, doing a giant clean performance as usual, chucking that little Nova around the hairpin. He'll be one to watch through here. He'll be ringing the door handles off it, no doubt.
You know, the first Manx competitor, I think I'm right in saying, that we've seen on this particular stage. For such a little island, it really does punch above its weight in terms of motorsport.
It does, yes. The Isle of Man, you know, there used to be quite a lot of events on throughout the year, so you always had the opportunity to hit the stages and get out. So from a local competitor point of view, there was always an event on that you could do. So you gradually got to know the island rather well within the first year or so, and people got to adapt quite quickly with these stages, and they seem to do well in the little cars.
But of course, you've had closed stage events here, whether it's motorcycling or whether it's four wheels, for years. So the locals are just used to it.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, the locals take it in their strides when it comes to closed roads. They're nothing new. And Obviously, in the last few years, they've kind of curtailed down, unfortunately.
I'm trying to play second guess the car. I think this might be an Evo.
Yeah, Steve Orman-Smith. You can hear.
That's not sounding healthy, is it?
Sound very well at all. Need some throat lozenges in that, I think. Clear it out, and hopefully should be able to get that sorted and back out in full power normal. Hopefully soon.
Yeah, it is difficult watching in fact, the next car's already on its way up towards the cottage. We're trying to guess the car from the spotlights at the moment, and then we'll get confirmation as they actually come past the second camera in our little sequence as they come around this uphill hairpin left and then up over the mountain. So we're about 5 miles into the stage.
Just under 5 miles. There's another 8 to go. 8 through the Baldwins. Very tricky. Be a lot of standing water. So here we have. I think this is George Collister in the BMW. Another local lad doing another giant clean performance in his 3 Series BMW. Loves the rear-wheel drives. Does well in it. And yeah, he's going well.
See a
Just to make sure everybody knows.
It's a bizarre thing. Okay, I used to co-drive, but at a very, very low level, and I was what the maps were doing, you know, time cards, all that kind of thing. Do you actually have time? I know him. Oh, that might.
You know, if you've got a nice straight, or you know the piece of road that you're going through, you can give a few corners in advance, and if you know where someone is, there's always time for a cheeky wave. Obviously, you've just got to be careful.
If Mandy is watching, Mandy Bowman down in Swansea, I did an event with her in the Forest of Dean. I couldn't understand why you were so ragged going through at one of the stages, and it turned out she'd seen her brother's car parked at the stage start and was watching on every corner to see where her brother was.
Oh, that's it. That's always the worst thing when you know someone stood watching. You're always looking out for them. There we go. There's Steve Simpson in the R5. He'll be trying to catch George down now. He'll be going in for it. He was rather quick on the 5th fastest on the stage before, so he's clawing time back up, and hopefully he should be a bit quicker going through now.
We should see a few more cars through, actually, than we saw this morning. I mentioned when you were with us, potentially this morning for Stage 3, something like 75 entries. They go up as far as car 82, but there are gaps in the entry for last-minute entries to be slotted in. We obviously didn't see a couple of cars. Di Roberts, we mentioned, who's already won the co-driver's title this year. He's actually driving the event. We didn't see him. He'd apparently snapped something in the transmission, but he is back out this evening. So, who's this?
Darren Atkinson, that was. Darren with Phil Sandham alongside from Morecambe in a Mark II Escort. The first of, well, not, yeah, the first I think we've seen on this stage. First of many we're going to see this evening.
That's it, yeah, first Mark II, but I think second rear-wheel drive. I think George was the first one through, but yeah, you'll see plenty of them coming through now, one after another, all chasing each other down. I think it's quite close in the standings for the next group from 11 downwards. I think there's about 4 or 5 seconds gap, so they'll all be chasing each other down, so it'll be good to watch.
Good evening if you're just joining us. We're on stage 8 of the Chris Kelly Memorial Manx stages, the final round of the Pro Tyre Motorsport UK Asphalt Rally Championship for 2022. It is the two Marks with you this evening, Mark James and Mark Perryman, keeping you entertained through this live stage. And if you were with us earlier for stage 3, you'd have seen that we had a little interruption. Stage 2, as I mentioned, was stopped and then ultimately cancelled. We had a brief stoppage. I think it was Will O'Nian's car 18 that went off after us and caused the stage to be stopped only for a couple of minutes. We ended our live feed and were then back up within a couple of minutes because we weren't sure exactly what was happening, whether the stage was going to be stopped for a while, but indeed it was resumed fairly quickly. And since then, I hope this isn't the
We've lost stages 5 and 6 anyway in Ramsey. They were
cancelled by the organisers earlier in the week because of a lack of marshals, we understand, which is a shame. But fingers crossed we don't lose any more stages this evening. But I did say that water splash, that water feature at the end of the final stage tonight, stage 10, was a bit of a question mark when we were leaving service in Douglas, which is why we decided to head for stage 8 rather than 2 bites of the cherry, which is what was originally planned. Oh. Someone's just wiped out rather spectacularly in the heather behind us.
You okay?
Yeah, we've got spectators making their way up to the outside of the hairpin behind us. Well, we have a pause, we have a break in proceedings. Just watching our 2 camera feeds at the moment. Nothing coming up the hill on camera 1.
Next up, car 12, Rory McCann, but he's going very, very slowly.
Are you keeping an eye on the tracker as well?
The tracker there, car 12, Rory McCann, seems to be going very, very slowly up towards the cottage. So,
no lights or anything as yet.
hopefully we'll be able to see some light soon, and he'll make his way up.
I should really ask the elephant in the room question here at some point, Mark. Shouldn't you be out there?
Yes, we should be. Unfortunately, we're waiting for parts for the car. They hadn't arrived, so it was a late entry to put in, and then unfortunately we had to pull the late entry last minute due to the car not being ready. So unfortunately, it's frustrating, but hopefully we'll get it back in one piece and then back out soon. Probably for the championship next year, but we'll see and watch this space.
Sorry to have to ask. I'm very grateful that you're with me this evening, but I did have to ask why you're not competing on your home event. Right, car 12 we think this is, yes? Rory McCann?
Yeah, it sounds like Rory, a bit of a screamer, Honda Civic. Getting plenty of revs out of it. He seems to be on song. There's nothing. Doesn't sound like there's anything amiss. Probably just all the water that was lying on Druidale, just with it being a front-wheel drive car as well. Probably just hampered him, but he seems to be making it sing and dance like normal.
Sounds proper though.
Yeah, it's a screamer. The old the VTEC. Plenty of revs.
Isn't it funny, we've talked so many times this season about the whole experience of spectating and the smell of Castrol R in the air, the noise of a BD engine coming towards you, all of that kind of thing. But it's those... I mean, you talked earlier on about the little whistle from the pop-off valve and the turbo wastegate of the Subaru. It's all sorts of stuff like that adds up to the experience.
That's it. It's all the little noises and things that you hear that you haven't heard for a while. You hear the anti-lag from the old Group A days on the R5 cars, but now I listen to the chirp of the pop-off valve and all the rest of it on the Polo. It brings back good memories of the early days.
The Mark II. That much I know.
Here we go. This should be. Yeah, look at that. It's Ollie Hunter showboating for the spectators as normal. Doing rather well. He's on full song there. Lights are beaming, and looks like he's just spun.
Yep. Marshall's on their way to help him. Okay, let's just wait and see what happens. He's still... he's away. One of those lamps did look like it was pointing slightly sideways. Has he clouted the front, do you think?
Possibly. There's quite a lot of heather up there, so he's probably just bounced off, whether or not that's his headlights up there or whether it's some marshals or some torches, but hopefully he should be okay and just keep going.
Something I talked about on the last event, which was the Ceredigion rally, was the road rally guys who come into their own after dark. Car 55, Simon Summers from Carmarthen, with Nathan Summers alongside, an Escort, a Mark II in Class B12. That looked very much like a road rally car to me.
It did add a few too many doors, I think. You can certainly tell when the road rally boys come over, because the 4-door Mark IIs come out. You don't see very many of those on the tarmac rallying scene as such, more in the road rallies. But yeah, you can certainly see where they get their road rallying skills from, chucking it round at night.
You know, I can almost sense people grinning as they're watching the live feeds. Certainly people earlier on were commenting, you know, go on the road rally, guys, and they really did come into their own on Ceredigion. We were on a hairpin on the first night, similar to this one, but the other way around. So it was a hairpin, a downhill hairpin, right to left, and the road rally guys were really flinging those escorts around. So next car's coming up the hill towards the cottage. Who do we have coming up towards us? If you can have a quick peep at the tracker.
It's car 55, which was, so there's a bit of a delay on the tracker. So it's car 17 then, it must be. Who it is. So this is Max Bradshaw, the local lad.
It'll be an Evo, I guess.
So, yeah, I think he's stepping up from his Evo 3, and he's borrowed an Evo 9 for this event. He's doing reasonably well. Well, that was nicely done. Tail hung out a bit too much, but yeah, nicely done. He's back on it, and yeah, hopefully he'll get through and enjoy the Evo that he's got now instead of the old 3. So he should be going well.
Just thinking, where who was it that went off at the top of the hill there? Was that just after where we were talking about the water coming off the hill?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's in between. You've got the left-hander there, in between there, and the right-hander that comes up next. There's always a lot of standing water, and the water coming down from the hills going across the road. So yeah, it looks like he's either hit some water up there possibly, and just stepped out and spun it. But no doubt we'll find out from Ollie later on and get a wonderful story from him.
This is why the WhatsApp group comes into its own. We were talking about Steve Ormond-Smith and David Evans in the other Evo, the Evo 9 that we saw go up the hill earlier on. And we mentioned the misfire. You could hear it. The car really wasn't sounding well. David has now put a comment on the WhatsApp group, really struggling with the misfire. So they're back into service, I think, for a refuel, but there's no service between this pair of stages and the final pair tonight, because of course this is where they should have gone to Ramsey for the two street stages.
That's right. Yeah, there's no service. Supposed to be just in, refuel, and then straight back out for the last 2 stages. So yeah, they won't be able to unless they can fix it themselves. I think they'll probably struggle with the misfire for the last 2 stages. But there we go. There's a nice Darien that you don't see often on the Manx lanes. I'm sure they won't see many spectators. Just knees and hedges, I would have thought.
I was waxing lyrical about the little Darien earlier, having done a couple of events, not to any great standard, but did some events with Damien Cole in Darien's a good few years ago now. Chris Simmons, that was, car 27 from Ludlow Club, with Andrew Moss alongside in the Darien T90. Didn't look like a T90 actually, but there we are.
That's it. It's certainly a lot bigger than the other Dariens they've got, with the big whale tail on the back. So here we go.
Mr. Eggleston there in the historic Mark II, looking quite good.
I think he knows the Manx roads quite well. Good to see him back out in a historic car.
Yep, Stuart with Brian Hodgson alongside him, both from the Eden Valley Club. Talking of clubs, by the way, how many motor clubs are there on the Isle of Man? Is there just one club, or are there clubs from all over the island?
It's the 2 clubs. There's Manx Autosport and Druidel.
They both used to organise separate events and organise their own events for the championships. They work closely on some of the events, like the national. They used to work alongside. Everybody knows everybody, so it's good. They all everybody mucks in.
Okay, who's next coming up the hill towards us?
So we've got car 21, I believe.
Did he say it? I asked the question I posed. Is this an all-lady crew?
No, this is definitely not a mixed crew. This is Kex and Danny. Always good for a slide. Yeah, definitely give it some spectator fun there. They love the BMW, and they've had that for a few years now, with some good results. So yeah, I'm sure there'll be smiles around.
In my defence, Your Honour, driver is Corrine, in brackets Kex, and the co-driver is Danny with 2 eyes. I did question it, and I did have my head down at the time.
That's it. It's easily mistaken, the amount of funny surnames, first names that seem, especially when you get a lot of the foreign visitors, shall we say, to the island. it's very difficult sometimes.
Oh, you keyboard warriors! You were quick to criticise me, so that's why one of the reasons we got you out tonight to go. Yeah, we'll show you how difficult it is.
That's it. It's not easy. That's for sure. Trying to talk, but yeah, I think I'll put my keyboard away from now on. I think.
Yeah, well done. I've achieved my aim. We've had 21 passes. Who's next?
So car 20 this should be.
Rob Smith.
That's right, in another historic Mark II.
Historics, and he said he didn't enjoy this morning, especially being in the historic on historic tyres. He says it's not much fun, but hopefully with the weather.
Yeah, no.
Nice and steady.
And we could see that there were some very rough patches of tarmac.
As deep as they have been,
Especially today morning. But yeah, it certainly was treacherous and horrendous. I believe this is Di Roberts in the 205 from Co-Driver Championship.
yeah, very impressive.
We were teasing him earlier. 50 shades of white on that car. It spends an awful lot of time in his workshop, and I know he'd want to thank the family for the amount of time that he spends away rallying and tinkering in his face, that little 205 GTI. And we should say, just to confirm, Di Roberts, having done a number of events with James Williams, then swapped over to Jamie Greer in the Citroen for the down rally and took maximum points again.
It's, swap events you do can certainly help. Obviously, if you sit with a certain driver for the whole championship, that's showing commitment for the crew as such. They're both doing it together on all the events. But unfortunately, if you're not assigned or designated to sit with a specific driver, then you will do.
So yeah, definitely well done to him. And
picking and choosing events and drivers is some people's game, but some people commit to others. So it's difficult, but yeah, well done to him.
It's an interesting one, isn't it, when a different driver to a co-driver win the championships, but the co-drivers championship is just as competitive, just as highly sought after.
That's it. It is. I think both sides of the seat, everybody wants to win the championship, and it's nice to be crowned as a championship. But yeah, like you say, it's always good to do it as a pair and as a crew. I think that's the main aim for the championships, is for a crew to win it, opposed to individual drivers and co-drivers that are
but yeah, it's difficult.
So it's another historic Mark II, Kevin Davies. He should be going well. I think he's done this a couple of times now, and certainly knows how to pedal a Mark II historic car. Listening to it go up the hill there, it's certainly on song.
Yep. Kevin from Carmarthen Club, down in my neck of the woods.
Right, Owen's from the same club. And in two.
Yes, it's car 14. Not sure who the crew is.
It's Richard Fishley and Jason McCulloch, and it should be another RS Ford Escort.
So another sideways moment, hopefully around the hairpin. Obviously get plenty of action in those.
So yeah, nice and steady in.
Oh, not too much aggressiveness on the bar. Nice and steady through. Just drove that straight through, no handbrake. Sometimes it's nice and neat and tidier to do the drive through, but sometimes it's more spectator friendly to pull the handbrake. But not this time. Drove it through, not quite nicely.
Okay, we have some times through from the stage then. Andrew Purcell in the Fabia, which is car number 7, did a 12 minutes 16 seconds on the stage. Neil Roskell, 12:38. Third quickest so far is, let me just scroll back, Steve Wood on a 12:47. Then Peter Taylor on a 13:05, and then 1 second slower than Peter is John Stone. So our two championship rivals, Steve Wood and John Stone. Steve Wood taking 9 on Stone in that one stage.
That's right, yeah, but there's only 4 seconds between the
hairpin here for John, but hopefully you should be able to.
Ford Escort. Actually, looking at the times from the stage, I know we talked about the misfire. Steve Ormond Smith and David Evans, they did a 13:42 on the stage, which is actually, okay, 30 seconds slower than Martin Jones, car 15, but Darren Atkinson was a second slower than Steve. Steve Simpson, a minute slower, a 14:44 for Steve Simpson and Patrick Walsh in the R5 car. So Steve Simpson potentially having a problem. So if our guys down at service are across that, then potentially they've got a story to ask Stephen about. Ollie Hunter, car 32 in B11, he did a 15-minute 02 on the stage, and the only other time I have is Rory and Paul McCann, car number 12. They did a 14-minute and 5 seconds stage 8. So overall then, Andrew Purcell back into the rally lead with a total of 35 minutes 17 seconds. Then it's Neil Roskell in second place, 35:38. So who's catching who?
There we go. I think Graham Mutter, sorry if I pronounced that wrong, but just pipped him, just overtook then. I think it was the white car overtook the blue car, both Mark IIs. So that's going to be fun watching them go through the Baldwins now.
Another 8 miles of this stage?
That's it, another 8 miles of headlights beaming down on you. So yeah, it'll be fun to watch if there's any spectators further on down the stage.
8 miles of the horns coming through the driver's helmet, and the co-driver going, go on, go on.
So I wonder if the horn will be still working in another 8 miles. That's the question. Had it before where you put your foot on the horn for several miles and it's burnt itself out. So we'll see if the horn still works after 8 miles. That's the question.
Preferring the little devil horns that sometimes drivers get, but yes, you're absolutely right.
I'd say yeah, both of those. I think the driver gets the horns out the helmet, and the co-driver operates it with his foot. So yeah, it'll be interesting to watch.
They are useful for some things. Okay, next car coming up towards the cottage. If you're just joining us, good evening. Welcome to stage 8 of the Chris Kelly Memorial Manx Days. It's Mark James and Mark Perryman with you, commentating you through this, and it's a Mark 1, it looks like, coming towards us. First of, I think, 3 that we're going to see this evening.
That's it. It's nice to see the Mark 1s out again now. Yeah, you can see the 4 spotlights. I think that's Tony Shields, I think that, in the Mark 1. He'll be enjoying himself in that. Nice bit of fun in the Mark 1 as well. Always good to see those out. Don't tend to see many of them about now. There's more Mark 2s.
Which is why it's so nice to see them.
Yes, definitely. Having sat in a nice tiny Mark 1, yeah, they're nice to see.
We do have some really interesting cars coming up later on. I know you weren't with me on the stage, but you'll have been watching. So we've got a Mark II Cortina, we've got a Gilburn, which I couldn't believe when I saw it. I actually had to double check the entry list. So it's a Gilburn Invader. You don't see many of those on the stages anymore. And then you then go down to your Talbot Samba rallies and that from when I was starting to compete many years ago. So it's really good to see some of the cars towards the lower end of the field as well.
That's it, yeah, definitely. I'll probably have to get Wikipedia or an encyclopedia out to work out what some of those cars are, being so young.
I'll explain. I'll explain. Is
Oh,
you're all right?
it's very good. But yeah, there we go. What we got here?
That was one of the Clios.
Yeah, it's nicely done.
I say one of the Clios. I think that's the only Clio we've got on the entry list. And talking of not the weird and the wonderful, that would be wrong, but we do have an Avenger on the entry list as well, which I didn't give due credence to earlier on. But yeah, the Clio, we're both, yeah, here it is. That should have been 44. Josh Evans from Owen Motor Club with Tony Edwards alongside. I think, if I remember correctly, I didn't actually give them full credit when I saw them earlier.
But yeah, they were certainly going well. It's nice around the hairpin and certainly accelerated off quite nicely. I think here we have now, I think this is the C3 of Chris Ford and Sir Matty Daniels, Popper Rally Tart. Yeah, there he is. That was nicely done and away rather rapidly. Matty keeping him on the straight and narrow there, and I think they should be going up the leaderboard. There we go, nice and.
You're popping a bang with the anti-lag out into the distance.
The only one. I mean, we were talking about this, I think, with Alistair Fisher on the down rally, where obviously in Ireland the Citroens were the car to have back in the day, and you see them now and again. Nothing like as much as you used to.
No, I think it's all down to price. I think really, I think the Fords and the now certainly the Skodas are certainly more affordable, whereas the C3s that have come out, you used to see the DS3s out quite a bit. You see the C3s out now; they're more a bit more pricey and probably harder to get hold of than the Fords really. A few of them about now.
You still see Mark II Escorts soldiering on. Here's another one coming down towards us.
That's it. I think you can't beat a Mark II. I think if anybody wants one, they always have in the back of the heart, the back of the mind, a Mark II. For fun and enjoyment more than anything else.
This is the problem of trying to operate an iPhone with one hand. Now, who was that? It was a Foresters. I think it was 22, that was. Dave Willett, that sounds about right. Or was it Neil Jones, 29?
Oh no, Neil Jones is actually with Alan Thomas.
Stream, because we didn't know what was happening with the stage being stopped, and then one car went past us, which is Neil Jones and Alan Thomas in the Astra, before we started the stage. So this time hopefully we'll see them go.
There's a car 48 I think, looks like a Nova, going very Phil Shaw I think this was, going very well.
That's right, yeah, local lad. Should go well in the little Nova. Obviously nice and fast through here, so he should be okay. Knows where he's going.
Which club is based where? I'm guessing the Manx club is based in Douglas.
Pretty.
I've put you on the spot. I've asked you a question you can't answer.
That's it. You've put me on the spot. I think both clubs, I think, are run out of houses more than clubhouses. So I think the Drewdale one, I think, was originally the end of Ballarotes, I think it was. But yeah, they vary from house to house, really. To be honest with you,
Sounds very sociable. I have to
it
say.
is. Yes, they're very
Social clubs.
Who's this coming up towards us then?
Look at the tracker.
The tracker's gone blank.
Should be another Mark 1 of Martin Freestone going well as usual. Local lad, knows the stages, loves his Mark 1. He's going well, so he should be good through the rest of the stages now.
An RS 1600, that one, as opposed to the RS 1800 we saw earlier.
That's right. Yeah, he loves his Mark 1s, likes his 1600s, so he goes well in that.
The interesting one is if you ever go to Viking Motorsport, Phil Mills' place in Newtown in Powys in mid Wales, he does the most beautiful Mark IIs and Mark Is, but he's actually got donor cars from places like Malta where they don't rust. So he's got these lovely kind of faded blue, powder blue
Turned into rally cars, and very expensive and very well prepared rally cars as well.
So yeah, I think if everybody's dream, I think, is something out of Viking Motorsport for sure. There we go, another Nova that wasn't too sure whether to straight on or left.
William Mains, that and Alan Edwards. William
you see.
problem. Williams from Llandyssil, which is in West Wales. Aled's from Harlem District Motor Club, which is North Wales. Language problem, you see.
That's it. Alan should know where he's going anyway. But yeah, probably a bit of translation issues going on there, I would have thought.
And signals, possibly. It's like when you're into compacts.
That's it, yeah. Probably the driver will probably be giving him the different signals than what he was expecting back. But yes, not for the faint-hearted.
This is the Astro that I was talking about, and not doing particularly well coming past the cottage.
That's it. The old GTEs and the old Louise Aiken Walker days, proper bit of kit, bringing back some historical memories there. Very nice to see out, and certainly looks very tidy.
And I also have to declare a personal interest here. Neil Jones, the driver, Alan Thomas, the co-driver, and Alan retired probably about a year or so ago now as a senior audio supervisor at the BBC in Cardiff. So I've had the pleasure of working with Alan for many years when I used to direct news for BBC Wales, and we would always talk rallying whenever I saw him. When I turned up in studio to prepare for the news or whatever, he'd always tell me what he'd been up to or what he was about to get up to. So it's really good to see Alan, now retired, but still out on co-driver duties for Neil Jones in the Astro. You never really retire as a co-driver, do you?
No, you always get a phone call.
What are you doing next weekend?
That's it, yes. Normally it's a case of, don't worry, my bag's packed, I'm ready to go, but yeah, you always get a phone call.
29 that was. Who's next potentially up the hill towards us? Sorry, wrong screen.
Car 37. It should be Martin Waters.
BM in another BMW. Quite a few of those I noticed this weekend, more so than I remember on some of the other rounds of the championship.
That's it, yeah. I think there's quite a few of the local lads have got BMWs, and I think they're a good package to have for rear-wheel drive fun. I think you can get them reasonably priced, reasonably cheap, and like you say, the rear-wheel drives are perfect. A cheap Mark II, so to speak.
And you said the key word there is fun.
Yeah.
That's why we all started doing the sport, for the enjoyment. And we can talk about championships and points and countbacks and dropped scores, but a lot of people are here to have fun, and that's exactly what they're doing.
That's it, yeah. It's all about fun, enjoying yourself. You know, it can get a bit competitive and a bit serious when you're fighting for championships, and you almost kind of forget that you're here to have fun and enjoy it. And it's good to see people out in all different sorts of cars, machinery, enjoying themselves, having fun, and you see the smiles through the helmets. It's great. There we go. Full bank of lights. That's what we like to see. There we go. Nice green 3 Series BMW off into the distance.
Those lights, though, I mean, when I were a lad, you had the big sort of cibbies and the big spot lamps on the front. Those Razor lights, I think they are, or that's one brand, have got that sort of the light bar in one kind of very high intensity LED, so it's low current draw from the battery, and they're amazing lights.
That's it. When they work. You get them in the full darkness. They're amazing. You proper, it's as if it's back into the daylight. But yeah, they've certainly come on leaps and bounds from the 4 Hellas that you used to have in a lamp pod to all the laser bars and all the rest of it now is just phenomenal.
And look, another pattern. You've now got 4 in a lamp pod across the bonnet here.
That's it, and another BMW. You know, it's good to see the variety. You know, that one had lamp pods on, so whether or not he can see better than the other ones, I don't know.
There's our marshal again on the side, encouraging him. So I suspect another local.
That's it. Yeah, it was. Yeah, another local going well, enjoying themselves. But yeah, it's, you know, from back having a lamp pod on to all the laser lights is just phenomenal now. Being able to see further and a lot brighter, which is good to see.
That's how technology technology moves on, and motorsport is often at the cutting edge of these things, and manufacturers like maybe trying things out in motorsport, whether it's rallying or circuit racing, because it's under more pressure and it has to work, and if it's going to break, it's going to break on a rally car or a race car.
That's it, yeah, exactly. There's a lot of pressure and a lot of tension put through all the parts that we use, so it's good to see that we're kind of trying stuff before anything else, which is good. So there's another little 205, you don't see many of them about.
Yep, 66, that was Michael Savino and Liam Ruddock in a little 2.2 litre Peugeot 205. Now, I know they only came with 1.6s or 1.9s, so I can guarantee that's not a standard engine.
It's either not a standard engine or a typo on the entry list. Now
It's very specific if it's a typo.
So it will be. We'll see what class he's in on the end of the results. So yeah, that'll be if it's got a bigger engine in it, that'll be should be a rocket ship.
What was there was a 205 that used to do the rounds probably about 10 or 12 years ago. Oh, you're far too young before you tell me. It had a Hayabusa engine in it, and it used to rev to something ridiculous, like about 15,000 revs, and it sounded amazing.
Oh, yeah.
And it started just in front of us on an event. One of the more spectacular cars through, I have to say, Richard Slinger and Stuart Walker in an Evo 6.
That's it. He was certainly slinging that around as his name prevails him. He's picked it back up again now. He's back up on the pace, back up at the top of the hill now. But yeah, there's certainly a good variety of odd cars around. I remember doing the prom stages one year, and there was a Mark II Golf GTI there with a TVR motor in it. Yeah, that certainly sounded well and went off the line rather rapidly.
I can imagine. No, we tried to catch this Hayabusa thing, and I remember it being yellow. And I think the reason it was in front of us that they'd stopped to change a puncture or something, and they just took off. And my driver just went down. Won't be trying to catch that.
I don't think you'll catch that with the torque out of a Hayabusa engine, and more than likely it'll be plenty of fiberglass on it, so there'll be no weight in it.
Another Mark II by the sounds of it.
So yeah, you can just see the.
Oh no, it's the Avenger.
Yeah, the Avenger using the old historic 4 spotlights on it. Good to see some historic lights and some proper lights, shall we say.
Yeah, Baz Jordan in the Avenger, and Arwell Jenkins from the My Steig Club. I did a night event in an Avenger Tiger. No, hang on, it wasn't an Avenger Tiger. It was an Avenger, but I think it was the 1300 version of the Tiger. I'm sure someone will correct me on the stream, because keyboard warriors are good like that.
That's it,
aren't they, Mark?
Yeah, very good, very good. Talking of Avengers, the Chris Kelly memorial in memory of Chris Kelly. He was an Avenger fan, so he used to rally the Avengers. So yeah, it was good to see an Avenger out, especially on the event that's in his name, which is good to see.
Funny how some drivers get associated with a particular car. I'm thinking immediately of John Price with the Renault 5 Turbo, and he obviously had, the 6R4, and he had the 21 Turbo and various other cars. But I always think of John in a Renault 5.
That's it. Yeah, exactly. I remember John in the Metros from the days, and like you say, you always remember somebody in a certain car, especially if they stick to it and don't change.
Who's this?
There you go, another Mark II. I'll let you pronounce the driver.
That's very kind. Paul Dorachuk with Julian Dorachuk alongside in a 2-litre Mark II Escort.
There's an example of the light bars working to effect. Another 3 Series BMW, Chris Hayes catching the Mark II in front, so they'll certainly see him when he's behind them, that's for sure.
Yeah, one of the things, again, before coming on air, we talked about marshals and the sad fact that the organisers had to cancel 2 stages at Ramsey because of a lack of numbers of marshals. And there was the talk about, if you enter a rally, you bring at least one marshal with you. And I think that started on road events, where if you entered a road event, you had to bring a marshal with you. But I can remember doing passage controls on my own in the middle of the night in West Wales many years ago. Part of it was seeing the lights, like we're seeing here coming up the hill towards the cottage. The sky would light up with the beams kind of crisscrossing the sky, and that was all part of the fun.
Yeah, that's it. You can certainly see it from here. I've been up on the top of Druidale, bleak, pitch black, and all you see is the lights beaming in from the sky. It looks like a scene from Star Wars, shall we say. Who's this? Track it back up again. Oh, well, there you go, another Astra GTE Mark II.
Sean Jones from Kidwelly, Shannon Turnbull in GTE 16 valve, that one.
There you go, you don't see many of them about, and then you see two on the same event, which is good to see.
Two running together, or I think on the entry list running together. I think we only saw them together once on one stage. I'm trying to think, was that the down rally? They're all starting to blend into one now, to be honest, but we've seen some really interesting, unusual rally cars, and it shows that, you know, you don't have to run a Mark II Escort or an R5 Fiesta. Just having news through from Steve Allman-Smith's co-driver. Oh, in fact, it's Stephen himself saying misfire fixed, hopefully okay now. So if you're watching this on one of the last two stages this evening, hopefully car 9, Steve Allman-Smith and David Evans on the in the Mitsubishi Evo 9 will sound a lot better as they come past you.
So yeah, they'll be back on song now, popping and banging in that Evo, and back up onto pace. There you go, there's another Mark II going through there, nice and steady, picking the pace up over the cattle grid, and then up into the left-hander, trying to avoid the running water if there is any left.
Yeah, 58, Martin Williams from the Whitchurch Motor Club, Martin Allwood alongside him in the Mark II Escort. I think we must be into the second half of the order now, because I mentioned earlier we have something like 75 entries. Some of them we didn't see through the first time. Some like Dai's little Peugeot 205 have now been fixed. Ooh, that got a bit close.
Yeah, he wasn't too sure where he was going. I couldn't see anything for the lights, but yeah, it was another Mark II having some fun. Be a few choice words there, I would have thought, from driver, co-driver.
Oh, it's okay, we got away with it, there's no cameras.
Well, that's it, yeah, until he looks back.
Until he turns his phone on at the end of the stage.
So we'll send in the link and try and mute out all the laughing.
I was looking for the escape route.
I was tempted to jump the fence, but from when that woman fell over before, it was a soft landing.
Saying earlier that, or saying a moment ago, that we've got something like 75 entries. They go up to 82 on the entry list, and the rain has restarted. Oh, that's a shame. So the final part of our entry running through this stage will be in rain, although I suspect none of them will have gone on anything other than full wets heading up into these stages this evening.
No, I think it was a tough call. I think there's a few that decided to try and judge what to go out on. I think there was an intermediate apparently being discussed, just because it looked as if it was dry, but with the rain coming in due in at 8 o'clock, it's 40 odd minutes late. But yeah, I think it'll be mostly on wets. There you go, another Peugeot 205 there. Quick light up of the reversing lights, and back off again. Off he goes.
Yep, car 54 is James Nichols and David Allman in a 205 GTI. And yeah, you could see there in the camera shots as the light beams sort of picked their way down through the stage, the amount of rain that's now coming down, and it's happened in the last couple of minutes, really.
That's it. Yeah, it was fine before; it was all nice and clear. But yeah, it's certainly starting to come down. It'll make it a bit more interesting for the remaining crews that have got the rest of the stages to do, and then hopefully it should be too bad for the latter stages. You got 2 more to do, so hopefully it should be too bad.
Again, they've got no service between the stages, so if they've gone out on inters for the first 2 and they're now at the refuel, there's no, unless they happen to carry full wet, two wets in the boot or something, they're going to have to do these last 2 stages in the rain on inters.
That's right. Yeah, there'll be no tyre change, so yeah, it'll be what will be. If they're on inters and they've got wets, then they'll try and change it on the road section, but if they're not, then yeah, it'll be a bit treachery in the last 2 stages if they're on inters.
Better forecast tomorrow, though, I'm told. Let me ask a local. Is there such a thing as reliable weather forecasting on the Isle of Man?
Only for about a minute or so, I think. I think you can get all 4 different climates on the island. So yeah, hopefully it should be better tomorrow, a lot drier, and at least they'll be able to see, which is good. It'll be in the day, so daylight's always a good thing to go rallying in. But yeah, hopefully the weather will be better.
How difficult is it? Daft question perhaps. They'll have recce'd in the dry, in the daylight, and now they've got a lot of standing water at night with the light pods on the front of the car. How different do the stages look?
Yeah, a lot different. Like you say, the recce'd in the daylight, in the dry, you've got standing water, you've got puddles that you don't know where they are, build up of water, another nice Mark II going through there.
Willie Nelson that was.
Well,
Not the country music singer, Craig Nelson, both from the South of Scotland Car Club in a Mark II.
He's been being chased down as well. Let's see what this one's coming through, but he's certainly being caught here. There we go. It's another Mark II. That looked like a road rally car with a few extra doors in the back. Either that or he's gone out shopping.
Ricky Crone and Ivan Devine from Harlech Club again. Yeah, that was definitely, he was being caught, wasn't he?
Definitely, yeah. It was a full-on chase there. So there'll be some red mist coming on down through the Baldwins, which would be yeah, interesting to be in the passenger seat when the red mist comes in, especially down through there.
Some geography here. I mentioned it when we were on for stage 3 that all of today's stages are north of Douglas. Tomorrow's are kind of northwest, and that's about as far as I know from the geography of the island.
That's it. Yeah, I believe St Mark's you've got, which is more to the west, so it's probably not as hilly, but and then mostly, like you say, in the middle of the island, with another run up over Little London. There's a stage out west, out Starvey. So yes, they're mainly out the west tomorrow, with a couple stuck in the middle.
69 that was, we saw go through Gregory Pye and Ken Cotty, and I mentioned when we were running through the entry list on stage 3, oh, we've got a Seat Ibiza, I wonder if it's a kit car. No, but it's still a different car, and it's good to see. We've got a Volkswagen Golf coming up later on the entry list. We've got I keep coming back to this little Talbot Samba Rally. And then you've got the minis, and particularly we've actually got one of the BMW minis, a Mini Cooper, coming up later in the order.
Oh, that'd be good to see a variety of minis. The BMW we'll see if it's supercharged. If it's supercharged, you'll hear a nice whine. If it's not, you'll certainly be the Italian job, shall we say.
67 Jake Clegg and Gavin Clegg in a Vauxhall Corsa 1400 engine, but that was going well.
Yeah, that was going well. Nice little 1400. Certainly be able to put power down. I think when it's these kind of conditions, the more power, I think it's difficult to get it down. So the smaller engined cars will be coming up slightly to the front more, being able to put down power and not losing it as much.
I think I'm right in saying if you can drive a small engined car quickly, then you've pretty much got what it takes. I can remember people like Dave Metcalf, for example, being able to take the little Nova and absolutely wring its neck.
Yeah, we were saying this before in service, that people find it sometimes difficult when they go from a small car, from a 1600 little Nova that fits like a glove, and they know how it handles and they know how it drives, up to something bigger, so like an Evo or something, that they find it difficult because the car's a lot bigger and they don't know how it handles, and it doesn't fit like a glove, so to speak. So yeah, it's certainly, if you can pedal a smaller car well, it's always good to see. I say Dave Metcalf was always a giant killer, the same as Martin Jones and his Nova.
Now that's the car I was telling you about earlier, and you looked blankly at me. That's the Gilburn, the little Welsh car that was a cottage industry, basically. I'll tell you more in a sec.
Gosh, that was certainly good to see. Rear-wheel drive, I believe. I was going to say he was being caught by the C2, but the C2 went forward and then backwards.
Local driver too, Max Murray with Matty Owen, both from the Manx club in that little Citroen. Yeah, the Gilburn, I think I'm right in saying, named after the two chaps who got together and designed and built the first car, Gilbert and Bernard, which is where the name came from. And the car is the Invader, and it's rare, but on a classic event that I commentated on years ago, there was an estate version, which is really rare, You see them in museums, you now and again see them on road runs. I can't remember the last time I saw one on a rally, so I'm really pleased to see it. And the company logo is a dragon, was a dragon. The company went out of business, unfortunately, years ago. But yeah, lovely to see the little Gilbin on the stages.
That's it. Certainly something different to see. You know, being on an event like this, you get a good variety of cars. So yeah, something different for everybody to discuss.
I didn't catch a number on that Mark II.
No, I think that was 63. I think it was possibly Lee Pratt. I think it was possibly.
No, Lee's in a Honda. Back to the truck. Sorry, I'm getting you to jiggle between pages here. Green one just going off to the side of the screen.
Yeah, let's see, car 45. Is it then? No, it's a bit slow tonight.
Did you say 45, Lewis Gatt? Sorry, hands are getting cold now. I'm making you multitask, sorry. If you're just joining us on this Friday evening, you are most welcome. We're on stage 8, live on the Isle of Man. It's the Chris Kelly Memorial Manx stages. It's the final round of the 2022 Pro Tyre Motorsport UK Asphalt Rally Championship. Another, I think, Mark II Escort heads towards us.
So yeah, another Mark II, car 41.
Yeah, Paul Jenkins from Epint Club with Lewis Griffiths from DVMC, Dovey Valley, possibly.
That's another couple of road rally Welsh lads. I know Paul was excited to be coming over to do the event, and he was messaging during the week asking what tyres to run us as well. I said I wouldn't worry about tyres, just bring the inner tubes. I said because that will keep you afloat. I said, you don't need any black rubber, just inner tubes.
It's the classic Juha Kankkunen quote, isn't it? Which tyres did you go for? Round black ones.
Well, that's it, exactly. You can always you'll end up getting them wrong no matter what, especially with the way the weather changes on the island. So yeah, I think he's glad to be here, so he's doing well there in his Road Rally Mark II.
Okay, somebody else coming up the hill towards the cottage, so they'll be with us in a matter of seconds. Who's this?
Let's have a look. Pressing the wrong buttons here. Looks like it should be car 65.
Should be William Root, and Colin Watson should be in an Evo 5.
Gosh. Yeah, the tower once you'll hear it chirping away, popping and banging. Oh no, it's got the squeaky brakes, so that's definitely an Evo. No anti-lag on that, so he's obviously turned it off because of the conditions. But yeah, the old group end brakes certainly squeaking away.
Going back to what we were saying earlier about the whole oral experience of listening to the cars, and it's all part of the experience. And I know there are people watching from all over the world. I know we get people saying hello from all sorts of countries up and down the list of countries. But if you get a chance to come out on an event like this, please do so. And that, I think, is our third and final Mark I. I think I saw that there were 3 on the entry list. Of course, you know what's going to happen now, isn't it? Another one's going to appear.
They always do. You always think there's 3 and there's another one pop out. But yeah, there's a nice pale blue Mark I there. Nice and sideways, putting the grip down well and off into the distance. You just see the headlights there beaming over the hills. But yeah, going back to the noise, yeah, you listen to all noises. You go back when the group ends were about, you'd hear the squeak of the brakes. The group A's, you'd hear the pop and banging of the anti-lags. And the early world cars, you'd have the chirping of the Subaru's turbo and the wastegates. So each era have got their own kind of little noise that you can remember.
For me, Audi Quattro, 5-cylinder, that burble, which was an incredible sound. At this, early hours of the morning, stood on a Welsh mountainside waiting for the RAC rally to go through, and you could hear this amazing sound roaring through the valleys coming towards you. It was an incredible experience.
That's it. Yeah, it's the popping and banging of the Group A cars for me that I remember mostly. There we go, the old Italian job, new version Mini. Doesn't sound as if it's supercharged, so there's no chirping or anything, there's no whistling of the supercharger. But yeah, he's certainly going well, putting the power down.
I think it's on the entry list as a BMW Mini Cooper, not a Cooper S.
Nice, then,
So,
yeah,
there you go.
no supercharger in that then, that's fine.
That's a whine, isn't it?
Yes.
Because you also used to get that on the Lancias, the Group B cars, because
Yes.
they were turbocharged and supercharged.
Yeah, so you get more of a kind of like a whistle more than anything else. There we go, there's Colin Niverton and Kevin Niverton in the 3 Series BMW, a little compact, doing rather well. Colin's good to see Colin back out again, and Kevin there guiding him nicely through the lanes, so hopefully Colin will get through the rest of the stages and back out again tomorrow for some more skids.
Just to remind you where we are, if you weren't with us earlier for the little scene set that we did, we're on stage 8 of the rally, as I mentioned. We're at one of the iconic spots of Manx rallying. You see it on videos going right back to the 70s and beyond. We're at Brandywell Cottage. In fact, our first camera is at the cottage itself, and we are a couple hundred metres down the road. The left-hand hairpin just leading the cruise onto the mountain away from the cottage. But it's that, I think that road, or the combination of roads around the cottage, have been used in rallying since the beginning of time, I think, from the rally videos I've seen of the RAC, or not the RAC particularly, but the British Championship of the 70s and 80s.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think most of the stages that they use on the closed road events over here, they're all iconic. They're all you see all the old footage of, going back 70s, 80s. The Group Bs when they came over in '86 it's just phenomenal.
What was I saying about another Mark 1 Escort?
Oh, there we go. There's no. That's either number 3 or number 4. We were
Number 4 now.
we weren't counting properly, but yeah, that was a nice, like a wide arch Mark 1. So that was quite nice to see. But yeah, a lot of the stages are iconic stages. They're all been used throughout the years. I remember '96, I think it was, when Armin Schwartz came over with the Celica GT5 or the GT205, and I think he tranced and beat everybody on it, and he was going down through the stages here down to Little London and over the yumps behind us. He was airborne, and it was just amazing to watch and amazing to see. He was just on it.
It is a special place over the Isle of Man. I've been here 2 or 3 times. I came for a family holiday when I was about 12, I think. We stayed on the seafront at Douglas, and very little has changed. Still the same, the horse-drawn trams, still the hotels along the seafront, but it's got an atmosphere about the place. I know it comes alive during TT, the week that's now become a fortnight, but the four-wheeled brigade also have our fun on the island.
Well, that's it, yeah. Like I said before, there was quite a lot of events that were on, whether it would be the bikes, whether it's even not just TT, they do the trials and other events like that over here that are very popular for off-island competitors and crews, and even the rallies as well. They're so popular that they become like an atmosphere. So you get the atmosphere on the stages, people watching, people competing, and then you get the atmosphere afterwards, everybody talking about it, watching it on social media, all the videos that seem to be published and are posted. It's a buzz, and it's good to see that it's still going.
I think this might be the Volkswagen Golf I promised you earlier, just coming past the cottage now.
Oh yes, the old GTI. There we go, Terry Phillips and the GTI. Left-hand drive as well. So I was fortunate to work for Volkswagen when Alistair McRae, Tapio Laukkanen came out in the Mark III Golfs. They came over for the British Championship, and then Neil Simpson brought out that Golf TDI.
Yes.
That was a weapon.
I'm glad you said that, because when we saw the Golf earlier on, I was on my own, as you know, Billy no mates this morning, no carer with me this morning, and I said to Wayne, who is currently doing the electronic stuff, that was it Tapio Laukkanen? And Wayne nodded, and then I said, who else was I said one of the other Finns, and that got a shake of the head. So it was Tapio Laukkanen and Alistair McRae in the Golfs, which then became the Golf kit cars, or is that a slightly different era?
That's right. Yeah, they were the Mark III Golfs and then all of a sudden Vauxhall brought out the Astra kit car, and then the Ford brought out the RS 2000 kit car. Volkswagen
for Gwyndaf, if you remember.
That's
yes,
right, yeah.
Jarmo Kuttelator was the guy I was thinking of, and
he was with Ford for a while. But the RS 2000 was the maxi kit car that came out a bit later than the Astra, but they did bring out the Golf eventually for Tapio.
Which was, of course, there was the Seat Ibiza kit car, which Gwyndaf and Howard contested the BRC in the bright yellow, which I think Gwyndaf still has. I think he bought it.
Right. Yes, that's correct. Yeah, there was Barbara Armstrong was in the team the same team. I think it was Mike Brown or Mick Brown was in the sister car. So there was the three cars. It was Gwyndaf was gunning for the championship. I think that was the year where it was the four-way tussle for the championship. I believe I might be wrong, but and then obviously I had the Renault boys as well.
Robbie Head.
Yeah. So Robbie and the Renault, and even before that you had Alan O'Reilly that came over in the little Clio.
Yeah.
They did well over here in the Clios.
I've told this story before, so I make no apologies. I actually went to a Renault test in France with Alain Auré and John Ragnotti, Jono, and I went over to do it for a magazine article, and the whole point of it was a test for the Garrigue, I think it was, the rally, and the journaliste anglais was going to have a run in the car at the end of the day, and anyway the cops got involved. They didn't like the fact that they'd closed a road without permission, and that was it, end of sports. But Jean Ragnotti went down, and it was like sending Nigel Mansell or somebody to have a chat with your local cop. So the French gendarme went, okay, I'll turn my back, as long as you're gone by the time I drive around the block, then we'll say no more about it. But I didn't get to run in the car in the end. That was the Clio 16 valve days.
Gosh, that would have been so they do ruin their fun sometimes, but it looks like we're going to have two cars, one after another possibly here. They seem to be quite close on the tracker. This is Anthony Elks, I believe, in a little Mini, the old classic Mini, which is good to see. You can just hear the engine, slightly different notes. And then there we go. There's the other one. There's a nice green one there chasing it. So there's little mini adventures here.
There's your Italian job for you.
That's it, yeah. Your Italian job. You know which one's going to get the gold at the end of it, but yeah, they're certainly going well. Probably feeling the bumps, but yeah, certainly doing well.
Let me just check the entry list so what we haven't yet seen, because I know there are a couple of cars that. Oh, do you know we still haven't seen the Samba Rally, which you were saying is far before your time. A little 1300cc. I think they had a single make championship, and this particular car, when it eventually appears, hopefully, run by Myerscough College. Now there's the Cortina I was talking about.
Yeah. That's it. It looks like a battle of the historics at the back for the old classic Mini and the Cortina. So yeah, all we need now is the Samba to come through, and there's a mixed bag.
Yeah, Bob Gibbons that was, car 52, with Jonathan Harris, both from the Brecon Motor Club in Mid Wales, and it is down as a Lotus Cortina, but it's a Mark II. Two together.
Oh, look at this. There we go. I'm not sure we got 106.
77 was the 106. Now I know he clouted something this morning because yeah, he was missing quite a chunk of bodywork when we saw him this morning with Nigel Morris alongside, and now Ford Focus, I think it was behind, wasn't it?
Yes, it looked like it.
Or was it the Fiesta?
It looked like a Fiesta, I think.
So in that case 76, Clive Hilton. So if they're running in seeded order, Peter in the Peugeot has actually caught Clive in the Fiesta. 8 miles to go, guys. Good luck.
That's it. He certainly wasn't going to let him pass. That was for sure. If Peter had taken him up Druidell, he wasn't going to let him pass.
I thought he'd pulled over, you see, on just coming out of the exit of the hairpin, but no, indeed, he just ran slightly wide, and it was nope. I'm in front. Thank you very much.
That's it. The elbows will be out all the way down through Baldwin. Be the widest 106, I think, going.
Just looking down now. The last car we should be expecting is Josh Dallimore, car 82, which is a mini, or is that one of the minis that just went through? Because we haven't had the Micra through yet. We've had 2 minis through.
Yeah, that was Josh gone through there in the green mini, I believe.
And that was Mick Smith in front of him, car 80. So I think we're probably coming towards the tail end of the field now, because the last car on the road should be Josh Dallimore, 82, which is... oh no, you said we've already been through. So we haven't seen the Micra yet, I don't think, of David Klukas. And we still haven't seen that... I'm not going to give up without talking about this, the little Talbot Samba Rally.
Looks like it could be car 63. Looked like a Honda Civic.
It did, 63, Lee Pratt and Martin Pendlebury in a Honda Civic EK 1600cc.
So you better tell it was a Honda just by the revving again. It's the same as
VTEC engine.
the old VTEC. They certainly, I think they screamed to 8,000 revs, so it's not far off a BD really. Yeah. So you'll hear them.
So still a few competitors running out of order. So if you can keep a little eye on the tracker for me, while I just scroll back to the results page. And we've got a couple of times through from stage 9, and Peter Taylor has taken something like 17 seconds out of Neil Roskell on that stage. So Neil Roskell did a 5:02 and Peter Taylor has done a 4:45. So I'm trying to think where... Yeah, they were the first 2 on the road, weren't they? Because Neil Roskell's running first on the road in car 2, right, yeah. Then it's car 1, so that's fine. So I can't give you an accurate leaderboard because we're mixing things across 2 stages now. So 2 competitors through stage 9, 1 more stage remains for them this evening, but we are on stage 8 and we have probably a handful of cars remaining until we call it a night for this evening. A full day again tomorrow, of course. Keep an eye on your friendly local Facebook page, whichever one you use to get your live streams, and if you subscribe to that particular page, then you'll get an alert when we go live, and we tend to go live a minute or 2 before the first car. That's the plan anyway. Sometimes they sneak up on us, but if you do subscribe, then you'll get the notification that we've gone live, and that's either on the Pro Tyre Motorsport UK Facebook page. Oh no, JV, alternator problems for us.
It looks like John Stone's ahead of Steve Wood as well.
Oh, sorry, take another tumble down this bank. So Jamie Vaughan, JV, on the WhatsApp group. So alternator problems for Jamie and Brad. So unfortunately it would appear to be the end of the rally for them.
The little Micra, I think, coming through there. I think it's the last car on the road, the Micra. There we go. It's David Klukas in the little Micra.
So that's 80. That's 81. So the only car we didn't really see, which I was hoping to see, was the Talbot. But that would appear to be it. Certainly from the tracker, there doesn't seem to be anybody else coming up the valley towards us. So in theory, we should get the sweeper car through. And then that will be it.
It looks as if John Stone's ahead of Steve Wood as well.
On the next one, on stage 9.
On stage 9.
Yeah. Right, I will look at Wayne, who is currently in charge of all things technical. What's the plan for tomorrow, Wayne?
I'll post something up on Facebook.
Ah, okay. So if you keep an eye on the special stage Facebook page, we will let you know where we will be tomorrow. As you saw earlier, with stages getting stopped and then cancelled, and then concerns over weather this evening, things we know definitely have changed in terms of our plans already for this weekend, but we will let you know as to what stages we plan to be on in the morning when we've worked out access points and revised timetables and the like. It's all gone dark looking down the hill. So, should we call it a night? Okay, the rain I think has stopped again, which means we've got probably a window where we can pack up all the technical kit and put it back in the van. Thanks to you for your company, Mark. Thanks very much to you for joining me this evening. Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, it's been fun. Yeah, it's certainly different to be this side of competing. So yeah, it was good.
Thanks so much, much appreciated, particularly for stepping up at the last minute. Really do appreciate it. Thanks to you for watching. Hope you've had an enjoyable evening watching stage 8 of the Chris Kelly Memorial Manx stages with us. Join us again tomorrow for the final day of this year's Pro Tyre Motorsport UK Asphalt Rally Championship. But for now, from the Isle of Man, from me, Mark. So, Neil Roskell and Andrew Ruffhead, it should be then, running first on the road coming down towards us. Mark, you're keeping an eye on the tracker. They're in the stage?
Yep, they're in the stage. They're just up to the first hairpin at the Ruddock, coming down. Speeds are looking quite good, so they're certainly on it.
No issues at the moment, because yesterday was all sorts of stories coming through to us while we were on about so-and-so stopped, so-and-so's got a misfire. That car that spun not quite in front of us, but certainly out of shot. The co-driver's hurt his back, I think you were saying.
That's right, yeah. Ollie Hunter, unfortunately Dan must have twisted his back or has hurt his back, so he's unfortunately not out today, but hopefully a speedy recovery and should be back out soon.
Yeah, and the same to Mark Kelly and his co-driver. It was quite a scary accident. Have you seen the aftermath of it? We heard that they ended up in a river after hitting a telegraph pole.
I hadn't seen it, but I spoke to a few people about it. Yeah, apparently they ended up in a bit of a river that was pushing them down with the flow of the river, and they've opened the door to get out of the car, which has actually filled the car up with water. He's Neil coming down the road now by the sound of it.
Okay, first car on the road then. Thank you, Nigel. Neil Roskell, this will be in the R5 Fiesta. Very smooth, nicely done.
Yeah, very smooth there. I expected Neil to be sliding past this, to be honest with you, conditions, but yeah, nice and easily braking and nicely round the corner, neat and away.
Talked about the conditions. Yes, it's dry today, but Mark, lots of leaves on the road surface. All that wind yesterday has brought down a lot of leaves.
That's it. I think that's the thing that will catch a lot of people out, is under the trees, all the leaves have come down. There's slight damp in certain corners. The hairpin here, the mud's been drawn out, so it'll be a bit greasy in places more than water than damp. So yeah, we should probably be careful in certain bends.
Okay, well, here at the hairpin, next car through should be Peter Taylor and Jack Morton in the WRC Fiesta. Should be second car on the road, car number 1. Just looking down from our position, you can just look into the car, and the WRC has the big handbrake, so that looked like it was Peter just letting go of the handbrake as he came out.
That's right, yeah, he's a bit later on the brake in there than Neil, so I think he was slightly slower into away from the hairpin, but certainly quicker into it.
Interesting that there's an R5 leading a WRC car at the moment. Should be another R5. It is the Polo we should be seeing next, of John Stone and Laura Connell. Not according to this. My apologies. I've just refreshed my start times. Sorry. Trying to hold a microphone and work an iPhone at the same time. Should be Steve Wood then and Dale Bowen in another Fiesta. Different flavour again. Super 2000.
Yeah.
Oh, it's an R5, isn't it?
This is the WRC one.
Steve's car.
Wood's in the WRC, so pretty much the same as Peter Taylor, I would have thought. Late on the brakes and then smoothly slightly hesitant coming out of the corner there. Just took a little while to pick up, but seems to be back on it now.
Yeah, he looked like he went a bit wide there and was getting close to the curb. He didn't use the handbrake at all by the looks of it, so maybe lost a half a second or so there.
So slightly more difficult to see into the car because it's a right-hand drive car. So as you're looking down, you can actually see Peter when he let go of the handbrake, which is that tall lever in the middle of the car. We could see quite easily. Not so easy with Steve Wood.
No, that's right, yeah. The right-hand drive would prefer a lot of people, but I think the cars are built for left-hand drive, which maybe the adjustment makes it more difficult for that.
Now let me get my place in the running order. Now it should be John Stone and Laura Connell in the Polo R5.
Chirping away as it was last night. You hear the wastegate chirping.
John getting maximum camera time there. He deliberately done that. I could see him smiling and waving.
Yeah, right. Your man not quite so clean through that hairpin.
He knew I was here, so he was just stopping to make sure I'd actually turned up this morning.
Okay, whatever you say. Should be a while, actually. This is quite a long stage, so we won't be getting stage times in for a while, Mark.
No, that's it. It's a good 13 odd so miles, so yeah, they've still got quite a fair way to go. Another 10 miles of tricky Manx lanes, up over the round table, down through Slowolian. So yeah, be tricky going all the way down through there. Be probably a bit of standing water in certain places, but yeah, plenty of distance to go from now.
Just explain, we were north of Douglas yesterday, we're northwest today?
South. We're more south today.
It looked on the map as though we were just to the west. He's a driver, let me ask a co-driver, where are we?
Yeah, more south. We're closer to closer to the sound than we are to the point of air. So the west is more the next stage they've got to do Starby. There's Chucker in the Nova giving it beans. Nice and steady through, a bit slow traction, get out with it being front wheel drive, but yeah, he'll be back on it.
What do I know? I just look at a map.
Upside down.
So, where are today's stages then? We're on the second of the loop. As I mentioned earlier, we've also got a crew on the third of the loop. So, stage 11 has already been. We're on stage 12, stage 13, and then 14, and then back for service.
Yeah, the next stage is more west of the island. Bumpy, horrible stage in my opinion. I've never liked it, never got on well on it, but it's one of them ones that sorts the men out from the boys a lot of the time. Bravery on there is definitely going to pay off. The bottom part of this stage here, going down through Glen Needles and that is tough as.
'17 is Max Bradshaw and Liam Andrew Whiteley in the first of the Evos we'll see this weekend. A bit more of a handful, bigger car it looked like.
Yeah, he's jumped from the Evo 3 into that his first time out in it, and he's absolutely flying, to be fair to the lad. Young lad who's got lots and lots of talent, both motorbikes, go-karts and the rally cars now. I think you'll go a long way, Max, the way he's gone in this year. Very sensible drive yesterday, getting quicker and quicker all the time. Ex-Steve Orman-Smith car he's got there, which, like I say, he's only had a few weeks before. I don't think he's had much experience in it at all. So.
Sixth on the road, so not at all bad going.
No, he had a fantastic time through Baldwin last night. He was third fastest, I believe, through there. Smooth is what it's got to be, which what Max, I think, from a go-kart experience does that.
Darren Atkinson and Phil Sandham in the Mark II Escort. I'll explain that there is a slight gap in the, or a reshuffling of the running order. I'll explain that in a second, but I think because of Brad Cole's problems yesterday, Mark, Darren and Phil now on the verge of winning their class.
Yeah, I believe so. Another Mark II coming round again, so that was good to see. So yeah, Darren will probably take a nice steady run with Phil in, so hopefully guiding him on the right way.
Right, Steve Orman-Smith we should have had through, and this is what I need to explain, because we've got a message through on the WhatsApp message from David, his co-driver. Hit a bank on the first stage this morning, blocked the road for a few minutes. We've lost over 3 minutes roughly, but still going. Rally's far from over.
Oh yeah, a long way yet, but it's typical Steve. He always pushes the limit and a little bit further. He's in his friend's car there.
Let me just quickly look back at the...
Steve Simpson in the Evo 2 version, the Rally 2 version of the Fiesta. Slightly deep into there, took a little bit of a wide line. You can see there a bit of gravel and a bit of mud being drawn out. A bit slow to pick up, but once you picked up, you could hear him in the distance going up through the gears and picking up the pace.
Steve Orman-Smith and David Evans possibly next through, depending on if they did lose 3 minutes or not. But yeah, Steve Simpson and Patrick Walsh, that was in the Fiesta. We've already seen Darren Atkinson, so potentially it's either Steve Ormond-Smith or it's George Collister next year.
That's it, yeah, rear-wheel drive BMW, so you can tell by the engine note it's normally aspirated, so this sounds like George. So there'll be plenty of side weaviness, I would have thought, for the spectators.
That looked almost leisurely.
That's it, feather in the throttle, nice and trying to get traction, a little beep on the horn, I believe, so you must have some fans and some spectators up here watching.
He was just flicking the ash off the end of the cigar as he was going round there, having another sip of the brandy.
The Manx police are listening. We are joking, honestly. We wouldn't do anything like that. But that was very gentlemanly, very genteel. Out for not a Sunday drive because it's Saturday.
George, it's just all second nature to George. He just loves it. The worse the conditions, the better George goes. Like, he just revels in it all. He'd have been hoping it was like yesterday, I would imagine. Get his power down, what little he's got, and show lots of the crowd of what he can do.
How tough, both of you, is rallying on the Isle of Man? I mean, we know it's a mecca for motorsport. We know it's been a cornerstone of the British Rally Championship for years. It's a tough old place, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been very, very competitive over the last sort of 20, 30 years. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's road closure or what, it's dying away a little bit now. The expense of rallying and that has taken its toll over you a little bit in the last sort of 2 or 3 years of COVID as well, hasn't helped. But yeah, I think because it's a close-knit community, everybody's very competitive, because if you do something wrong, everyone knows about it. You do something right, nobody's interested. You've just got to be there on the podium at the end of it. So yeah, I think that's why it's always been so competitive on the island. It is definitely the niggles between each other. And
also the road surfaces things. I mean, we drove through a couple of stages on Thursday when we arrived, and we were surprised at the difference in quality of the road surface. You went from pretty much A roads almost to really bad, bumpy kind of potholes, back roads almost.
Well, that's it. I wouldn't necessarily use the word quality to describe any of our roads, to be honest with you. But yeah, there's a full array of potholes, loose surfaces, broken tarmac. So yeah, there's a full range on the island. That's just the public roads as well as the lanes. So being able to judge the driving conditions is a tough one over here.
We saw Simon Summers and Nathan Summers in the Escort, and then we caught up with ourselves. We finally now seen the Evo that had the problem on the previous stage. So we've now caught up with ourselves. I think we're back in more or less running order. Steve Ormond-Smith and David Evans in the Evo, kicking themselves for their problem on the previous stage.
yeah, as I said earlier, Steve doesn't know anything but the limit and past it. So I think he's fairly well used to them sort of things happening to him now. Whenever Steve's going well, you can sort of almost wait for the next bump off a hedge somewhere. He just loves it.
Well, let's see if we can go back onto our start times list.
Sounds like another BMW, I think. Possibly.
A little bit more ragged.
A little bit more ragged. That's Kex to the bone. I think.
What are the cords on the tyres warmed up yet? He doesn't believe in rubber. He just uses the string cords thrown out to get anchorage.
You know, I have a feeling I know which kind of way this day is going. It's all a big community on the Isle of Man. You're all kind of teasing each other. The banter is there. Everybody knows everybody else.
Definitely, that's what it's all about. That's what the crack is all about, isn't it? It's as I said before, you make a mistake, everybody knows about it. You do something right, nobody's interested. It's all about the banter afterwards on what you can pull out of somebody, how you can pull them down that little bit and put them back in their place. Doesn't matter whether you're Mark Higgins or Mark Perryman, you'll get the stick and the pull after.
I think I've been absorbed into that community. What was the first thing you said to me this morning when you turned up? Mixed crew, remember?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. I weren't talking about you and your missus neither.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
26, Stuart Eggleston. Brian Hodgson from Eden Valley. Historic Escort, yeah?
I believe so, yeah. And a historic driver as well. Steve's been about as long as me, so it's a bit long in the tooth as well.
All right, let's ask the question, the elephant in the room question. I said to Mark last night about why aren't you on the event? I did say retired with a small R. Would you come back and do this?
Definitely, yeah, I'd love to be doing it. It's hard standing here watching, to be honest with you. The lead up to events is always difficult as to whether you can do it, whether you can't do it. If I do it again, I want to do it properly. I don't want to do it half-assed as such. I want to be in it properly, that I can compete with the boys at the top. I'm not saying I'll be up there with them, but I'd be disappointed if I weren't somewhere around their pace and pushing some of the Stonies and them sort of people.
I'd like to hear it. Well, a bit of entertainment for the cameras.
Well, what can we say? Didn't know where he was going to park it, but obviously bit of a heavy right foot and no grip on the back end, or ran out of talent with God knows, but yeah, got it fixed and back off up the road.
Tim Cole, car number 30 with Dave Sutcliffe in, is that the third or fourth BMW we've seen?
It's the third one.
I would put that down to over exuberance there. What we got going on there, Mark, trying to get maximum TV time, as most people do when they see the media tabards on. The right foot goes down a little bit further. We've all done it.
Is Richard Fishley with Jason McCulloch alongside in another Mark II Escort. And yeah, we were talking last night, weren't we, Mark, about the different makes and models of cars that sort of seem to come into fashion on the events. We were talking about the Citroens, I think, in Ireland particularly, but the Escorts never go out of fashion.
No, I don't think they do. I don't think they ever will. I think once everybody gets off the modern machinery back into the historic stuff, the Escorts will always be around. It's amazing.
So you started in a Mark 1?
And a Mark 1, then I had quite a few Mark 2s that I buried in various fields over the time. Yeah, most fun car you can have, without a doubt. I would say they were an affordable car to use, but these nowadays, they've all got sequential boxes in them and live back axles and mega money engines in, and that they're fantastic to watch, but they're just as expensive to run, I'd say, as like an R5 car nowadays with what they're pushing out of them.
The little Darien, Chris Simmons, car number 27 with Andrew Moss from Ludlow Club. Ever competed in a Darien?
No, I sat in one once while it was still, and that was scary enough, to be honest with you.
I've done a couple of events with Damien Cole in Dariens, and it's space frame, you're climbing in. I've put on a few pounds since then, before either of you mentions it, but yeah, it's, you're wearing that car rather than sitting in it.
That's it. I think the smaller the car, it wraps around you, it fits more like a glove.
Very tactful, may I say. You have a career as a politician ahead of you.
No, I'd have more described it as a fiberglass coffin, to be honest with you.
I'm a fan then.
No, I love watching them and that, but no, I couldn't get in one, no. I'm not that brave, a bit claustrophobic, to be honest with you. Rob Smith, what was that hand gesture you were doing?
Rob's been doing this for a while in the old Mark II, so he knows where he's going. So yeah, a bit of a fluff on the exit, but he'll be having fun in that. Back out.
That was encouragement, was it?
Yeah, more encouragement than anything else.
Rob Smith and Alan Cook alongside in the Mark II, and we talked about, and we keep mentioning the fact that the whole rally experience, the spectating experience, involves just more than seeing the cars. You could hear that, and you knew what it was before it came into view.
That's right, hairs on the back of your neck stand up. You hear a Mark II coming in on full song, like revving like that. It's fantastic. Nothing to beat it, really, can it? Normally aspirated car. You hear all the popping and banging from R5s, but a Mark II on full song, something different again.
Mark, keep an eye on times. Anything so far from stage 12?
No, it was just comments from the end of stage 12. I think Neil Roskell had a big push on there, trying to take time out of everybody else. Slightly treacherous conditions towards the end of the stage, but Neil was certainly on it.
Championship winning co-driver in the driving seat this weekend, Di Roberts in the Peugeot 205 with Pete Fenner alongside in the little 205, and Di already having secured the co-drivers championship, having switched to a Citroen for the down rally with Johnny Greer. Normally sits with James Williams, used the regulations to his advantage, and so decided to end the year with a run in the driver's seat. But you don't often see that with co-drivers, do you?
There's a few on the island changed that way, and they've actually been fairly decent drivers, to be honest, which was quite disappointing as a driver that they can go from one seat to the other, because I certainly don't go the other way. I sat in with my daughter in a Micra, and to be honest with you, it scared the hell out of me. I don't know how anyone does it.
Car 16, Kevin Davis from Carmarthen Club with Owain Davis alongside. Left-hand drive Mark II. You don't see many left-hand drive Mark IIs, do you?
Not nowadays. I think back in the day they were the popular thing, obviously, when Mickler and Batman and all them boys were about. They were all left-hand drive then, weren't they, bar Russell Brooks, really. But nowadays, I think, because mainly sort of English or UK crews are using them, they're all right-hand drive, like you say. Very few and far between. I know a few that have been converted from left to right, but not the other way around.
It's unusual to see that, but there we are. And we talked last night, didn't we, Mark, about the road rally cars. We'll see a few four-door escorts coming towards us before too long.
That's it. I think there's a couple there that sneaked into the top 10, so yeah, they should be used to the lanes. It's just unfortunate now it's daylight and not dark where they're at their best, I think.
All blinking as they come out into the daylight, thinking, what's this, rallying in the sunshine?
It's like vampires with garlic, I think.
Which is the Vauxhall Astra of Neil Jones and Alan Thomas. And Alan's a former colleague of mine from the BBC, so that's my personal interest, the co-driver. He's actually retired from work. There's no sign of him retiring from rallying just yet.
No, fantastic, and he's been going real well in that the last 2 days, or yesterday and today. Like, it's good to see.
That was the car that we missed yesterday because we were on stage 3, which was stopped, and we weren't sure if it was going to get going again, so we ended our live stream, came back on not that long afterwards. We just missed one car, and that was the car we missed. So perhaps I'm talking more about that car perhaps than we should. The fact that I know the co-driver as well, I'm not going to apologise. Gossip coming in from the ends. Steve Wood saying bit slippy towards the end. Bit slippy all the way through, I'd have thought, no?
That's it. I think it's more treacherous on the last little run down the hill towards the finish. It's going to be very treacherous. Looking at the times, I think Peter Taylor was fastest through here, and then Neil Roscoe was only 2 seconds behind. So I think Neil will be pushing, possibly hoping for some, not so much bad luck, but some drops down for Steve Wood and John Stone, because I think Neil's in for a chance that he could possibly pip second and third in the championship. But obviously that's all for the mathematicians to work out and look at the results. But yeah, Neil's still in with a possible chance of second and third. But obviously we've got to factor in John and Steve are still going. So big push there from Neil. There's a 15 seconds gap then between the first car and Steve Woods. So obviously when he said it was slippy towards the end, you can see that in the times.
John Stone seems to have a problem. Issue with the potentiometer, I'm told. Won't allow the car to rev. 54, last of the late breakers.
I would say so. I think there's probably a few more late breakers to come, but yeah, he was certainly leading it now. Wasn't too sure.
54 is James Nichols, and co-driver is David Allman. We talked yesterday about the classic stage we were on. This is another one of the regular stages used on the events on the Isle of Man, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very fast stage, very committed stage on this here. They've used this here one time where they were doing it in a loop 3 times in a row, which just got ridiculously fast at the end, because in the end you're not listening to your co-driver, because you more or less know where you're going, and it becomes very dangerous then.
Told that car 15, which is the Nova, is off. So yeah, he was going well when he passed us, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was quite neat for him, and he put the handbrake on a little bit early, tight into the corner, but he was away quick enough. Chuck is another one who's always past the limit, not on the limit, he's always past it, and very, very quick. I mean, his overnight result says all that about it, in a little 1600 and over. It's incredible, really, isn't it?
Those cars have been giant killers in the past, we know.
Yeah, all their life, haven't they? From the Metcalf days and Higgins days and that. They're fantastic cars, and it's good to see them still about. There's quite a few in this event, which is great to see.
We talked about Mark 1s. Let me see if I can get it right today. 4 Mark 1s we saw last night, didn't we?
Yes.
Yeah, I had to think then.
I had to think then. I was trying to work out. It was 3, and then one little blue one snuck in. But yeah.
Martin Williams, that was car 58 with Martin Allwood alongside.
Yeah, it looks like car 15 stopped just on the run down to Slowolian there, not far from the finish. So yeah, it must be a bit treacherous down through there.
We've got people at the end of the stage just feeding us stories back from the competitors as to how people are getting on, and someone was saying at 15 possibly off, possibly on its roof, but stage hasn't been stopped, so they must be okay.
So looking where it was, I think it's down past the farm at Slowolian. On the
Darren Atkinson saying that he had to stop in both the stages, 11 and 12 this morning, for cars blocking the stage. So 15 is off, we believe. Stage is still running though, so the crew seemingly out of the car and okay, but the cars behind them having to squeeze past.
Twisting the dip down the bottom.
Trying to work out where it is, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we call it the crest. And
Yeah, down
dip
through the
there.
little dip.
Yeah. Dave Hollis wasn't.
Yeah, we put it up. Put the metro on the roof up going the opposite way.
Describe most corners by who's crashed there, really. We know who's been there, which is a disadvantage of being a local in some respects, because you know all the bad places, whereas people coming over here sometimes for the first time get away with it because they don't know about it and they've kept it on and got away with it, whereas the local knows all the crashes and might just lift that little bit.
Gary Elise, well-known Manxman, should be going quite well. Certainly sliding the Mark II around nicely.
Gary hasn't rallied now for about 20 years. I think the last time he was out was probably in a rear-wheel drive, or a four-wheel drive Cosworth, I think, wasn't it?
He's done a couple of other local events, I think last year, I think it was, but not much competitive since, like say, the old 4x4 Cosy, wasn't it?
Yeah, he had the Cosy. I think you're right. He did come back with he had an Evo 6, I think, didn't he, or something like that there, which he didn't have much luck with. He kept blowing engines, etc. And then he's come back with the Mark II, which is what he was originally famous in. I think he finished second in the Manx National back in the day in the 80s, didn't he? 83, 84, something like that there. And it was always there about in the original Manx International time when the big boys were coming over. We were coefficient 20 at that time. Gary was always thereabouts then.
Steve Simpson saying to our crew at the end that he came across an Evo going wrong direction on the stage after the Evo had spun. Michael Savino and Liam Ruddock in another the little Peugeot 205s. Now, I'm not.
This afternoon, so probably just practicing pulling up the houses there by the way he pulled up to the curb.
That's it. Curved it, took the crusts off.
Not that I'm one to be pointing fingers, but the only Evo that Steve could have come across, I'm guessing, would be Steve Orman Smith.
Yeah, I would imagine
because he did say he had a problem.
Yeah, Steve Orman Smith would be what my money was on. I think Max is
Probably a bit further ahead.
Yeah.
The old cars you were talking about last night, wasn't it?
That was one of those escorts I was talking about last night. Remember, I said, "Oh, that looks like an escort," and we both went, "No, Avenger."
Avenger, that's right.
Vauxhall Vivo, wasn't it?
Should we chuck the word Forenza in here as well, just to really confuse people?
Let's get excited
I remember there was a heading in one of the magazines years ago, any Forenza yours, a Forenza mine.
Oh, nice one, yeah. Good, good. I followed David Higgins in a night rally many years ago. Him and another local rally driver, Stephen Quine, was co-driving for them. And I think within an hour I'd pulled them out of a ditch about 4 or 5 times in their Forenza. So I got to know the Forenzas quite well, where all the tow points were. Good, strong car, though, to be fair.
But it's funny, though, isn't it? You talk about the Mark II Escort, and you talk about cars these like the R5s. There were cars that were popular back in the day that you hardly see anymore, like the Avengers. We had a Sunbeam on one of the stages, really at one of the events rather. I was really hoping it was a Lotus Sunbeam, sadly it wasn't.
Phil Shaw there, local car salesman, retiree, not as in the event, for about 10 years, on 82, 83, something like that.
I can't comment, I don't know, but over there going well.
There's a twinkle in the eye there, there's something going on.
Yeah, no, the Nova's quite a well-known local car, I believe that's Richard Curfey's old car, yeah. So it's done quite a lot of events, it's won the championship over here back in the day, so well-fettled car, and Phil's a good driver. He drove Mazdas, I believe, back in the day when the 323s were proper cars.
Four-wheel drive?
That's right, yeah. Phil was a big competitor back then. Come back out again, how's great. 4 doors. There's one of your 4-door Mark IIs there coming around now, very nicely. Probably the neatest so far, I would say.
The nose was really tucked into the inside of the hairpin. That was Mark Lennox, car 43, and Ian Beeman, both from the Newtown Club. Oh, Welsh lads, you see. Welsh
road rallies. That's it.
You could see them on Ceredigion, and certainly at night they came into their own.
That's it, yeah, I believe so. I watched the TV coverage of it, and you could certainly see the road rallies were at their element.
Any night events over here, or is that not the kind of thing? Do you do more stage events?
I think there's 8 a year. There's 4 before Christmas and 4 after, isn't there? All legal, of course.
Absolutely. What is the state here with speed limits? You've got speed limits in the towns, nothing outside the towns, or is it not that simple?
Another nice new job done there by the Mark II. When you get out of towns, the likes of here, there's no speed limits at all on here. They're de-restricted roads, so you can go as fast as you want. You can't get anything done about it. You may be able to get pulled up for dangerous driving, I don't know, but there's no speed limits when you get out of towns. Just go as hard as you want.
Does that make it easier for event organisers, or presumably, but they still have to go through town, so is that where they put the passage controls and things just to slow people down as they come in?
I see what you mean for the night rallies. Yeah, we have a lot of transition section where they're below 30. I can see Mark has not done much in the way of navigation and rallies.
Just the big word of transition there that threw me.
You think I meant transvestite? I could see you getting excited.
Okay, back into your corners, come out at the bell. Queensbury rules. Dave Willett, that was, I think, in car 22, you were saying? John Davis alongside. That's a shame.
Yeah, that's not like Martin. Normally he'll have had that full-on a pendulum, full-on swing round, but yeah, it's not like Martin.
Martin Freestone that was, car 47 with James Freestone alongside, and yeah, it stalled as it went in. It really was only going one way then, wasn't it?
Yeah, as Mark says, it's unusual that from Martin's. Martin's competed for, he's probably done more events than anybody I would know, and all over the world as well, historic events. Fantastic driver, fantastic guy, loves his rallying, very enthusiastic. Don't know how old Martin is now, about 3 years older than God, I think, but he's still just as quick and just as enthusiastic as he was 50, 60 years ago.
Same excuse then, saw the camera, got overcome with the TV shine.
It's that media tabard they see coming down then, the breaking zone.
You were saying?
Just as we were saying, another local lunatic. He drives a bit quicker than he does at work anyway, and he's working for the Douglas Corpy, which normally he would have been down here about 22 mile an hour.
David Clucky, that is, then, with
Eilish Baxter alongside.
Eilish Baxter, yeah, she's sat in with Steve Orman-Smith for a bit there. And she's done quite a bit of co-driving now, but sitting in with Clucky would be a bit different. I don't think he listens to a word anyone tells him.
Certainly not hairpin left coming up. Okay, times then from this stage, please, Mark.
So far, not much coming through yet. There's a bit of a delay in the timings. But yeah, still Peter Taylor fastest, Neil Roskell second, Steve Wood was third, and John Stone was fourth fastest. First two are split with 2 seconds, and then there's 9 seconds between third and fourth through here. Then obviously with the hold up with the car 15 chucker, this is an average time of 12:29 for the next two. And the next fastest then was George Collister at 13:01, so the BMW creeping back up.
62 that was, Max Murray and Matty Owen in the little Citroen C2. One of only a couple of Citroens on this event, and we've not seen the other one come through yesterday. We talked about that when we were at the cottage, didn't we, at Brandywell last night.
So the little C2s.
Kyle Casement, short pants, better known as. Unfortunately, he stopped in the Ford on the first stage there. Went to get out of the car, and the water was up past his waist, so the marshal come in, which was nearly on the top of his wellies, and lifted Kyle out. The car had to be pulled out of there, unfortunately.
Damage to the engine on it?
The engine, yeah, when they got it going again, he's bent the rod and it took hydraulics along the way.
The Mark II, Graham Mutter and Mark Mason from the Historic Rally Car Register in a Mark II.
I think Graham will be enjoying himself. I think Mark will have big smiles on. Mark likes his rear-wheel drive car, so I think he'll just be smiling all the way through. With a few waves to spectators, I would have thought, knowing Mark. Likes his showboating.
I'm not going to say anything. I looked at Nigel, we made eye contact. Showboating? You couldn't possibly have done that in your time, Nigel?
No, never ever. Never done it at all. I've always been neat and tidy and kept my eye on the road.
Do you remember that video clip? He says Swiftly trying to get himself out of this particular hole of who was it? It was a TV clip years ago on the LAC, and they went straight up a fire break, and whoever was the driver was Brian Hardy was the co-driver, and he was waving at
Fantastic. The noise of the Mark IIs now is just proper. You just hear them just on the song, they just sound so nice.
So many different engines in them nowadays as well, different engine builders, not just Sherwood and not just Millington. Yeah, there's so many different engine builders. There's a guy called Jones, there's somebody doing now to do proper rocket engines and that. And yeah, they all got that slightly different note, but still tell an Escort from 3 or 4 miles away.
Just quickly have a look at some comments. I know that having now posted that question about who was it? Was it Derek? Was it Derek Warwick, F1 driver? And it was, slow down. And he goes up the fire break because he's been waving. Oh, Derek! Do you remember that video clip? Nah, there we are.
I remember the Derek bit. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, I think it was Derek Warwick.
Always one, isn't it? Always one.
Chevron sign was a bit small, to be honest with you.
Easily replaceable.
Yes, yeah, it's getting nicely replaced there by the marshal. So she looks very happy to do it.
It's fairly terminal, that damage, actually. Cone's not going to be reused, is it?
No, it's not too bad. I've seen worse underneath my car.
Definitely a winner so far for the late breakers, that's for sure. Nice and steady, bit sideways on the exit, but yeah, nice and steady through there.
Lewis Gap, that was car 45 from Clitheroe with Callum Young alongside in another of the Mark IIs. Yeah, when you said last of the late breakers so far, I'm not sure what else we're going to get between now and the end of the field, because we're down to something like 50 of the original 75 or so that entered. If you were with us earlier, you heard me mentioning that we've got something like 25 cars went out of the event yesterday, so we're running at about 2/3 of where we were this time yesterday. A surprise to you, Nigel?
Like I say, with the weather conditions yesterday, not really. Most of the problems, I think, have been mechanical with all the water that was about, more than there was crashes. Nicely done by John Tier there. I think he'll get a 10-second penalty for the touching the cone on the way out, but John won't be too worried about that. He's got to be home early today, so he's getting a flight out for a hair transplant, I believe.
Body language of the marshal. Oh, I give up. But has to go back up. So. Yeah, good thing you didn't draw attention to it then.
No, I didn't mention anything to do with John's hairline receding back past his ears nowadays.
Well, I should blame my co-conspirators on this at this point. If you're just joining us, welcome to stage 12 of the Chris Kelly Memorial Manx stages. It is the final round of the Pro Tyre Motorsport UK Asphalt Championship for 2022. We are on a stage a hairpin fairly close to the stage start. Thank you, Alex. One of the comments on the live stream, Derek Bell and Mike Nicholson in the Astra on the RAC rally. Yeah, that would make sense. I thought it was Brian Hardy, thinking of the co-driver's voice. But yeah, you could be right with Mike Nicholson, but it was definitely an "oh, Derek" moment. So you see, ask the audience and they deliver every time.
Well, that's it, yeah. Obviously they got the advantage of quick access to Google, obviously.
Oh no. You ask them questions and they come back and go, I worked on that car. I helped build that car. You never know who's watching.
That's very true, very true.
Yes, my co-conspirators on our coverage of stage 12 live this morning. Nigel Cannell, driver, veteran, Manx legend.
Can I just stop you there? It's Cannell, not Cannell, like Kareen. It's
Cannell?
Yes, Cannell.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Your pronunciation has been commented on most of yesterday. You Welsh people really have to learn the Celtic language.
I can only apologise. Mr. Morris, the championship coordinator, has been pronouncing your name wrong ever since we arrived. So, Maurice. Paul Maurice it is. Thank you, Mark. Yes. So, sorry.
Yeah,
my
back in the
apologies.
day, Tony Mason done exactly the same, so I'll let you off.
Esteemed company in that case. Thank you, Nigel.
There you go. There's you put back on your pedestal again.
That's very kind. And from driver to co-driver, swiftly, Mark Perryman, who's been with us now. This is the second stage you've done for us this weekend. Very grateful because Nigel didn't turn up yesterday. Just thought I'd mention that. Mark, we talked yesterday about the fact that obviously both of you would rather be competing. You've had not a great year, but what did you do on the Jim Clark? Remind me.
Yeah, I think we had a good run on the Jim Clark. I think we top 10 on the championship positions, which is where we were aiming for. But yeah, the last three events of DNF. A sight off on a compression on Argyle, and then on the down rally there was a farmer who decided to bring a load of silage out from one field to another, completely over a stretch of road, and we were just warned it was slippy, but yeah, it was slippery, properly slippery, and just slid off and hit his stone wall. So there was a bit of karma. He got his stone wall knocked down, and but we got the bill to fix the car. But yeah, a couple of DNFs this year, so it's not been the best. And obviously with the cancellation of the Hillsford Three Shires Rally, put our championship on hold for this year. So back for next year, hopefully.
Well, you say that with a smile on your face, so you will be back, won't you?
Yeah, knowing Mark, he'll pull something out of the bag and say, right, last minute, we'll do the championship, or we'll do the first round and it'll turn into the championship. But hopefully we will be back out because the pace in the car will will be good. And we need to get back out, so yeah, hopefully.
Struck me at the championship to you, and if Nigel, you've been watching the live streams at all, but it's the camaraderie, the banter between the crews, and even on the WhatsApp group that we've had. You know, the winding up, the silly pictures, all that kind of stuff. There does seem to be a good atmosphere between the crew.
Yeah, there is. There's the good banter outside of the stages on the WhatsApp group, and everybody seems to enjoy and have a laugh. But obviously, when the helmet goes on, the seriousness comes out, and everybody wants to try and beat each other. So you've got both sides of it there. You've got the competitiveness in the car. There's a crew trying to beat the other crew. That will always be. But then at the same time, after the event, you can always have a good chuckle, and everybody seems to get on.
It's been great about rallying. There's always that kind of camaraderie that you beat your rivals, but then you're always in the pub after.
100%, that's it. I mean, if someone needs spares, they've always been able to go in the back of people's vans and borrow them. And like you say, the camaraderie. Although the competition's always been really fierce, I don't think there's ever been any nastiness about stopping someone carrying on by not lending them a wheel and tyre or whatever it might be. It's always been a good part of the rally, and I think that's what's needed to keep it going on club level anyway.
It's been really good. Obviously, this is the first year I've been involved in the championship, and it's been great to see the welcome that we've had, obviously, because people enjoy the live streams, and the fact that people like yourselves have been happy to stand at the side of stages and listen to me blether on and get your names wrong.
I wouldn't say happy is the right word, Mark, but we're here.
Tolerating. I'm very grateful for tolerating me. Thank you.
Nah, you know we're only joking, mate.
Which is part of the banter, which is exactly what I was talking
Correct.
about.
I just worry because I know how you Welsh people take it all to heart. You'll go back after and give a few sheep a good kicking or something like that.
There's 76, Clive Hilton and Dave Ingemells in the Fiesta. Okay, a very different Fiesta to those that we saw earlier on. He was either catching or being caught, remember, on last night's show.
That's right, yeah. I think he was not sure whether he was the catcher or the catchee, but yeah, he was certainly going well last night. Seemed tidy enough through there, so...
Sounds like he caught you pair out last night anyway.
It was dark. They all looked the same.
Oh, you see his headlights coming towards us. Honest mister. I was relying on somebody with a tracker going, oh, it looks like there's two together coming towards us. Oh, and he was right every time.
Well, that's it. The advantage of the tracker, but there's that many headlights you can't see from the first car go through with all the headlights on at night. But yeah, it was interesting.
I confidently called an escort as they were going past the cottage, and then it turned up it was an event. It was an event.
That is a fantastic car, isn't it?
Okay, so what's the engine?
Oh, right, okay. I don't know.
A Honda engine in it.
Really?
Which I was told by somebody on the stream last night. So it's a Gilburn.
Honda S2000 isn't it?
There you go. So between us, between two of us anyway.
I'm only saying that because someone was looking for an alternator for a Honda S2000 last night, so I'm assuming that it could possibly be that. I wouldn't have thought anything else had there's no Mark IIs with a Honda S2000 engine in it. So now you mention it.
Somebody made the comment last night that the Gilburn had a Honda engine in it, so really good to see. Great to see the car. Nigel's going, it's a Gilburn. Welsh, you see. Celtic, going to stick together.
Correct, yeah, I'm all for that. Then it might have been that Honda there that they were looking for the alternator for.
They do sound fantastic, though.
So the scream of the VTEC, you've got to keep it high revved, otherwise it will bog down, but yeah, they certainly rev well.
Is the alternator all right on that Honda? Or is that the one that we're looking for?
That's not an S2000, is it? S2000's a rear-wheel drive.
Particularly an S2000.
Yeah, it was,
not
yes. Rear-wheel drive, those you see.
Of times now. Are they through 13 yet, by the way?
It looks like they're all through 12, but there's no times come up yet for 13. They seem to be on stage on the live tracker, so. But yeah, no times come through yet for stage 13.
Okay. Remember, we do have a choice of live streams for you today, wherever you get your live streams of the Chris Kelly Memorial Manx Rally from. whichever particular Facebook page, you'll see that there are 2 live streams. We are on stage 12, and Paul and Luke are on stage 13. So a choice of either staying with us for the whole field or switching over to them.
Colin Bryson there. I think this is probably a second closed road event, I think. So a couple of night rallies and autocrosses and that. He's done a lot of the mini stocks when my youngest was doing them. Good little driver. Later to Ian Bailey, I believe it's his son.
Right.
Helped that guy. Davey Crane helps him out all the time. Locals also help each other, especially the young ones coming up. They need all the help they can get and get people into the sport.
A. Ross Hughes is saying as one of the comments, Mark Lennox has got an S2000 engine in the Mark II.
Oh, there we go. I knew that there would be a Mark II around with an S2000 motor. So that one then. I knew there weren't that many Mark IIs with S2000 motors, but yeah, there was a few about. But yeah, no, thanks for that. I didn't realise that.
So we can strike that one back off for the co-driver now?
Nope, never. I'm the judge, remember. 64, moving swiftly on. Christopher Thompson and Ron Ruffhead, that was, in another of the Mark 1s. So we've had 3 Mark 1s past us. Potentially still 1 more to come. But also, we've mentioned this a few times, some I won't call them weird and wonderful, but some different rally cars potentially at the towards the tail of the field. Oh yeah, the one that got us giggling last night. I've been talking about a Talbot Samba Rally, which is being run by Myerscough College, and I was really disappointed that it didn't come past us. So, final car, we thought, came past us last night. We ended the live stream, said goodnight, and as we're packing up, what comes past us?
The Talbot Samba.
It was wonderful. Great to see it, still running, but quite a bit down the field. We were actually wondering if it was within time. There it is. Danny Cowell and Will Price.
Looking immaculate as well. So tidy.
They have, I think they had a one-make trophy for those, didn't they?
They did, yeah. Back in the, when I done West Cork, as I say, 1991, I believe that was. There was quite a lot of them down there then. I think it was part of the championship down there. And they could certainly fly them down there.
It was all, I think, part of an initiative to get people into the sport because they were quite cheap, they were quite easy to work on, but you don't see many of them these days.
That's right, yeah. I mean, I think a lot of the one-make ones that came out at the time, the other one that was down there, I think it was the second year I went back, was the MG Metros. I don't remember the Metro Challenge. And Tony Pond was actually doing it in one when we were down there, and Tony was like phenomenal in the car.
They have a circuit race as well, loads of Metros.
I think it was all part of the championship that you could do circuit racing, and then you'd done a bit of closed road rallying and that. But do one make, and a local lad that's done it for quite a few years.
Now definitely fits into the unusual rally cars. A Mark II Cortina, Bob Gibbons and Jonathan Harris from the Brecon Club. It's down as a Lotus Cortina. You normally think of Mark I Cortinas as Lotuses, but that presumably is a Lotus engine in it as well. It looks lovely.
Yeah, it's great to see. His local lad Dave Luton got a couple of Mark I and Mark II Lotus Cortinas, who did do a bit of rallying, but I believe Dave's packed in now. He's going to come out for some historics, but I think he's scared of crashing because I think parts are hard to come by for them now.
Have a quick guess what car this is going to be over from the engine note?
Very tiny one as well. Very tiny, lovely little car.
That made a great noise as it came down towards us. William Mains and Alan Edwards from Llandyssil and Harlech Motor Clubs respectively, but that really sounded on it.
That's it. That car's been well prepared. It seems to sound nice. I've watched it through Anglesey a couple of times, and obviously with Alid on the notes as well, we'll know where he's going, so we'll be pushing on there.
Sequential in that, Mark, or not?
Don't think so, I'm not sure. But
very, very quick gear change. Yeah. Nice. Most of these cars nowadays all seem to have sequential. I think the gearbox is probably as expensive as most part of the car in some cases.
Isn't it always the case though, when you hear a lot of the retirements, it's always like a simple part. It's like a circlip or a bulldog clip or something that's given way, and it's pennies when you think of the value of some of these cars.
That's correct. Yeah. It's probably parts that may be overlooked in the maintenance often because they, like you say, they're a simple part, whereas everyone's going into the depths of engines, gearboxes, diffs controllers, all that sort of thing. Like you say, simple circuit, split pin, whatever.
Properly, yeah.
The anti-lag of the Evo 5 there kicking in. No handbrake, drove it around nice and tidy. The acceleration, the anti-lag popping away as he accelerates off. But yeah, it was quite nice and tidy.
65 William Root and Colin Watson in the Evo. But yeah, a couple of cars that we still haven't seen as yet. The Seat Ibiza we've not yet seen. There is a BMW Mini as opposed to the Classic Mini. I mean, we've got a couple of Classic Minis, I know, towards the end of the field. We did see the Micra last night, didn't we?
That's right, yeah, the Micra
The
pickup.
last one to come through before we finished?
I think it was, yes. I think the Micra came through and then, it was not flooded, which was good. I think the puddles were deeper than the Micra, so we did well to get through.
And there's a solitary Golf GTI, I seem to remember as well.
That's it, yeah, left-hand drive Terry Phillips in the Golf, plodding along and getting through, which was good to see. He's still running, so we'll probably see him shortly. There you go, there's Terry in the Golf. Almost a bit too deep into there, but got away without clipping a curb, so off he goes.
Now, I know we've been talking about overall championships and class victories. We did touch on it last night, we've touched on it as well this morning, which is the fun aspect of this sport. It's why we all started. And at this end of the field, it's all about the fun, surely.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think there's a lot of people further down the field who are just glad to be out, glad to do an event and enjoy it. There's no pressure, there's no competition for them as such. It's just getting around and enjoying themselves, and which is good to see.
Youth in a lot of the cases. Terry there, when I first started rallying, Terry was rallying a Mark 2 Escort with a 1300 engine in it. Very quick and practical.
One of our minis, 78, Anthony Elks from Ludlow with Louise Thomas alongside. Yeah, just locked it up, and you could hear the spectators going, handbrake, handbrake.
That's it, nice little mini adventure there. I'm sure it will seem a lot faster inside the car than it does outside, but yeah, they got round, so that was the main thing. Keep going.
Going back to what we were saying, Nigel, the fun element. It's not just the driver and co-driver though, because you've got your friends out to run the car. You build it in the evenings in your garage and that sort of thing. It's the whole experience, isn't it?
That's right, like you were saying before, with the camaraderie of it. That's how you build these friends. I mean, I've got friends from back in the 90s there that you might not see for 5 or 6 years or whatever, and you can relive all that when you meet them up on a rally and talk about the good old days on how quick we would have been, or how quick we were, and how quick we could be now.
Your line, the older I get, the faster I get.
That's very correct, yeah.
Harry Ackers from local Isle of Man.
Yeah, another local guy in a car that's had a few local owners. Was originally Dean Quayles, and then Kyle Collister owned it, and then Harry bought it, and he's had a lot of unfortunate engine issues when he first got it, but he seems to have got it sorted now. He's out and getting more reliable, getting time under his belt.
Luke Collins in the co-driver's seat, yeah, and going well. I mean, okay, we've had a couple of overshoots and a couple of slightly over-enthusiastic entrances into this particular hairpin, but no, it's a lot of tidy driving towards this end of the field.
Yeah, Wayne doesn't seem to be thinking that, though. He looks like he's ready to fall asleep.
Lack of sleep.
Wayne was operating all the technical stuff last night, operating our camera this morning. And as I said, it's Luke and Phil over on the following stage. I did the country music jokes last night. That's Willie Nelson, car 38 with Craig Nelson along. So that's exactly what you were going to do, wasn't it?
Not me, no, I don't know about country music. What's that?
Moving on swiftly. No, it's great.
The drivers.
Too young.
Yeah,
Too young for each one.
What's country music?
In the field, isn't it?
not only driver versus co-driver. Hello and a very good morning. 20 past 11. It's the 1st of October. Pinch punch 1st of the month, gentlemen. Forgot to mention earlier on, yeah. No, be gentle.
1-1 then. You are with the 12th stage on the 2022 Chris Kelly Memorial Manx stages. It is the final rounds of the Pro Tyre Motorsport UK Asphalt Championship. Several titles to be decided, including that of the overall driver. It's a straight two-horse race now. Steve Wood versus John
Co-driver seat, Josh Dallymore, local crew, I think, going well.
Two minis were running together last night, weren't they?
They were. It was like a mini adventure, a mini challenge last night. It was like seeing out the Italian job, one after another, chasing each other down through the bowl runs. Would have been interesting to be in one of those.
Well, to get through all that weather yesterday in a mini, you think how notorious it used to be for getting water in the points and all that sort of thing, and to get through that water yesterday, it's incredible.
Well, I saw the picture of the Citroen with the co-driver on the roof in one of the they're not even water splashes. That was deep water yesterday. So as you say, the minis must have been, well, you either tiptoe through or you go for it with gusto, really, don't you?
Yeah, I think tiptoeing is not the way forward. I think you've got to hit it as hard as you can, send the water out the way.
Waterproofing was always an issue in minis, I seem to remember, when I was covering events like Le Jog, which deliberately do water crosses in the beginning of December, and always the minis would be spluttering as they came out of the front.
That's right, yeah. Well, you look how low they are to the ground and the amount of space in front of them. Dave Murphy there, he's a local hero in the micros. He's been rallying them for years now. I actually sat in with Dave around Derby. He taught me a few things about how to keep your mouth shut.
Anthony Allery's just messaged on the app and said that they've got a problem. Alternator potentially, and that is the sweeper car. So several cars that we were expecting to see we haven't actually seen. But
So it looks like it's going to be a race to the finish between the sweeper car and the little micro. We'll see if the Saab pushes the micro over the finish line.
well, that concludes our coverage of stage 12 on the event. We are back this afternoon, so do keep an eye on your favourite Facebook group. But for now, Nigel, Mark, thank you very much. Wayne, as always, thank you for the camera work. And we will see you this afternoon, but for stage 12.
So here we go. First car on the road. Neil Roskell approaching the jumps now. There's the first. Big one over the second. Nicely done on the third. Hard on the brakes. Very smooth. Very smooth. Committed. Tidy. Pretty much perfect that from Neil. Excellent bit of driving there. Tight right in the bottom as he goes down the road out to the main road at the bottom. Car sounding lovely. Crew are having an excellent year this year. Neil certainly has improved tenfold over the season as things have gone on. He's just got faster and faster, and he's a serious contender in any of the championships now. It's excellent to watch. So next car up, Peter Taylor. Looked like it was built to fly, didn't it? That absolutely dead level on the jumps. Little pull on the handbrake in the distance there as he heads down the lane. Lovely looking car, that. I'll get a bit more information for you as it comes through. So yeah, obviously try and do my best to guess who's coming towards us. I can give you more details on the car as it approaches us, but I only see the car head on from a long, long way away. So I'll do my best to let you know on as they get a bit closer to us. My eyes don't zoom like the camera. Next up, Steve Wood, similar Fiesta. Huge jump from Steve. Second of the Pro Tyre nice and steady around the bend. Seems to know where and when to push, so going really well. Thank you guys for the kind comments. Just I'm trying to juggle two phones at once here. We've bumped into a very kind marshal this morning. Paul, our man that's looking after us, we're using the bonnet of his car as a phone rest at the minute. Thank you very much, Paul. He's been a great guy this morning, helping us out and setting up the junction with us this morning and helping us with things. So yeah, top man. Next up then, it's Flying Polo, Mr. Stone. Maybe not quite as high on the jump. See what it's like out this slow corner at the bottom. It doesn't sound too bad at the minute. Yeah, possibly just slightly bogging down, maybe. Difficult to tell. But, John definitely struggling this morning a little bit with the pace. Hopefully Paul and the gang back at service will be able to sort that out before this afternoon's loop, and John can get back up to full speed. But, still, you've got to be in it to win it, and John is certainly still in it, so keep it going, John. This sounds very much like a Darren Atkinson, Phil Sandham combination in the distance coming towards us. It sure is. First of our two-wheel drive crews. Nicely done over the jump. Go Carlton. Pro Tyre competitors, the northern contingent, let's say, through early on in the field. We'll have the rest of the country arriving shortly, but certainly John Stone and Neil Roskell, Darren Atkinson, they're all northern lads. All coming from the Lancashire region. Let's just have a little quick look through what's going down on social media. So, good morning, Andy Neal, Ian Clegg, Jamie Ganley, Craig Smith, fellow cameramen looking on. All come along. Ian Gordon watching in Stranraer. Hopefully the weather's not too bad up there for you, Ian. It's not too far from us. Mr. Simpson. Stunning looking car, that. Flying nicely, just touching the brakes on the third leap. Just causing the nose to drop down a touch and a little lock up, but no dramas. Car settled itself well. Yeah, one of my favourite colour schemes, that one. Steve, steady away today and yesterday. Like we mentioned at the top of the show, yesterday's weather was pretty much biblical, as you would come to expect from the Isle of Man. I think if I came to the Isle of Man and it wasn't like that, it wouldn't be the Isle of Man. So I'm having the finger wagged at now for commenting about the weather. But yeah, it's just how it's been. The last 4 events I've done over here have been pretty much washouts, every one of them. And yesterday, if you saw any of the pictures from the water crossings or any of the puddles on the roads, and heard any stories from the drivers and competitors and that, it was rough out there yesterday. Really was a lot of water around. So makes a nice change to be a bit drier today, which is great. Big leap. Car number 17. Just about to tell you who that was before it arrived, and I nearly got it wrong. Max Bradshaw and Liam Whiteley. Max has had a bit of an issue yesterday and has picked up the pace and has set some great times and done really well this last few stages, finding his feet in that Evo. So fair play to him. And Liam, one of the Motorsport UK Navigator Young Guns, helping him along the way. Local man off the island. Next up, this is the car I was expecting. George Collister, Ian Postlethwaite. Car 11. just to give you an idea, obviously George, a local man to these lanes, he knows his way around this island very well. But, just setting identical times almost to Darren Atkinson. In fact, just 2 seconds behind Darren on the last stage. It's been an impressive performance by George Hollister. He's 22 seconds behind him overall. No, he's not. 1 second behind him overall. I think that was Steve Simpson. So yeah, good event for George so far. Jonathan Souter, welcome along. James, George Watts watching from Auckland. There's an event over there, isn't there, at the minute? What's going on over in New Zealand at the minute? A rally over there? Something happening over in New Zealand? Obviously the Manx lanes are better, we know that. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for the kind words. Yeah, it's obviously a recognisable piece of road, people are commenting. Simon Summers, Nathan Summers alongside. Mark II Escort. Yeah, it's a road that has claimed a few people over the years. I've seen a few accidents down here. We don't want anything too bad like that today, please. Nice, sensible approach. I don't mind having a few lock-ups and a few squirms, but nothing more than that, please, everyone. We don't want to be running around doing legwork, do we, today? Marshall's shaking their heads. So yeah, this is the second live stream that we're bringing you today. We've got one at the Ballabeg hairpin with Mark James and Nigel Cannell. We'll say that's the B team, special stage B team. We see Steve Alden Smith in the Evo, another hard charging Evo local lad. A little bit understated, looks a little bit steady, but he's setting some serious pace in that car. It's going really well for him. Company lying 15th overall. Okay, a few more. So David Grant, thank you very much. Great compliment as well. Thank you very much, David. Not my usual job, but happy to help out where I can. Tim Bazell, great spot you have there. Yeah, we agree. We love it here. It's made by the weather as well. It wouldn't be so much fun if it was raining. So keep an eye on the weather. We have another one of our BMWs. Ellie Matthews, always fun to watch. They've entertained us over the years coming to the island in their BMW. big sideways round the junction at the bottom as well. It's a crew that are always happy to pull the handbrake. Ian William Corlett, please say hello to Alicia. Hello Alicia, hope you're enjoying it. She said she's loving watching this at home. Well, welcome along, thank you for watching. It's a pleasure to have you along with us. Simon Drury, may I ask who the commentary team are today? Great job being done, thank you. Well, Simon, myself, Phil Bramhill, one of the cameramen usually for special stages, stepping in and having a go at the microphone for a change, and the real professional job is being done by the guys down at the Ballabeg hairpin at the minute, which is Mark James, a voice that many rally fans will recognise from years in the sport. Great to hear his tones on the microphone, working alongside Nigel Cannell today, fellow competitor on the island to these guys. His expertise of the lanes. Jason Bate watching from Alton Park. You couldn't just nip home and check my cooker's not on, can you? So I'm only live around the corner from Alton Park. Yeah, how's the weather at Alton Park? Hopefully everything's alright there. Everyone seems to be having decent weather today. So you just, as I've been waffling on there, we just saw Wilston, slightly wider line there. from Mr. Fishley. So yeah, Stuart came through a minute or so ago in his similar Escort. Lovely looking Escort, that. Lovely colour scheme on that car, and Stuart, lovely guy. Always drives it well. Always nice to see him out. He's usually busy working away, so nice that he has a little bit of time every now and again to go out and have a play. And then Richard Fishley and Jason McCulloch just through there in their Escort, slightly wide into left. It might not look it on the camera, but I can tell you it seriously drops off this road. It really does tail away and drop off down into the dip here. And we've had a few cars overshoot in the past here, or certainly slip off onto the grass and then into the bank on the outside. But because of the way this road is, it's difficult for us to film from anywhere else other than here. Obviously we can't go forward because that would be too dangerous, so we try and find ourselves hooked up to this bank way past the junction, which gives everyone plenty of time to react to the bend, and if anything goes wrong, unfortunately we just miss it round the corner. But you'll certainly hear it. A little bit of a pause. This could be due to the incident in the previous stage with Martin, but I can hear a car in the distance, so maybe a little bit of a moment or something has happened. A spin or something. No, hazard lights look to be on, according to the eagle-eyed cameraman Luke. They certainly are. Is that a bump as well? What's hanging off the car here? Let's have a look as he gets. Oh no, it's just another flap, is it? No, no. A wheel. Oh no, that's the wheel. That's not supposed to be facing that way. Oh dear. Dramas then for car number 30. That's Tim Cole and David Sutcliffe. As you can see, the little Darien is flying along behind. Left-hand front wheel, all buckled. It's not supposed to be at that angle, and being caught quickly now by the Darien. I actually missed it was in the Darien then. I wasn't paying attention, was I? I should know this, but I don't. Someone will correct me in a second. Apologies to whoever was in the Darien. It's a lovely looking car anyway, but I recognise the colour scheme that's been pinched from an Escort, that I'm sure, over the years. Looking good. Speaking of Escorts, hop, skip and a jump. 20. Registration number looks like it says Robbo. So it certainly will do. That is Rob Smith and Alan Cook. Immaculate. Mark II. Plenty of Mark IIs out today. A couple of Mark Is as well towards the end of the field. Jason Bates says, I'm sure I was talking to you at Alton Park. Did you talk to me at Alton Park? You might well have spoke to me at Alton Park, actually, Jason. Yes, you might well have done. On the outside of Old Hall Corner, possibly. I can't remember who I spoke to at Alton Park. It's a long time ago, that was. But morning and welcome. Thank you for reminding me about that. My memory's not as good as it used to be. Mark Grant is Sunny Gould, on the side of the country to us. It's car number 16. Kevin Davies and Owen Davies. Currently 16th overall as well. Seeding spot on. Second in the H3 class, behind Rob Smith in the similar Escort. Battle of the Escorts in that class, I imagine. So, next up, I'm hoping, is Neil Jones. We have had a few changes to the order, so it might be a little bit different. Keep an eye out now. Bye. With your wife and kids with you from Knickerbrook? Oh God. Yeah, you're probably right. I do a lot of walking around that place. Your memory's a lot better than mine. I forgot I got wife and kids. The nose heavy Astra. Well controlled. Certainly is. Neil Jones, Alan Thomas. Iconic livery on that car. Nice to see, actually. There's a couple of those out this weekend. Mark II Astras. GTE. Some of my earliest memories of rallying, I think they were. Owen, watching from sunny North Wales. Welcome along. Bringing the Avenger over next year. Good man. You can't ever have enough Avengers on these events. I think there is one out today actually, so we'll keep an eye out for that one coming. Plenty of these. Another BMW. Is car 35. That's Chris Hayes. Rick Sutcliffe. Nice and smooth. Place to push and places not to push, and you know your limits. This is one of those places that can really bite back if you aren't careful. So smooth as you like over the jumps, and then push on throughout the rest of the stage. So just beyond this junction here, so as we have a little wait for the next car, the cars wind their way down a very narrow lane down to the main road at the bottom, where they turn square right onto the Peel Road, and then they travel a short distance up the 2-lane road before turning another square right through a very narrow gate, and they head up another tricky narrow road past a farm, over a nice big jump over what I think is a railway bridge, before popping back out onto the Switchback road, which is where we're stood now at the next junction up. So first 205, car 54, James Nichols and David Ullman. I say our first one, just before we went live we had the safety car through, the 0 car, which is another 205, so I like seeing them little 205s out. They don't like jumps, so he was really sensible over that. Dean Roskell, good lad Roski, certainly was, went really well. Dean, sorry, Dawn. That's because there's two D Roscoes. Sorry, Dean. I think I said Dawn then. Getting you mixed up. Sorry about that. Hi guys. Beal San, Lyndon March, Go Neil Jones. Whereabouts are you guys? This is Dan Smith. We are on the Switchback jump. On the almost west coast of the Isle of Man. In the middle of the Irish Sea, between England, Wales and Scotland and Ireland, really, right in the middle of the forum. We see Richard Slinger, another one of the Pro Tyre competitors, go through. Richard was running really far down the order yesterday, and I wasn't clever enough to check out his issues and what was going on, but the car sounds okay now. Evo 5 in the Rally Art colours. Lovely guy Richard. He's one of the supporters of the Legend Fires Northwest Stages rally that takes place in March in the Garstang and Preston sort of region of the Northwest. Long time supporter of that event. It was nice to see him out and about. Next up, another of the escorts. This one belonging to the crewing car 58. Martin Williams, Martin Allwood, running the N2 class. According to the timing results here, currently leading that class, so doing well. From Whitchurch, in Shropshire. Whitchurch, Shropshire, not too far from sunny Sandbach or sunny Shrewsbury. That's information for the live stream crew for you. Now you know where we live. Pedalling hard, second of the Astras. Trying very hard, Sean Jones, Shannon Turnbull. Might be some ride in that car today. Third in class, 22nd overall. Pull on the handbrake. Head off down the narrow road down to the coast. So these crews have already tackled 2 stages this morning. This is the 3rd stage of the loop. They've already tackled St Mark's this morning, which is where our special stage B team are situated on the Ballabeg hairpin, and then after that they head to Round Table, I think it's called, which takes you up over the top of the mountain, not the mountain that we normally refer to. I've made a mess of that now. It's the mountain down up over the hills, let's say, South Burrell Plantation and around that area, over the mines, and then down to what would have been a very wet water splash yesterday. With the way the weather's dried up, I think it's probably a dry forward today. So that's the 2nd stage for them, and then they come here into what is almost like a circuit, really, of narrow lanes around Starvey. They run off down the road that runs parallel to the one we're on here. A very twisty, technical bit of road. Plenty of opportunities to have moments down there as well, before they turn square right at the end, and then another square right brings you onto this switchback road, which is actually very smooth. It's been resurfaced a few years back now, and it's a very smooth bit of tarmac compared to the compared to a lot of the roads on the rest of the island, and the one we're turning here actually. But yes, it's like a little circuit, this one. It's sometimes used as a loop stage where they intermingle the cars, and yeah, it's a popular stage, but it hasn't been run for a while now, so it's nice to see this section of stage being run again. I think after this, then the crews head back to service. No, do they? No, they don't. They go up over the mountain, don't they? They go up to Little London, across the mountain before heading to service, and then those 4 stages are then done again as a repeat. So hopefully you will be able to join us this afternoon as we head up to the top by Brandywell for more cars flying. Hopefully we're going to go up to the jumps at Little London, time permitting, and we will film from up there. This event is one of the only events that runs that section of stage without a chicane for where the cars slot right and head past the bungalow. So a very, very exciting, quick approach to a very narrow and bumpy. Make sure you've taken your brave pills before you head over there. 2 jumps back to back, very, very fast right-hander, and then slot right through a narrow gate over Cattle Rig up a very bumpy road. Very exciting to watch, so make sure you join us for that this afternoon. If you haven't done already, if you click on the live stream, you'll be able to click on the notifications tab, click the little bell, and that will alert you to every time we go live. Like I say, we've got 2 live streams running simultaneously in a minute. The first one's probably ending or just ended. They'll be live again shortly, and then we will go live for the last stage. Just looking at a little bit of information coming through. Trying to juggle mobile phones and information on mobile phones all at the same time, as we see car 43 head past us. There's Mark Lennox and Ian Beamond. Ian Lennox. Claire Lennox actually made it to a camera spot I watched. It's a miracle. Certainly did, he made it. There you go. Do our best to bring you every competitor we can, so we'll be here till the end of the stage. Anthony Allery has just commented on one of the chats to say that his alternator's gone. Shame. Car 22, David Willett. tidy looking Escort. Dave always turns out a nice car. John Davis alongside, ringing the B13 class. So a quick flick up to the top here. See if anyone's got through the final stage of the loop yet. It's a long one, so it's a bit of a journey round for the crews from the end of this stage round to the start of the next one, and then a fair old run over the top of the mountain and back down to Douglas. Don't think anyone's got to the end of the stage yet. But as they do, I will inform you of the results. If you want to catch up with any of the results live and have two screens on the go like I have at the minute, to show off, you can go to www.rallies.info, and those guys do an amazing job at keeping everything up to date, and you can follow the live stream and also the live results on there. First of the Mark 1s then, car 47. Little misgear here. Martin Freestone, James Freestone, long-time competitors in Escorts. Sponsored by the Gambia. Remember watching them in the early days when I first got into it. Say early days, I realised I might be saying it to people who are a lot younger than me, and I might be saying it to people who are a lot older than me. So my early days, anyway. Mid 2000s when I really got into watching the sport and being out on as many events as possible. I went earlier than that with my parents, but when I got into it, I could drive and I was off the leash. I was away and I could do what I wanted. Mid 2000s I got into it. It's a name I've always recognised. So good to see them over on the Isle of Man. Just heard that there's been a stall on the start line of the next stage. Oh, sorry, I thought it said start line, it says Sartfield. Darren Atkinson, stall at Sartfield Hairpin. There you go. Darren obviously pushing hard in that Escort. Easily done on the tight hairpin at Sartfield. There'll be plenty of spectators there watching and cheering on, no doubt. Just hear it. Next crew in the distance coming towards us. Another one of our BMWs. That's our 51. I've lost the information for car 51. Let's go. There he is, David Clucky. David Clucky and Ailish Baxter. What it is about the Isle of Man residents and BMWs. Cheap rear-wheel drive fun. Good fun, aren't they?
Best records of the island.
Best records of the island. Just Martin Jones that hasn't decided to have one yet. When's Martin getting his BMW?
That's
We could have a BMW championship just on the island, couldn't we? Pretty good. A little C2.
yeah.
Hopping along. Car 62. Oh, yeah, you see, dives away a little bit sooner than you think. Got away with that one. Did well to hold on to that. Did Max Murray. Max Murray and Matty Owen. Running the B10 classes, they're currently first overall. So, first overall, first in their class. So need to keep hold of that position. His teammate unfortunately retired yesterday at the water splash on the dog kennel stage, first stage of the rally, where the car unfortunately got flooded. It was It was an awkward moment when he got stuck in the water, and yeah, unfortunately, engine blew. We're a lock up. No drama. Car 59, Graham Newton. Road Rally Spec Escort. Mark Mason sat in with Graham. Quick refresh of the results. Still not showing anybody at the end of 14 yet. As soon as I have that information, I will let you know. Rock Speed Escort. Car number 40. Paul and Julian Dorashuk. Nicely. A bit squirmy over the jump, nothing too bad to report. So, Geth and Thomas, how far into the stage is this? I can give you an exact distance into the stage, actually. How far into the stage was this? 2.46 mile. 2.46 miles into this stage of these jumps. Stage is, I reckon, around about 5 miles long, something like that, and we're about halfway in. So, like I said before, they do almost like a circuit, go up a road parallel to this one, which is a little bit more twisty and technical, before turning square right, and then square right again, back onto this switchback road. Nice fresh tarmac, nice and smooth, apart from these jumps. You can see right in the very distance, just as the road sort of disappears into the tree line, the crest. Well, beyond that crest is actually another similar distance in straight. It's just straight, with a couple of line crests, and then 3 jumps to finish it off before they turn like an open square left down quite a drop here in front of us onto this narrow lane. Change of surface, it goes into a very rough tarmac, broken tarmac as it drops way down the hill here. We were commenting about the water running across. Actually, this will have been like a river yesterday running down here. I'm surprised there's any road left after the deluge that this island suffered yesterday. It can't have been raining anywhere else in the world yesterday. I'm sure of it. Another one of our pro tire competitors. This is car 45. Who's Gat? Callum Young. Pace increasing as the weekend's gone on. Going well is young Mr. Gat. There you go, Ian just commented 5.92 miles. I was 0.92 of a mile out. Thank you, Ian, for correcting me. Have a laugh at that one. Greg Murray, morning all from Ireland. Oh, big problems. Hard landing. And that will be the end of the Puma. Yeah, that will be the end of the Ford Puma. I missed his number, wasn't watching. Apologies, whoever it was there. Say again? It's only one. I missed the number. I was too busy. I missed it on there as well. So a hard landing there. Apologies, Mr. Puma. I was too busy watching what was going on. I can hear the door on the car, so they're not far around this corner. Is it worth just having a look where they are? Are they safe? Are they out the way? wobbly. The BMW following. See if we can work it out. This is car 37. That's not going to help me. So Martin Waters and Stuart Dodd. The BMW's passed okay, so to be out of the way. It's good to know. Yeah, so not sure what went bang, but something clearly went bang under the car when it landed on that second crest. Huge plumes of white smoke coming from the exhaust or the engine underneath the car. It sounded like a drive shaft when it came past us, but the drive shaft out from the jumps, I'm not sure about that. Anyway, something obviously went bang. We will see who appears up the hill in a minute, and we'll maybe have a quick chat with them and really make their day. If they come up here, they might be too embarrassed to, but we'll keep an eye out for them anyway. At least they can tell us their name then. Don't have to feel quite as bad. Yes, agree, David. Yeah, a massive jump for that Puma. You see, it's knowing where to push and when not to push, and unfortunately, just chose the wrong place there. That's Jake Clegg, Kevin Clegg. Heavy landing has caused problems there. Expensive way to finish the day. Got Ford Puma on your entry list there, Paul?
No, because it only got Ford on.
Oh. There's a sponsor on there. DPM was the sponsor.
Yeah, DPM, that's local. But I'm trying to
Oh, right, okay. So it's a local crew off the island.
Oh, yeah, it's a local car.
Ah, right, okay.
Let me have a skate shop and find it.
Okay. Do our best. Okay, so what have we got here now? These competitors have got times for SS14. John Terre. Okay, I'll come back to that in a second. No, come up for that either. Elusive, can't even find... Oh, there you go, car 46. Car 46 possibly, John Terre, Robert Turton.
Yeah.
John Terre, there you go. Okay.
Don't want to shout out just in case it's wrong.
There we go, John Terre. Lovely looking Mark 1 of Mark Clanworthy. So thank you, Samantha Gloria Bridson, for tracking that down for me. Unfortunately, John is now parked up at the farm at the bottom down here. A very poorly Ford Puma. If it's any consolation, Craig Green crashed a Ford Puma this weekend as well. His was more embarrassing than John's. Coming off on the famous that Colin McRae crashed on in Rally New Zealand 10 or so years ago. It doesn't cost John too much to get his Puma all fixed and back up and running. So next time we're over here. Whoa, 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 whoa! Yay, 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 yay! Car 41. New underwear required for Paul Jenkins and Lewis Griffiths. And I'm sure they just ran that orange arrow over, but it stood there solid. Did he not go over it? Wow, that's got my heart going anyway. It's woke us all up this morning. Yes, Paul Jenkins, Lewis Griffiths, big moment. Lucky to get away with that. It's if it's going to happen here, it's going to happen big. So We don't want that. It's, yes, well held. Exactly that, Alan. Next up, BMW. Slightly more modern BMWs, the ones we've been seeing. Car 72. That is Colin Niverton and Kevin Niverton. I hope I've said that right. Niverton and Niverton. Yeah, sorry, I did comment just as I was looking at the entry list before. Mike Pugsley and Mark Clackworthy, sorry, came through earlier. That is one of the best looking Mark 1s rallying. It really is. Mike has been campaigning that car now for a good few years, and it is absolutely immaculate. Wherever it goes, whatever part of the country, whatever rally it does, whether it's the start of the rally or the end of the rally, that car is stunning. Every time we see it, it's yeah, great to see. There's some real care and attention goes into that car, so big kudos to those guys. Ford Fiesta, car 76, Clive Hilton, Dave Ingemels. Wondering, only one Fiesta this weekend. Well, I say one. Well, obviously I have the R5 and WRCs, but don't seem to have too many sort of 1400, 1600 Fiestas knocking around these days for some reason. Very popular car a few years back. We've got all the Fiestas. Where are they all? Trustworthy car, they look. Okay. So we're probably 3/4 of the way through the field now. Turn our attention to this car. This is a different thing. You don't tend to see too many of these. Car 53. Chris Jones and Daniel Harris. Oh, well, that's baffled me then. Gilburn. That was the car. A Gilburn. I've never even heard of a Gilburn.
It was too hard.
Right. Car boffins. What's a Gilburn? Everyone onto YouTube, onto Google, quick. Tell me, what is a Gilburn? That's Lee Pratt, Martin Pendlebury. A Gilburn. Ever heard of a Gilburn, Lee? I actually thought it was a Datsun last night. I assumed that was. It was dark and I was looking through a little lens. Quick, while there's a little break in activity, let's get Google up. Gilburn Cars. Car dealer in Pontypridd, Wales. That must be Wikipedia. What would we do without Wikipedia, eh? You can either take this as fact or take this as complete and utter made up, but here we go. Founded in 1959 by Giles Smith and Bernard Fries. They're now bankrupt. Headquarters was in Pontypridd, Glamorgan. There you go. Good question. Yeah, just this one. The only car I'm ever made was this one here, Ryan. Well, it's great to see it out, whatever it is. I'll have to have a look at that later on at service or at the finish. Oh, here we go. We have, I knew someone had come through. Look at this. He was a Welsh car manufacturer from 1959 to 1973, based in Llandvit, Farder. Pontypridd, Glamorgan, Wales. I hope I haven't ruined Wales there, mate. There's a Welsh one, so. I've never seen a Gilburn on a rally. I've watched rallying for 40 years. There you go. Plenty of the Welsh lads know all about these Gilburns. We need to bring these back then. Let's get this Gilburn brand back up and running. British brand made in Wales. Let's have it back out on the stages. Who's going to take it on? Gethin, Elwyn, Kevin. Come on, let's have some more Gilburns made. Get on to your local friends and family and get them making some more then. I enjoyed seeing that. It was good and nice to know that they're out and about. Great quiz question, yeah. Great quiz question. I'm wondering if it told you how many were made. Interesting. Back on Google later, learning more about Gilbert. Second of the courses, car 75. Connor Bailey Bridson, Connor Palmer, Bridson, sorry. It's nice to have local knowledge and yeah, yes, nice to be told. It's nice to learn these things. And Connor, or both Connors, one with 2 ends and one with 1, hunted down by a hard-charging Nova. Gone 50. It's the Pro Tire Championship registered crew of William Mains and Aled Edwards. Always hard charging. If I remember rightly, there must be another car because he had a big off somewhere, did Will Mains, I'm sure. And yeah, I think that must be, well, he's either rebuilt the car or it's a new car. I remember the other year he was up on 2 wheels down just outside Castletown. The start line for the Southern 100 circuit. They took a little loop into a lay-by and then turned square left out of it and just clipped the curve on the way out and it went right up on 2 wheels. It was well to hold that. Photographs on the internet of that little moment. Oh, another little link here for him then. Lee Pratt, who was in the green Civic that I missed, very rudely missed, whilst trying to figure out what a Gilburn was, actually runs a Gilburn race car. So that's interesting. That's 2 people with Gilburns then, so they must have made at least 2. In fact, I can tell you, they made over 1,000 between 1959 and 1974. So you don't just come here for rally footage, you come here for a bit of knowledge as well, you see. We can entertain and educate on this live show. Yeah, and then just to sort of finish that little bit off there, a beautiful little Talbot Samba. It's a stunning little car. That car has actually got a chase car or a recce car that travels to events with it and is identical to that, but a road-going version of it, which is great. Both immaculate, lovely little cars. Great to see. Another unique car, just like this one is. Bob Gibbons, Jonathan Harris, H1 class, 2nd position for them guys. Yeah, big old bus to get around these lanes, isn't it? Always nice to see some different stuff though. We haven't seen the Avenger yet, have we? Meeting on the Avenger, Baz Jordan. Got through the last stage. Any time now, I reckon. Car 33, Baz Jordan, Harwell Jenkins. Hopefully. So let's see if we can give you a quick roundup of this morning's loop. So, competitors that have reached the end of 14 gone on here now. Okay, you see car 65 flash by. It's the babbling Evo of William Root, Colin Watson. The clunk on the road down in the bottom there. He's okay. Yeah, it was just the way he took the corner, I think. It was just a cut, I think, was the bottom of the car, if anything. It was the underbody protection clouting the road surface, I think. No dramas anyway, he's away. Okay, so we've got a few times creeping through for stage 14. Problems, by the looks of it, for Neil Roskell. I'll wait for that to be confirmed. However, Peter Taylor now looks to be leading the event. So Neil has dropped 32 seconds to Peter in that stage. It's a long stage, it's a 10-minute stage. It's a long stage, it's not in comparison to some stages, but longer than it has been for some of these. Peter Taylor. Oh, the Puma's off. Front air. It sounds alright as well, doesn't it? There's no smoke coming from it, but there was a big bang up here and must have just popped something off and away he goes. Well, that's good to hear then. That looked pretty terminal when it was coming towards us. So if you were watching earlier, we had a very heavy landing for a Ford Puma over these jumps here. And he's going again now. Come on, little Mini. There we go. Car 78. Trying to flash now between 3-stage results, so bear with me. 4-stage results as the day's gone on. Car 78. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? The results pages have just been updated, so bear with me. I will find you. You're down there, 78. There you go. Anthony Elks and Louise Thomas in their B9 class. Little Mini. We'll watch this car come through and I'll dash back up to the top of the screen and we'll see if I can reel off the overall leaderboard for stages this morning. So this is the Golf. Stalwart of the Manx Rallying, always out and about. Car 79, Terry Phillips with Jessica Quirk alongside. There's not an event goes by on this island that they don't do, or that car doesn't do, so always good to see him out. So, after stage 14, so the cars are now heading back down to service. Top 5 as it stands at the minute. Peter Taylor, Jack Morton now lead. 1 hour 22 minutes 55 seconds. And what have we got? 22 seconds. My maths is rubbish. Back to Neil Roskell. Steve Wood still 3rd. John Stone 4th. Darren Atkinson 5th are the only cars through at the minute. Just to give you an idea, Peter Taylor did that previous stage in a 10:08. Neil and Andrew 10:40, so 32 seconds slower. That's an issue there for me somewhere on the lines. Maybe a spin, a stall. A lot of time. Steve Wood 10:32, John Stone 10:24. So John was 16 seconds quicker. Steve Wood was 8 seconds quicker than Neil through that one, and then Darren Atkinson 1 second quicker than Neil. So yeah, it seems a lot to have lost in that stage for Neil, considering the pace he's been setting all weekend. We'll catch up with him. We'll find out what's going on. See if anything comes through on the WhatsApp chat groups. But that's how it stands at the minute. We've only had 5 competitors through stage 14, but they're now on their way to some grub down in service, and a quick overhaul of the cars ready for this afternoon's loop of 4 stages. Same stages run again. We will be heading out of this stage, hopefully, and up onto the mountain to Brandywell to finish certainly our live streaming for the weekend over the famous double jumps and the slot right over the cattle grid. So it'll be an exciting end to the live stream for us, definitely, and that'll be around about 1:30, 2 o'clock, I think. Can't remember off the top of my head, but we'll be bringing it you live anyway. So a little gap in proceedings. Not too sure how many more cars to come. Let's have a quick look at what they've got. So, but no times. Oh, that's right. No, that's okay. No, don't panic, everyone. End of 12. We haven't seen Bazzy, have we, in the Avenger? So, who have we got missing? So, I'm waiting to see Baz Jordan, Clive Hilton. We had Clive actually. Dave Ingermills. Anthony Allery we won't see. We heard earlier from Anthony saying that his head gasket's gone. Terry Phillips has just been through with Jess Quirk. Josh Dymore and Leonie Marchbank. Dave Clucas and Cara Bolch. Di Roberts, Pete Finar. Now, Di had problems in the Peugeot yesterday, but I believe he was supposed to be back out again. Car stopped. Josh Delamore, Leonie Marchbank, Little Mini. Another of the B9 crews. And I've been a good battle with Anthony Elks and Louise Thomas in the similar car. Thank you, Alan. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. We will be live, like I say, later on again. Once this stage finishes, we're going to be hot-footing it as best as we can at this stage up to our next location. A couple more cars come through, or a few more cars come through first, so we'll do our best to stay with them. Car 81, Nissan Micra, Dave Clucas, Cara Bolch. Second in the N1 category. Nissan Micra. Something else actually that's not many. There's only one on the event, isn't it? I think Nissan Micra. All these little bread and butter rally cars, the Fiestas, the Micras, things that Novas that you see plenty of. Usually, see too many of them at the minute. They're all in barns waiting to be used. No one's got any money now. It costs too much to put fuel in the car. Maybe that's the case. Big bang in the distance then, and a lot of revving. Problem for a gearbox, but going again, all right. Must have been a little Micra, but going all right. we have sweeper car. That's us done. So we've got a few cars missing there. Sweeper car through, so that's us done for the stage. We're going to have to shoot off very quickly now, so thank you very much for joining us. We need to catch that sweeper car at the other end of this bit of road. So I'm going to sign off, and thank you very much for watching us, and we will see you on the next live stream this afternoon. Appreciate that, thank you, bye bye.
Hello, and for the penultimate time this season, welcome to another live stream from a round of the Pro Tyre Motorsport UK Asphalt Rally Championship. We're on the Isle of Man for this, the last round of the series, and we are on stage 15, probably about a mile or so from the stage start, but I'll confirm that in just a second. Just the one live stream from us to go, which will be down at the finish. There is one more live stream on the following stage, however, so do keep an eye on your Facebook page, wherever you get your live streams from the Pro Tyre Championship, because there will be one more live stage, and then it'll be the finish back in Douglas, where we catch up with not only the event winner but the champion for 2022 from the Pro Tyre series. With me, excuse me, once again is Mark Perryman, who I have to say, happy birthday, mate.
Thanks very much indeed. Yeah, what a day to spend your birthday.
Big birthday? Got a 0 on the end?
No, not a big one. In between.
It's not what your driver said.
No, this one's in between, 44.
Congratulations. Happy birthday, and thank you for spending the day with us. If you were with us earlier on, you'll have seen that, well, they're still on it, haven't they? The championship is still a two-horse race. The event itself is developing into a real classic battle at the head of the field, and so there's plenty to talk about potentially on this this last lifetime that we'll see the cars before they head back to Douglas.
That's it. Yeah, looking at the championship, you got Steve Woods just ahead of John Stone on the road and on the overall results. 35 seconds. Obviously, John needs to get past Steve, and the drop down further down the field, which a few more stages to go. It's not looking likely, but obviously there's quite a lot to go, so it all can be decided. And then on the overall results, you've got Peter Taylor now, that's now ahead of Neil Roskell. Stage 14, Peter took 32 seconds out of Neil, which is unusual. So I think Neil will be pushing over the last 4 stages to try and claw that back. So there's 17 seconds gap between the two of them. So knowing Neil, he'll be on it for the next 2, trying to chase Peter down. So it looks like it could all go down to the last 4 stages for everyone.
Because I was going to say that was a complete reversal, because it was 17 seconds the other way originally.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it looks as if they've just decided to swap places and still the same time. So yeah, that was a bit of a shock, and considering they both set the same time on stage 13. So yeah, it was certainly the old coins flipped to Peter's hand now. So we'll see.
Okay, in terms of the championship, as you say, Steve Wood heading John Stone. It's only those 2 drivers now that can win the championship. Mark Kelly sadly crashing out of the event in quite fashion yesterday, but pleased to hear that both are okay. But it is John Stone versus Steve Wood for the title, as we potentially see our first car heading up towards us here at the hairpin. Just quickly tell us where we are on the stage. Whereabouts on the island are we, first of all?
So yeah, we're in pretty much in the middle of the island, up at Stugadoo at Braid. Nice hairpin, so the fast section coming into it. It's very tight hairpin on the exit, straight down through to the Red Line crossroads, and a fast section up over the top there. So not very far in, 0.67 miles into the stage. So there'll be still plenty of stage to go for everyone to make time back up if they need to.
So this loop then, the loop of 4 stages we had this morning, throwing up a few dramas. Obviously there's that time loss for Neil Roskell that we've talked about, but also Anthony Allery in the escort was saying out originally, he thought the alternator was gone on stage 12, but then said the starter motor, we're just putting a new one on, hope to get back out again, so we'll keep our fingers crossed for him. And also Callum, let me just flick through to check Callum's driver. they'd got issues as well. And also, just remind me, car 15, the Nova, that went off on one of the stages this morning on its roof.
That's right, yeah, apparently about half a mile from the end of the Parville stage. Apparently went over a brow a bit too fast and got a heavy landing and just flicked from one side to the other. But here we have our first car into view. Neil Roskell, nicely done. He'll be pushing now, trying to get that first place back. Very tidy through there, and it looks like he's definitely on it.
Yeah, on a winning streak as well, Neil. Mentioned yesterday, last weekend he won twice. Once in Scotland on the Saturday and then once on Otterburn on the Sunday. And so, you know, his confidence is high, and even though he's no longer in contention for the title, a win here this weekend would still end the season on a high for him.
That's it, yeah. I think Neil's mindset is always very competitive and wants to do the best he can on every event. So, yeah, a good result here is what he needs. Like say the 2 wins last weekend. If he can get this the 3rd, then yeah, plenty of Mr. Sheen needed for the trophy cabinet, that's for sure. So I think his aim is to win the event now that he's out of the contention for winning the championship. But there's still a possibility of 2nd and 3rd, so he'll always be pushing. So there you go, there's Peter Taylor in the Fiesta World Car, slightly more aggressive nature of a beast. Yeah, nice and tidy on the exit, nice and tidy into the hairpin, and certainly back on the power straight away. So yeah, it'll be a good battle between those two now over the last 4 stages.
I mentioned Callum's message to us on the WhatsApp group. It's Lewis Gatt, car 45, that Callum Young is co-driving for. Callum telling us earlier on the competitors' WhatsApp group, clutch leaking, the clutch cylinder was leaking, excuse me, got to service back in Douglas with no clutch. Fingers crossed the pair can get it sorted out. And making a dramatic entrance. Let's see if I can get your surname right this time. Nigel Cannell.
Quite correct, Mark. Quite correct.
Got there in the end.
Yeah.
Ah, well done. You joined us. We didn't big up your part just in case you couldn't find us, because obviously you need a co-driver to get
Exactly. That's been the problem. Closed roads.
Steve Wood, that is, who is something like 3.5 stages away from winning the 2022 title.
Awesome. Yeah, driving real neat and tidy there.
Did I mention it was Mark's birthday? You didn't know, did you? Big birthday today.
60 today.
Yeah, again.
This is how rumours start.
It's not a rumour.
Feels like it.
So where are you taking us then? Where's the cakes? The tradition on the Isle of Man?
It's a drive-through McDonald's, I think. Really cheap at the pit.
Just book it to you.
Yeah.
If you were with us earlier on, you'll know that normal service has now been resumed. A driver, a co-driver and a commentator in the middle trying to referee between the pair. So then, what you missed was us talking about the battles at the head of the field in terms of the lead, which has changed hands, but also the championship battle that we were talking about before. Still the 2-horse race.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want, isn't it? After yesterday's mayhem with the weather, today you've got the challenge at the top, which is what keeps the spectators and ourselves happy.
Good. Right, let me scroll through.
Slightly unusual. That was Darren Atkinson when it should have been John Stone on the road. So hopefully there's no issues with John, and he'll be around shortly.
John was saying on this morning's loop of stages that he had an issue with the potentiometer, so that the car he felt was down on power. Now, I hope that's not I don't say terminal problem, but a major problem for him. It would be a shame to see the championship decided like that. But yeah, Steve Wood very much in the driving seat then, with only John Stone now as his challenger.
That's it. Yeah, it looks like John's still going. I think he's just a bit further down on the starting order and the running order. So yeah, hopefully John can keep going and push it, keep Steve on his toes.
Steve Simpson in the R5 car.
Nicely done there. Nice and neat round the corner. Giving a show for the crowds as well.
Another one of the classic Manx stages, this one, Mark?
Yeah, they all are. I think most of them are all classics. There's certain sections of it that was always used for the various stages. So I think all the classic stages can be combined into one. So you've got the usual St Mark's, a stark difference at the road at the back of the Mount Murray, but yeah, they're all pretty much classic stages used on this event.
We were talking on the section, the road section, on our run over between the two stages. You tend to navigate by accidents in that, oh, that's where Damien Cole went off, that's where Russell Brooks spun or did the 360 or whatever it was. So these roads, because they've been for so long, I think anybody who's followed rallying for you know, even a short while will recognise some of the places we're going to.
That's it, yeah. I think there's always a certain section on a road or on a stage that everybody will remember from whatever it is, whether it's an incident that you've been involved in or someone else. So there's a lot of memorable places on the roads and the stages that people remember, and I think that's what is the good thing with the island, is that from however long you've been following it, there's always something that you'll always remember.
George Collister that was in the BMW with Ian Postlethwaite alongside, and okay, it was the spectacular, smooth rear-wheel drive BMW, but still not the Polo R5 of John Stone that we were expecting.
No, that's it. It looks as if John's a few cars back, so hopefully he should be still going. He's showing live on the tracker, so hopefully I think he's about 4 or 5 cars behind. So drop down on the running order, but hopefully not drop too much time to Steve Wood and still pushing him on. There we go, Steve Orman-Smith there, a bit deep on the exit of the hairpin there, nearly taking the tree out, but still going, which is good to see.
Now he spun this morning, said he lost 3 minutes or so, but I'm trying to think who it was. Steve Simpson, I think, was it, who said that they'd come across him on the stage going the wrong way, possibly trying to turn around.
Possibly, yeah. I'm not sure who the culprit was, but they did report an Evo apparently going the wrong way on the stage. But obviously that will be decided later on. So hopefully go in the wrong direction this time and get round okay.
There's an argument though, surely in force majeure, if you've got to go 100 yards, 50 yards up the stage to spin round in a gateway, otherwise potentially you're blocking the stage, aren't you?
Well, that's it, yeah. If you've got to turn around, you've got to turn around. You've just got to obviously be aware that there are cars coming, but it depends if it was a turning around or whether it was completely the wrong direction. So yeah, it's just one of those careful. You've just got to use your head and be careful. There you go. There's one of those 4-door Mark IIs, road rally car there. Obviously going well considering it's daylight. I think he'll probably be used to the dark, but yeah, it's going well there.
Simon Summers, that was 55 with Nathan Summers alongside, and yeah, the fact that he's running so far up the order in a road rally car suggests that he's really enjoying the weekend.
That's it, yeah. He'll be on all stages and he's doing well, yeah, definitely up, especially being up the field as well.
You finished greeting your fans now, Nigel?
Well, they're not my fans, these are actually local. This is Andrew Lisi, a famous local driver who can actually finish stages on his roof and still get a time. Lee Jones there, who has finished the odd event. Night Rally expert, we were talking about Night Rallies before there. Night Rally winner there, Night Rally winner here. All over the show. The island's just flooded. Talent, correct.
Drivers and co-drivers, of course. I have to mention that for our esteemed colleague.
More drivers, I'd say, but we do have a few good co-drivers. Rob Fagg, to mention one. Mark's done a bit as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
26 Stuart Eggleston, that was, with Brian Hodgson in the Escort Mark II.
Stewie's good old stalwart of rallying. The Astra days were fantastic back in the day there. Backed them with all the boys when we had the Astra Challenge and that.
I've got that's a thumbs up from Anthony Allery, which I think means that he's back out. Originally Anthony said that he'd got an alternator problem and then said no, it's the starter motor, which hopefully we can fix and get back out. And there's just a message on the WhatsApp group which is just a thumbs up, which hopefully means we'll see Anthony a little bit later on in his Mark II.
Excellent, yeah. S2000 alternator is all I can say.
It's a Honda, S2000. It's just completely the wrong car.
Richard Fishley, that is, car 14, Jason McCulloch alongside in another Mark II. No, not yet. But also, we haven't had John Stone through yet.
Oh no, we haven't either. John will be haggling back a bit just to sort of let them think he's gone, I'm sure.
John looks as if he's on the start line now, so he should be possibly the next car through.
Awesome.
So you'll hear the chirping of the polo.
So a couple of battles. So there's an overall battle because the leaders just changed hands after that last batch of stages that we were on. But also this two-way battle for the title looks like it's going to go down to the wire.
That's great, isn't it? Fantastic. Let's keep our thumbs up for the pair of them, but more so John.
Should be John through next. Started the stage, Mark? Yeah, this is him.
Yeah, he's coming in there. There you go, chirping away. There we go. That car looks as if it's back on song. Laura will be guiding him through the stages, trying to get him through to the end. Keeping him calm if he needs it, and pushing him where he doesn't.
Just dropping off. There is that little step on the hairpin. Just sliding quite an early exit to it, and just thumping the bottom of the underside of the car, the underskirt of the car, on that hairpin. But John Stone needs to finish this event taking maximum points in Pro Tyre, and in order to deny Steve Wood the title, Steve then needs to finish, we think, third, fourth, possibly lower if John wins. If John doesn't win and take maximum points, then it goes to Steve, basically because of the drop score situation. Slightly more complex because of the cancellation of the 3 Shires.
Yeah, that's right. It's a mathematician's dream, I think, working out the results in the championship and how it's going to fall. But yeah, it's a case of, I think it's going to be one of those wait and see what happens at the end for it to be finally decided. There you go, nice historic Mark 2 there. Rob Smith certainly knows what he's doing. Alan's pushing him on there. He'll be gunning down and enjoying the stages. Now it's dry and certainly fast.
You can also see the bumpy nature of these little Isle of Man roads just on that short section pulling away from the hairpin.
Yeah, that's it. You can see the drop on the inside of the hairpin, and then obviously the road going down the hill. There's quite a few little bumps that you don't necessarily feel, but you can certainly see them, and can unsettle the cars quite easily.
I did think after driving the stages, Nigel, if I can bring you in, when we drove the stages on Thursday just to have a look at them, some of the tarmac was quite abrasive. We did think punctures would be more of an issue, and that's not really happened.
Which is unusual on the Isle of Man. The Isle of Man, I know from my own personal experience, I've experienced a lot of punctures on here, mainly I think maybe some of the cuts I took and what have you, which is sort of notorious for the island and getting a quicker line, but the potholes and that and the weather we had, I did expect a lot of punctures, but maybe the tyres nowadays are built a bit more for a tarmac like this.
16, Kevin Davis from Carmarthen Club with Owain Davis alongside in yet another Mark II. But yes, the abrasive nature, but particularly the potholes and also the edges. You can see actually on the run out of the hairpin just on the left there, if you do get your wheel just a little bit too far on the left, you run just possibly dropping into well, it's not a ditch, is it?
It's not a ditch as such, no, but you drop off the tarmac with like a 4-inch drop, which there, like you say, the side of the tyre, then sidewall of the tyre can get a rip in it, and there's your puncture. But yeah, unfortunately, the lines that you have to take a lot of the time, you have to drop off that bit to cut the corner to keep it flat.
You don't have much option. Some of the narrow roads we were seeing on the recce, when we had a look at the stages on Thursday, you didn't have much choice. That was the only line.
Yeah, that's it. I think on some of the stages you've got to take the line that's put in front of you. Sometimes it's off the road, sometimes it's not, but sometimes it's cleaner to go off road than it is to stay on the road with all the gravel.
I'll let you say his name this time, Mark, see if you get it right. English test for you. Kex Walker, quite correct. Nice one, well done, Mark. Yeah, what Mark's just saying there about taking the lines and that, even in the notes you'll have don't cut on it, but as a driver you would still cut it.
Here's a question for you. I remember Robert Reed saying that Richard Burns would never have a don't in his notes, because then there was the confusion of you'd hear cut, not don't cut. So in their notes they always used to say stay out. Is that something you've come across before?
No, it's not. I would use stay out, but only on a corner where I was late turning into it. But no, that's a good point though. Yeah, you don't hear the don't when you put a cut on it. Maybe Colin McRae should have used that.
So yeah, I think we've used don't and cut, so that it makes it clearer. I think if you try and get don't cut, if you can't hear the don't, you cut. If you don't hear the cut, you don't. So yeah, it's difficult. It's each person's preferences, I think, depending on how they read the notes and what they want.
Car 30, Tim Cole with Dave Sutcliffe, 2 more locals.
Yeah, they've been going well, doing lots of spins in front of the cameras. Obviously Wayne didn't have his tabard out far enough that time. But, lean out a bit more, Wayne.
So that they know that they're going to be on the live stream. But no, it's an interesting one. As you say, every and it's the driver that decides the pace notes. It's not a cooperative. It's not a team decision. So if a co-driver goes to sit with a different driver, it's the driver's system of notes.
That's correct. Yeah, it's got to be that way round, doesn't it? Although some co-drivers can be a bit more bossy, if you like, the driver ultimately makes the decisions, and they only blame the co-driver when it goes wrong.
What system do you use, by the way?
I use notes 1 to 10, 1 being flat.
Ah, okay. So rather than the other way, which is gears, effectively.
Yeah.
The Vauxhall Astra, which, judging by the comments on the first live stream this morning, was a popular car. Neil Jones and Alan Thomas from Foresters Car Club, and you used to see a lot more of them on the stages.
Yeah, that's it. I think when you look back a few years ago, you seem to see a lot of the old cars out now. All the modern cars are overtaking them. The Evos and the Subarus have overtaken them, and even the Mark II Escorts, they seem to be coming out of the woodwork and more popular than the old Astras and things.
You see, they give us more to talk about, because the cars we were talking about at the back of the field, even my little Talbot Samba Rally, it gives us something to talk about because it's unusual.
That's it, exactly. You get the historic cars, there's more to talk about because you remember them from when you were younger. You know, the Louise Aiken Walker days and the Astras, and they're the things you remember from watching.
Is it easier to get sponsorship, do you think, with an unusual car?
Yeah, definitely think there's a bit more chance if you got something that little bit different for people that's going to stand out that bit more, that people will talk about like we are now.
And presumably if you've got a Vauxhall or a Peugeot or whatever it is that's not maybe an Escort Mark II, then if you've got somebody that you know who's a Peugeot parts dealer or whatever, it's that much easier to get a tie-up with that particular car.
Yeah, that's right. That's what you've got to try and do, is find something that a little bit different colour scheme, different car, maybe like we were saying S2000s in different cars and that sort of thing, just to keep the interest in both the spectators and your sponsors.
So Mark, if I can just turn back to you, we've talked about where we are. It's the final loop of stages. It's this loop of 4 that was done this morning, now repeated again. It's not well, it is a bit of a sting in the tail, I guess, because it's 3 fairly long ones and then a short one, so the rally's far from over.
That's it, yeah. Like you say, there's 4 stages left. They're all repeated, so there'll be a lot of crews that will be familiarised with the stages, so they'll be certainly pushing. But at the same time, there's only the 4 to do, so if they want to make time up, they're going to have to go faster than before and try and get something back. So yeah, they're still tight. They're still twisted, it's like technical, so it's going to be all to play for under a short period of time.
As the smell of rubber wafts across on the hairpin, James Nichols that was, with David Allman alongside from Owen Motor Club in a little 205 GTI. And I should say, incidentally, that we should already have had our champion co-driver through in car 23, another 205 GTI Peugeot, Di Roberts and Pete Fenner. And I'm hearing that Di is on the list of retirements, but I'm not quite sure why. So Shane switching from the co-driver's seat to the driver's for this event, and he does love that little car, which does come out every now and again, but it seems that it's a DNF for Di for this one.
Yeah, that's a shame. Di seems to enjoy himself when he's here doing wheel like that. I think it's more fun for him than anything else, and trying to prove that co-drivers can do both.
We did the joke earlier on about Richard Slinger slinging that Mitsubishi around hairpins. 28, Richard Slinger and Stuart Walker, but yeah, still going well.
Yeah, Richard's going well. I think he's enjoying himself now, a bit more daylight, and certainly chucking it around as Richard can do.
So just to confirm then, we have lost a couple of cars since this morning. We were down to, I think we started the event yesterday with about 75 cars. We lost something like 25 yesterday, so we were down to around 50 runners this morning, slightly under, I think, from memory. And I think we've also lost a couple this morning.
Yeah, I think it's a war of attrition on this event. I think the last 4 stages will have taken its toll on quite a few cars, so they'll gradually dwindle down, and then hopefully the last 4 loop will keep everybody on their toes, but at the same time they're so close to the finish that hopefully nothing will go wrong for them.
Okay, who's next then? Martin Williams and Martin Allwood. Oh. Not a problem for a competitor, but we're hearing that the safety delegate's vehicle has apparently stopped on one of the stages with an issue. Now, will that potentially mean that that stage will be delayed while they get that car recovered?
Yeah, they will be. If the Stevie delegate can't get through and is stuck or is broken down, they'll have to clear that and then send all the relevant course cars through.
Nigel, how difficult is it at this stage of the season to kind of keep yourself motivated? This may be the last event or the last but one you do in the season, so it's kind of coming towards the end of the year. Is it starting to tail off, or is the hunger still there?
Oh no, the hunger becomes more at the end of the season. You've got that hunger at the start, and I think in the middle, depending on how you're going in your championship or whatever you're doing, towards the end of the season, you know you've got a winter rebuild coming on, so you want to give it all you can while you're out there and got the chance to do it.
In terms of the Isle of Man, this event has run slightly later in the year, hasn't it? Because I think someone was saying they remember snow on the top of Snaefell.
That's right, yeah. It's traditionally towards the end of October, early November, where the weather conditions last night have been very similar on quite a few times. Not in the night stage, but in the day stages, they have had to stop them because of the amount of water on the stages, or cut them short.
The thing we found when we came across the mountain yesterday was the amount of rubbish, the amount of rocks that were being swept down onto the road by that water.
Yeah, that's right. Like West Baldwin yesterday, I drove through West Baldwin, and the water in there has been as bad as it's ever been, I think, in any of the rallies.
Yeah, quite a few comments from competitors yesterday about how bad the conditions were.
Apparently his boost pipe had come off on one of the stages, and he spent a bit of time repairing it. We're not sure now, is he still running or is he OTL? There seems to be a question on that with the local guys here. He's going up the hill now that his father, Scott, when he was in the Daihatsu, his first time out on that, he made a bit of a mess of that, going up this hill here. Just as you go into the slight left-hander through the dip there, Scott ended up in the field on the other side. Just where that car's going right now.
Which Daihatsu, the little Charade?
Correct, the ex-Works, ex-Terry KB car. Yeah.
998 GTI, wasn't it?
What was it called? Was it that wasn't the VTTI or something? Was it? Had a strange title to it.
3-cylinder jobby, wasn't it? Turbo 3-cylinder. Yeah.
Sounded raspy, I think was the word.
Yeah, it did. It's a strange sound to it, wasn't it? It was quite unique on its own. It's like you're saying for sponsorship wise. I mean, something completely different there that Terry KB got lots of attention from.
Sean Jones and Shannon Turnbull, excuse me, in another Astra, car 39. Quite a spirited attack at the hairpin mark.
Yeah, I'd say so. They were certainly chucking that in. You could see them trying to get the line right just before they approached the hairpin, chucked it in, and the back end came round. I think the wheels were spinning before the back end came round, so plenty of traction on the exit and kept them going well.
Any sign of times as yet from this stage? We are on stage 15 of 18 on this event, so just this final loop of 4 stages to go before the crews will head back to Douglas, and a finish we think just after 2:30 this afternoon.
Yeah, stage times are in here. Peter Taylor took a further 9 seconds out of Neil Roskell, which is a shame. Neil was looking quite good through us. Peter Taylor was also as quick. John Stone was second fastest with a 6:18, 1 second ahead of Neil Roskell, and then Steve Wood was fourth, a further 3 seconds behind. So it's the times third, second, fourth are all quite close, but yeah, Peter Taylor seems to be on it again, so it's close. He's pulling away slightly from Neil, but no doubt Neil will keep him on it.
Oh yeah, but also in terms of the championship battle, obviously Peter. Nothing to do with that, so sadly Neil not either, to Neil's frustration, so it is still Steve Wood ahead of John Stone. So as things currently stand, with just the 3 stages after this one to run, it still looks like it is Steve Wood's title for 2022.
Yeah, it does, yeah. And John's pushing. He's been fastest over the last couple of stages than Steve, so the time's gradually coming down. I think there's about 19 seconds or so that Steve's in front, so I'll still be pushing, so he's got 19 seconds to take out of him, so it's still all to play for, but it'll just mean that Steve looks as if he's in good tension for the championship still.
43, I think that was Mark Lennox and Ian Beeman from Newtown Motor Club in another Escort. So that was a road rally car, was it?
It looked like it, yeah. Unarched car, nice to see, I think. Like the unarched little baby Atlas in it.
also the fact that people can bring out road rally cars, that they don't just live in the lanes at night, you know.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? And that's what you want, a car that you can do everything in. It keeps that affordability down a bit, and you know, he's still competitive, obviously, from the way he's driving and the way the car's going.
I think it was Ocean Price who put a picture up, I think on Facebook not that long ago, where I think he'd taken delivery of a road rally car and he was actually looking forward to getting into the lanes with it, or am I completely wrong?
Possibly right. I know Ocean likes the lanes, and being a Welsh lad that he is probably born and bred and brought up in the lanes, so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at that, to be honest.
I think from his point of view as well, he's back on a level competing with guys in very, very similar cars, and I think that's a good thing with the road rallies, is there's no big world cars or whatever. Everybody's cars to a certain limit is all you can go, so it does make it very competitive and very interesting for anyone like Ocean who's been at the top of the game and then having a go back down with the boys again.
And it's fun, which is what we've been talking about pretty much all weekend, that you're still doing it for the reasons that you came into the sport in the first place.
Exactly, with what he's been doing, under a lot of pressure for sponsors and that type of thing, and then to go and do something like that, there's no pressure, it's just loads of fun, loads of sideways, loads of moments, and just great fun.
And also with Ocean, we have to say congratulations to him for taking the BRC title, and I know it's been a slightly fraught process, because every time he seemed to be getting close to the title, always something would step up and bite him.
That's right, yeah, he's had a lot of issues over the time. Very fast driver and a neat driver at that there, but he's had little niggles that have always set him back and stopped him from winning the title before.
Mark, if I can just talk, well, since we're talking about championships, let's go back to ours, Pro Tyre, next year. Okay, we're not at the end quite of this year's yet, but how do you think next year's is looking?
I think hopefully with the organising crew that have taken it on, we'll bring it from strength to strength. I think the events that are planned or are thought about certainly will be good. I think the championship as a whole has gone from strength to strength, and the competitors seem to enjoy the structure of the events that are involved in the calendar. So I think it will be a good year again next year, hopefully.
I think, and if the events, I won't spoil any surprises, because the surprise isn't mine to spoil. But having seen some of the rumoured events for next year's championship, some changes. So even though you might be used to this year's events, next year will potentially throw up a few surprises.
Yeah, and I think that's good. I think that's what the championship needs sometimes, is keep some of the good events in it, but to also bring new events to the forefront. You know, they did that a couple of years ago with the Three Shires events that ran for 1 year, and then they brought it into the championship, and it seemed to have gone very popular. So yeah, I think that'll be good to see the calendar when it comes out with the new events that they've planned, and also hopefully some of the old classics still being in there.
51, by the way, you just saw go through the BMW of David Clucky and Ailish Baxter. Again, lots of the BMW is popular here on the island because, as you say, they're rear-wheel drive. They're an alternative to the Mark II.
That's it, cost-effective motorsport. I think they are. I think you get the rear-wheel drive fun, and they're cheap and probably easier to get hold of, other than the Mark IIs, which you can get hold of the bits, but you've got to pay for the bits. Nice little C2 there going through. You can see that it's slightly twitchy under acceleration, but that's down to the front-wheel drive again.
Yep, Max Murray, car 62, Matty Owen, two local boys. Know either of them?
Yeah, Max is a real good lad, real fun lad to be around, and that he's a character. Normally finishes on his roof somewhere, so touch wood, he'll get to the end of this one.
Commentator's curse now. Welcome to the club.
No, he said he's going to take it easy this time and get to the end just to prove me wrong.
Well done. Pleased to hear it. So we are down then in the 60s already. We have final car on the road this morning was the Micra car 81 of David Clucas, but of course that may well have been the position this afternoon because of cars running out of sequence and the like. 59, Graham Mark Mason in another Mark II. 1585cc, so a 1600, but going well for that.
Yeah, 711 block, great stuff. You don't see many of them about now, do you?
Still sounds good though.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah, like I said earlier on, the sound of the Escorts are just unique, and it's what rallying I think most people associated with, isn't it?
We got really nostalgic last night talking about supercharger squealing and me going on about 5-cylinder Audi Quattros and all sorts. What's your favourite sound a rally car makes?
I don't know. I mean, it's hard to put an exact one on. As a 6R4, I done John Hogland's high school back when I was a bit younger, and the 6R4 going across the lake over there had an absolutely unique sound that I've never ever heard before, and it still rings in my head, the sound of it. The Escorts, the Quattro, like you say, is absolutely unique sound of its own. I don't think I could pinpoint which one I like the best, but I think Escorts always sort of remind you of rallying.
6R4 was quite brutal. It was a sharp noise, wasn't it? Mark, any thoughts? Any favourite car sounds or sounding cars?
Yeah, I don't think you can beat the 6R4 growling through the lanes, or even the Group A's popping and banging. I think they're always, you can hear them coming, so there's a bit of excitement coming. But yeah, no, I think probably the Group A's popping and banging, I think is more of my time.
Here we are talking about this whole experience again, and you can hear Mark II's coming towards you, or you were saying about the screaming noise almost of the Hondas. That's all part of the experience, isn't it? And we're stood up, and you can't see it on the shot, but there's quite a few spectators here on this hairpin in the Isle of Man at the beginning of October, and that's part of the experience.
That's it, yeah. I think you can hear the cars before you can see them. The fans like the noise, the thrill, especially with the side witness as well. I'd say the difference in cars makes it so much more fun for the spectators.
Clearly you're both still enjoying it, otherwise you wouldn't be here.
Yeah, I love it. Just wish there was a bit more of it and a bit more able to get out to see more events and do more events like everybody. I think I don't think it's a sport that many people that have been involved in can walk away and say they've had enough of it. I think it's just you've got to keep away from it. You get dragged back into it. It's like a magnet.
Are we still suffering from COVID? Is it still kind of is the sport kind of rebuilding itself, and are people still struggling a little bit?
I think COVID, and then we've got this crisis now, haven't we, with recession looking like it's going to happen, and the pound down. It's not good at all for British rallying or motorsport in general, but people always seem to find the money, and I don't know where it comes from. I don't know where it done it from back when I was doing it full time in the 90s. I done it in 1996, and at the end of the year we added up roughly what it had cost. And we didn't believe we'd done it because neither of us had the money. We didn't have that in the sponsorship, but somehow we'd done it.
Mark, as somebody who's competed on the championship this year, is it something that we're still climbing out, or are we pretty much there?
I think we're seeing the entries for the championship, and more people are doing the championship and entering the events. But I think it's just the consistency of having people commit to championship. I think you can see that people pick and choose events still, and I think obviously with the a few DNFs on your card, I think it makes it a lot easier for people to decide then. We needed more of the rounds, so I'll kind of pull back from the championship, which is a shame. So you can see certain things are restricted and a lot more, but hopefully now with things working back. But like Nigel says, you'll always find the money. I think you'd rather do a rally than heat your house, I think, half the time.
Michael Pugsley, that was their car 71 with Mark Clatworthy alongside. But is there something that the sport is missing? Is there something that people often say, rallying was always better in the day, and that the one thing that's come up a couple of times this year in our conversations with competitors is that the single make championships. We talked about the Daihatsu. I think didn't Daihatsu have a little one make championship at one point, and it was just a way into the sport.
That's right. Yeah, as we said earlier, there's been the Daihatsu, there's been the Metros, there was the Vauxhall Challenge that started me off on like the British Championship stuff, first time in front wheel drive, and you had all the Vauxhalls, of course, boys like Stephen Green, Dick Archer. Real characters back in the day, and like you'd have maybe 22 people in your class going out competing for it. Well, I think the one thing that rallying needs to bring it back to the forefront is more television time, really, is what it's missing to get the interest back in from Joe public and from sponsors and that type of thing.
That is a problem. And as somebody who works in television as my day job, I can tell some of us really pushing hard to get rallying back on the TV. But yeah, it's a tough ask, and unfortunately there are other sports who are maybe better at marketing themselves or better at getting TV coverage.
That's it. Yeah, there's more books and in football and things like that the marketing is there for, you know, and it's down to that brings everything to the forefront, like you say. If there's no marketing there,
the coverage for rallying is very difficult to do. You know, you've seen how difficult it is getting around over here to see the stages and how many cameras you're going to get out. I mean, we've got in-car cameras now, which is fantastic. To actually get the people out on the stages, we need that television coverage where people can actually see, like we're stood here and seeing the excitement and that of it. And that's what's got to bring it back. I mean, I don't know how they do it, but you know, we're talking about going back in the day. I don't remember the Daily Express challenge where they had the likes of, we said earlier, Derek Warwick, Tony Pond, Russell Brooks, people from all different motorsports competing there, which I actually still watch some of them things on YouTube and that there, and I still think it's a fantastic watch, all the different cars and all competing. It's fantastic, and I think the public nowadays seeing that sort of thing, it'll get the interest back in.
You see, you also had things like the Esca David Rally Sprint and also Mobile One Rally Challenge, which was a series on TV where you had some of the really top guys come over and all compete in the same car over the same stage, and it was a series. I don't think that would even get commissioned these days.
Yeah, that to me, the Mobile One Challenge was absolutely phenomenal to watch. Bit of a half spin there. But yeah, the Mobile One Challenge, like you say, different drivers from different disciplines and that, all in exactly the same car, going over the same stage, and seeing that was just fantastic. I couldn't take my eyes off that.
It's again sucking people into the sport, isn't it? 76 that was, with a little half spin. Clive Hilton and Dave Ingemels from the Dukeries Club in the little Ford Fiesta, and we're now starting to get down into that section of the field where you've got the interesting cars that we've been talking about.
that's it. Spectator-friendly cars that aren't committed for any championships or anything, just out for a bit of fun. So they enjoy it, so then we enjoy watching them.
Equally, okay, since we're on the subject, the level that these guys are at, and it's all about fun, but it's not. Okay, it's not cheap. Motorsport we know isn't cheap because there are still entry fees and tyres and fuel and everything else. But it is a fairly cost-effective way of having fun.
That's it, yeah, exactly. I think the further down the field you get the ones that are enjoying it. So what they put their blood, sweat, tears and money into it, that's what they enjoy. That's what they do. They do it for fun. It's like everybody else, but they're not committed. They're not competitive in championships. So they just enjoy it.
We also get to see cars like that one, 53, Chris Jones and Daniel Harris from Kidwelly, down in my neck of the woods, with a Gilburn Invader, which is in Class N2 with a 2-litre engine, but we were saying earlier that one of the comments made on the live stream was that it's got a Honda engine in it, but it's still great to see cars like that out, and it shows that in a championship and an event like this, there's pretty much room for everybody.
Definitely, and that's what I think, the variation of cars and people putting their own initiative into what engine they're going to run in it, what suspension they're going to put on it, whatever. I think that's what it's all about, man and machine against conditions, isn't it? And that's, to me, what rallying always will be.
I mentioned that step on the hairpin, that was a definite clunk.
So I think hopefully the sump guard took that and not the sump of the engine, but yeah, there's no oil, so yeah, back on it, and the VTEC screaming off into the distance.
Mark, if you just take a look at your live timing, just wondering what the situation is, if you've got any more either times from this stage or times from the next one.
Yeah, there's nothing come in from stage 16 yet, but it looks all pretty close. As the further down the field, there's not much jump in times really. It's still like 15, 16 seconds at the top for the top two, 15 between the top third and fourth, and then as you go down the field, there's still to play for. There's 7 seconds between fifth and sixth, so it's looking quite close. Seventh and eighth, you're talking another 14 seconds. The common theme there is about 15 seconds between positions, really. There's a bit of a jump from second to third, but there's still close battles out there to be had.
64 just going past us, which is Christopher Thompson from Wickham, with Ron Ruffhead alongside. Now, Ruffhead's an unusual surname, so I wonder if that's Andrew's dad.
I think it could be. I think it's a possibility that it could be.
Co-driver, father and son, fair play.
Yeah, that's it. Definitely lots of wisdom in there, that household, I would have reckoned, especially with Andrew being up at the top of the fierce end, and certainly got plenty of experience behind him, and is doing well, pushing Neil along.
One thing we do need to look at by the time we get back to the finish is class victories, because I know that Darren Atkinson in the Mark II was scrapping with Brad Cole for the B13, I think it was. Yes, B13 class honours, and unfortunately Brad and Jamie Vaughan retired, so it looks as though it's a shoe-in pretty much. So that B13 has gone to Darren Atkinson. Yeah, you got all misty-eyed then, Nigel.
Oh yeah.
I do. Course today, don't you?
I did. I certainly missed the old left-hand drive one I had with a sequential track diff in it. Like, that was awesome to drive. I knew you'd done a stage when you'd done that. Your arms hanging off you.
When we were talking, I said, "Oh, the Chris Meek car," and you said, "No, it's not quite, but it's that kind of era, isn't it?" Chris Meek had one of those Corsa kit cars.
That's right. Yeah, this is one before that. This was the B-shaped Corsa, which was a Dick Archer Wizard built car. I'm not sure who drove them for Dick. David Wright was one of the guys that drove them. That was a fantastic car. Exciting to drive. Gearbox in it was phenomenal.
That was wide track as well, wasn't it? Kit car spec.
It was, yeah. It was a difficult park. It was getting bits.
That was the car that I said on the last stage that somebody was on it coming down towards us, and it certainly sounded again. Car 50, William Mains from Llandyssil, with Alan Edwards from Hack Club in the little Vauxhall Nova. Still going well, obviously well down the field, but they haven't given up yet.
No, I don't think they will do. I think they'll be pushing that Nova on till the finish line. I think they certainly go well in that, and you can hear it even in the distance. They're certainly on it and pushing hard.
Still a few of those unusual cars to come. We didn't see the Seat go past us, did we, on the previous one? So sadly, it would seem that the little Seat Ibiza is on the retirement list. We did see the Golf GTI. We didn't see the BMW Mini Cooper. We did see a couple of the classic minis, didn't we?
We did, yeah. But the BMW Mini seems to have gone missing somewhere in action. Here's the Lotus Cortina now, Mark II. You were just saying about the Nova there. I mean, yeah, they're far down the field, but you can see they're still trying hard. The car sounds and looks really good, and you can see they are pushing on. I mean, yeah, they're not at the top end. You know, they're all trying just as hard, and you can hear that they are doing that. It's seat time and all that sort of thing again, and maybe his first time here on the event as well.
52 is Bob Gibbons, by the way, with Jonathan Harris, both from Brecon Club, in that Lotus Mark II Cortina. And as we were saying earlier on, you see the Mark 1s now and again, you don't see the Mark 2s. I'm just thinking, the Mark 3s, you never see. It was a big old barge, the Mark III Cortina.
Yeah, it's funny, there's been some pictures on the nostalgia stuff on Facebook lately with the Mark IIIs on, which I don't ever remember ever seeing one rally. I've seen some strange cars, but I've never seen the Mark III.
Yep, car 78, the first of our two minis, Anthony Elks and Louise Thomas. But yeah, you used to see the Mark III Cortina estates as service barges. So you'd see them occasionally in strange laybys with tyres on the roof. But no, I can't remember a Mark III Cortina rally.
No, we had a Granada 2.8i gear as a chase car, or a service car, and that was fantastic. We used to tow the car to the event with it, use it as a service vehicle. Fantastic, yeah. In
the days of the Mark II, the Rothmans escorts, they had a fleet of those Granada estates as service cars, and you did see them in some very strange places. But yeah, they was all part of the experience. And if you remember some of the more unusual vehicles that we used as service, so the Opals, the Mantas and the Asconas, they had those Chevrolet vans. Do you remember those?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, fantastic. They looked fantastic, didn't they? They looked rally themselves, didn't they? Is your favourite car the Samba?
Great to see that car, 74, Danny Cowell and Will Price in the little Talbot Samba Rally. I'm just pleased to see that get to the finish. You know, there's a car that you kind of adopt on every event, and that's definitely mine for this one.
100%. You said before there about Mantas and the Asconas. Now I'm surprised we don't see more of them back out in like the historic sections and that sort of thing. All escort. And I drove a Manta once, and like most forgiving car sideways I've ever drove. Fantastic, absolutely amazing car. And they were obviously very competitive back in the day, and I don't understand why there's not more of them doing the historic events.
That's a good point, actually, because I think we've seen 1 or 2 Mantas this season, but I don't think they've been the Manta 400. They've just been Mantas, and you never see the Asconas.
No, Chris Purbeck's got a real nice one up in the garage. He does the Goodwood Festival of Speed in, which is, you know, it's a shining example. And he said there's a Belgium actually doing the engines now, which was one of the weak points with the head on it, where this guy's developed the head, which is the same head, but he's made a way that it's more reliable. Chris doesn't want to take the Ascona out, I think, damage it on a stage, whereas he doesn't mind doing it for a bit of a showground around Goodwood.
Well, I remember doing the commentary at Chatsworth years ago on one of these rally days, and there was a chap there with a short wheelbase Quattro, and I said, "Oh, so what's the history?" And he said, this one is like a tribute car. He said it's not a rally car. He said it was an original road going Quattro. We did the cut and shut to make it short wheelbase. We did it, you know, made it look like a works car. And he said, because my other one's too valuable to rally. And sorry, your other one? He said, oh yeah, my other one's an ex-Mikola short wheelbase. And he said, that's on display in the kind of the Parc Ferme area. So he said, so this is the one I take on the stages. So this is a guy, I can't remember who it was for the life of me, had 2 short wheelbase Quattros.
Fabulous, absolutely fabulous, yeah. Imagine having them in your stable.
I'm not sure which one Steve Perros has got, but I remember Mark Higgins using it as one of the zero cars on one of the Manx rallies. I think it was the National, wasn't it? He was using that as a zero car. That was impressive to watch and listen.
I did an event in Ireland. Was it 20? It might have been during when I produced the TV coverage of the BRC, and it was one of the Irish events that was using the full, and it was in the full Audi colours and all the rest of it, and that was the zero car.
Yeah, that's right. I was doing the historic event with Connor that time when we were running first on the road. So we were behind that as that pulled off the start line, and it rumbled the Mark II, and just watching it go up over towards head was just listening to it climb the hill was just unbelievable.
The thing that got me about the Quattro, and not just the short wheelbase, I remember doing the Audi Sport Rally for media many years ago, and Michel Mouton did it with Sue Baker, the Top Gear presenter. Sue's become a good friend over the years, and we were talking about it, and Sue was just pig sick in that car. She was just, she said, Michelle said, don't worry about notes or maps or whatever. She said, just get me to the stage start and I'll do the rest. And they won it by a country mile. But we turned up and I watched that car off the line, and the marshal said go, and there was a split second pause, and then all 4 wheels just gripped and it was gone. And the only word I can think of was violent. The way that thing went off the line.
Just going to say, there's no other car I think ever in rally that's took off the line like the Audi Quattro. The whole thing sort of like sat backwards down and then lurched forward like a rocket taking off, almost wheeling down the road.
We've all got memories like that, Mark.
That's it, yeah, we've all got memories. I think it's either watching it on YouTube or watching it on an event. I think everybody's got some fantastic memories of gone in the days and back in the days stories that you always hear.
We're coming towards the end of our coverage here on this particular stage of the event. I think, what are we doing on the tracker? Have we got anybody else coming towards us, or are we potentially looking at sweeper car time?
I think it's looking as if there's a couple more to go, and then it's sweeper time. But there's some times in for the next stage. It's just an update that Neil Roscoe's taken 2 seconds out of Peter Taylor over stage 16. So Neil's back on the push.
Not giving up yet then?
No, I don't think Neil will give up until it's parked up at the grandstand. So Neil will be on another push. So there's 2 more stages to go. Neil's taken 2 out of Peter Taylor. So it's coming down. So it looks as if there's about 13 seconds gap now between the 2 of them.
Not bad with 2 stages to go.
It's looking good.
No, it's an overshoot, a half spin, something like that there, and Neil's back in there, isn't he? So you've got to keep on your toes and keep pushing and pushing, never give in.
Ooh, a looks a little sorry for itself.
So one-eyed Clio, yeah, no bumper, no headlight. Yeah, it's that's met a bank or a stow wall somewhere.
Yeah, Josh Evans, that is, car 44 with Tony Edwards alongside in the little Clio. We've had a couple of Clios on events this year, but that's the only one running this weekend, so it's good to see him still on the way. And so yeah, 2 stages to go after that one. We've got times through for John Stone and Steve Wood yet.
Nothing's come through yet. It's just the top 2 that have come through so far. A bit of a delay in the time updates, but
Okay, nothing coming through on the WhatsApp group from our guys out there trying to gather stories for us. So who should be next through the stage?
let's have a little track.
Sorry, I've got you on the wrong page there. It's my fault.
Car 66 should be next, looking at the tracker. So I think there's 2 more cars to come after this one. There you go, Peugeot 205. Yeah, bouncing down the road, twitching from side to side, just putting the power down.
He did wince slightly as he went off that step, though.
Yeah, it did look as if he was going to kiss the bank. Luckily, it pulled him the other side, so still going.
66, that was Michael Savino and Liam Ruddock in Peugeot 205. And as we mentioned earlier on, the similar car of Di Roberts already had a co-driver's title this year. Sadly, having retired, or certainly having joined the list of retirements, we don't know why. Probably mechanical, because I'm sure I would have heard if somebody had seen him parked up somewhere. But sadly, Di ending the season on a lower note than he would have liked in that little Peugeot 205. But I'm sure that car will be out again next year.
That's it. Knowing Di, it'll be nothing too major. He'll have that fixed back in the garage and ready to play again next time. So it looks like we've got 2 cars left. This should be car 82. I think we've got the last 2 mini adventures. I think it's there we go. Looks like it's leaking fuel out of the fuel caps. They've obviously filled that quite full.
Filled it to the brim, yeah.
82 is Josh Dallimore and Leonie Marchbank in a 1400cc Mini, and then potentially, if it's the same as on the previous stage, is it the Micra that'll be last through?
That's right, yeah, big Davis, Klukas and Carrara. So yeah, fingers crossed they come through, so then that'll be the last car through.
Okay, so just the one more car then. We have, as I mentioned earlier, another live stream going on at around the same time, so if you need to switch over to catch that action, and then we will be heading back to Douglas once this road reopens, and our aim is to catch the event winners, but also more importantly, because this is the final round of the championship, we will work out for you and bring you an interview with the winner of the 2022 Drivers' Championship in the Pro Tyre Motorsport UK Asphalt Championship. Yep, final car I think coming towards us.
So let's see if he gets this hairpin nicely done. Nice and round.
He's definitely missing me on the handbrake there, Dave. He loved me on the handbrake going round Derby.
So, in theory, the next car we'll see will be the Saab being used as the sweeper car. We will stay up for now, though, just in case there is somebody running out of position, although Mark has got the tracker open.
There's nothing now. It's sweeper car next, so a bit of a historic Saab. Mr. Parry and the Saab doing his usual duties.
There are a few officials' cars out this weekend. We talked about this. We do seem to see a string of officials' cars both before and after the event.
That's it, yeah. I think you look at the entry, the list of runners that are running at the minute. I think it's getting close to course cars versus finishers.
And then Manx so top 10 I think in a minute. So here we go. Car up to Neil Roscoe. Asphalt Championship. How's that for commitment? Some serious pace. So to follow on our theme of jumps, we were on the Switchback jumps this morning with 3 jumps. We're now here at the Little London stage, just before Bradford Cottage, and we have 2 jumps for you here. And then just saw a very, very fast jump, which takes you see on the camera, it's very wet on the top of that hill. Be super careful as you go out of view. It's extremely tricky. What a piece of stage this is, though. I mean, in all the years I've been coming here, I love it. It's an amazing stage. Real commitment. Super high speed all the way from top of the hairpin on this double width road. Super tidy line over the jumps here. Steve Wood. So exactly where the road goes over the crests. No dab of the brakes whatsoever until now. There you go. Left hander there, wet, and then tight right hander that's just come out shot through there. That tight right hander actually caught one of the crews out yesterday. Probably lost it on the wet and then hit the bank on the outside of the right hander. Yeah. Tyre with some discomfort on the cobra. The car wasn't too bad, it wasn't actually a bad accident, but it just program, so I made the decision to withdraw last night, which is a shame. So I'm doing okay today. Just went to the camera. Next up, Darren Atkinson's Escort. See as the car skips its way, go around the right hander through a little bit of damage, skips its way over the horrible section of stage. It's got a little undulated at the tarmac, and the car doesn't seem to be on the road at all. If you're stuck on the road, the car just doesn't seem to be on the road. Martin Jones, one of the local boys on the island. Sadly, we won't see Martin. He's had an off this morning, car on its roof. Ultra committed, and it's always amazing to watch him. It's one of my favourite sections of stage to watch Martin. Makes that little Nova dance. Hi, Flying Simo. Fiesta Rally 2. Again, no dab on the brakes at all. To the top. Slowing the car down enough to the right hander. Just another quarter of a mile climb to the top of the hill, and then it's all down the hill from there. All the way back down to the hairpin, all winds. And out of the stage down by Douglas. Go. George Solis, ladies and gentlemen. George, Jamaican performance in the BMW. 7th overall. Favourite with the locals, the BMW. So, just out of curiosity, what are we like for noise, wind noise now? Now I've adapted my microphone. Bradshaw, and Whiteley going well. Seem to come on song throughout the weekend. Impressive to see this one. Claire Lennox, I can see you. You sure? You're very elusive. Really, you wear these camouflage yellow tabards. Surely you can't see us. Hello anyway if you like. Sorry, Ian Lennox. Manx Rally Live, great coverage, thank you. Here is Mr. Stone. Nicely done. Doesn't sound like it's got too many issues with the car, but we know problems with the potentiometers this morning, lost them some time. Struggling with the revs. Slow junction would have been a nightmare for him. That's absolutely fine. Get involved, everyone. Fellas who we can see. Catherine, William, that's the mines room, isn't it? No, it isn't actually, believe it or not. The mines is on the other side of the hill for us. This is the road from the bungalow all the way down to Sarkfield and Cronky Body. And we are just before Brandywell Cottage. This doesn't sound right. To me, bear me 1 second. Just going to try and make some slight adjustments to the sound. I'm holding the microphone in a sort of. I'm trying to hold the microphone in like I don't know, like a gangster rapper style pose, away from the wind for you all, and my hand is inside like a rain cover that is there to protect a camera, but it's trying to protect the microphone as well. So I'm doing my best. Andrew Whiteley, I'm so sorry. You are very right. I saw Evo and assumed it's not. You are absolutely correct. Max and Liam weren't in that car. That was Steve Orman-Smith. Completely forgot. Thank you for correcting me. We will see them shortly. It's a lot clearer now. Thank you very much. That's good to hear. Thanks, Rebecca. We do our best as best as we can up here in this mountainous terrain. But if the wind disappeared, we'd be a lot better. Okay, who are we seeing next? That was car 55 that's just come through. So that was Simon Summers, Nathan Summers. That's a real shame because these guys have been doing really well. It's been a good run for those guys in the Escort, so shame to see that they've got a problem with the engine now. Fingers crossed it doesn't affect them too much and they can keep pushing on to the end of the stage, because like I say, they've got this last stage now. They've got probably what from here 8 miles, maybe 7 miles, maybe down to the towards Douglas, and a top 10 finishes on the car. So let's keep everything crossed that they make it down. Jack Foster, any chance of a rundown of the top 10 results so far? Okay, yeah, Jack, of course I can do that for you. Give it you from the results as they are now for stage 17, and then as they come through for this one, I will give you a roundup of the results for the event as well, because that will be conclusive when we get to the end. So, times up to this stage Peter Taylor, Jack Morton. Pause for escorts, we can do that. Kevin Davies, Nolan Davies. So, going back to it, Peter Taylor, Jack Morton lead the event. Neil Roskell, Andrew Roughhead, they lead the MS UK Pro Tyre Championship. They're currently second. Steve Wood and Dale Bowen, they are third overall, second in the Pro Tyre, and currently within a whisker of claiming that championship. John Stone, times seem to have been sorted now, so John is currently fourth with Laura Connell. Fifth is Stephen Simpson and Patrick Walsh. Sixth up, Darren Atkinson, Phil Sandham. Seventh is George Collister and Ian Postlethwaite. Max Bradshaw, Liam Whiteley, they are in eighth. And then Richard Fishley and Kareen Walker, Kex Walker as he's known, with Danny Matthews alongside, they round out your top 10. Now, I've lost Simon Summers. He's there. So I wonder if that was a problem that's carried on. It looks like it could have been. So it looks like he's been nursing that issue through the last stage as well. So that Paulie escort has dropped quite a bit of time in that last stage. Unfortunately, dropped him out with the top 10. What a shame. Maybe we've been nursing it since the stage previous as well. Dropped over a minute to the car previous to him, and then another 25-30 seconds in the air. So lots of time being lost. That's a shame, that is, for Simon and Nathan. They've been going well in that escort. Okay. Let's see, next up then. It is indeed Kex Walker, Danny Matthews. Always put on a show. The ever sideways BMW. Loves to use the handbrake at any opportunity. I wouldn't advise it up here in the hills, but hairpins down at the Baldwins, ideal place to see textbook handbrakes from Kex. Keep an eye on the results and see what's coming through. We should have cars approaching the end of stage 18 now. So any time now we should start to get some times through. It's another BMW by the sounds of it. High flying. Fully committed. That was car number 30. That was Tim Cole and David Sutcliffe. Hazards on. I don't think they need to. Everything seemed okay. A little bit of a smell, gearbox oil possibly. But, didn't seem to be having any problems or slowing them down in any way. So. Look at news feeds coming in and seeing if I can string any stories together. You see more BMWs. That one was Chris Hayes, Rick Sutcliffe, car 35. Commitment up this section of stage is phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal, really is impressive to watch. So, one notable retirement from today is the safety delegate. I'm going to have to get that in there. The safety delegate has unfortunately retired. His no safety till I get through this stage. Go on, Richard. Nicely done. Lovely looking Evo 5. Well driven that was by Richard Slinger. So, I did read Anthony Allery. Anthony's had a few problems today. Started quite early this morning. I think he was off the road yesterday as well, which may be the sort of start of the problems, but unfortunately misfire on the car has actually put him out of the event now, so that's a shame for one of the Pro Tyre crews. We'll hopefully see him back out again next year. The championship comes to a close here on the Isle of Man. It's been a cracking season. Paul and the team taken this championship on and done an amazing job with it. Some of the best events in the country and outside of the country as well. You know, travelling to Northern Ireland and up to Scotland for some closed road events up there. It's been a fantastic spectacle, and I'm looking forward to joining the team again next year if they'll have me. Great effort by everyone involved in running a championship like this. It's no easy thing, I can tell you. A few people making sure that I know the sound's good, so that's great. Thank you very much, guys. It's much better to hear. Have we had anything through for 18 yet? We have had some stuff through for 18. Only 4 competitors at the minute. Just to let you know, Peter Taylor, Neil Roskell, Steve Wood, Darren Atkinson, they've all found the finish of the last stage. It looks like Neil Roskell has gone quicker than Peter Taylor by 2 seconds. As you watch car 48 flash past, that is Philip Shaw and Macklin Wilson. Little Nova. Now that we've lost Martin Jones in the blue one, Philip and Macklin making sure they hold the honours of the Vauxhall brand and doing a great job as well at the same time, flying along in the little green machine. Okay, next up, car number 43. Where's car number 43? Every now and again I lose where I'm at. There we are. Mark Lennox and Ian Beeman. Going really well. Good to see. Rebecca Griffiths is in the know. So it's not the engine. There's a crack in the manifold for the summer team. Okay. I'm hoping that crack doesn't get any worse and they manage to get through this stage. It sounded pretty sick, but if it's a cracked manifold, then hopefully they can get to the end. That's car 22, Dave Willits. John Davies alongside, and setting some positive times today. A13 class currently lying 7th in that class. I agree, Michelle. Mr. Lennox is going really well. It's been good watching this weekend. He's driven really well actually. Chris Travers, where is this, please? Chris, we are on the Isle of Man, which is a little rock in the middle of the Irish Sea, bang in the middle of England, Ireland, Scotland and Wales, really. It belongs to Great Britain. and this stage is currently running. It's called Little London, and it is sort of dead centre of the island. It starts just on the west side of the island, then makes its way to the middle of the island, and then it drops down the island back towards Douglas and finishes just outside Douglas. It's a nice long stage for the crew. Finish on. The Manx rally organisers over here always do a great job of leaving a little sting in the tail for everyone, just to ensure that the excitement's not over until they get to the finish. So that was Martin Freestone and James Freestone, H3 class runners in the Mark 1 Escort, currently third in their class. Martin and James, well, certainly Martin, been campaigning Escorts for many, many years. I used to remember watching them in the British Historic Championships when I first got into sort of the media side of things. It's a name that I recognise. Car 39, Sean Jones, Shannon Turnbull. Clearly took his brave pills this morning. Was high flying and sideways over the jumps as he came into view. Some serious commitment from those guys. Same over the switchback jumps this morning as well. It's, somebody who likes jumping their Vauxhall Patrons. And that's the first of 2 Astra Mark IIs that we've got out today. Although we'd seen the one by now, so car 29, I think it was, if I remember rightly. See on the results list now. 29, might be wrong, I might have just made that up. I'm hoping they're still running. The sort of more iconic livery. Dealer team Vauxhall colours. Yeah, so Simo's through, Darren Atkinson's through, George Collis is through, Steve Orman Smith through. Everyone seems to be getting to the end of the stages now, earning themselves a beer tonight. That should be them done. Just a drive back down to the TT grandstand down in Douglas. Who have we got out there? Feel free to drop us a message, guys, if you're watching the live stream. Let us know how you're getting on, what you're doing today. What's the weather like near you guys? Got any shout outs? I can do shout outs if you want. Got one here from Andrew Shufflebottom. You need to go to Mull. Mull is an incredible place. It's one of my favourite places to go rallying. I've been a few times up to Mull. The atmosphere. I always comment on it being similar in a way to what the TT is to this island for bikes. I always figure the rally is a bit like that for Mull. It's a bit of a mecca. The island doesn't quite come to a standstill, but it's not far off, and it's just an incredible atmosphere. The whole island goes motorsport mad for about a week. If you ever get the chance to go, it is an adventure. I can promise you, you will enjoy it. You don't sleep. You get lost. You get cold. You get wet. I know I'm selling it to you, but it really is genuinely one of the best experiences you'll ever have as a motorsport fan. They tend to run two sort of sections at night and then one in the daytime. So you need to make sure you've eaten your carrots if you're going up there. But it really is a truly phenomenal place, and not only for cars, but while you're there, the scenery you will see, the wildlife that you will see, the people that you meet. It is just incredible. Incredible. So there's a bit of a shout out to the Isle of Mull. If anyone is thinking of going up there in a couple of weeks' time, hopefully I've just put you onto it a little bit more. You need to be there. Caroline Jones going well. Sean and Shannon. Yeah, you're right there. I'm waiting for Dad in his Gilburn to come through. We were talking about this earlier, Caroline. Like this hard-charging Peugeot. Come past us, car 54. James Nichols and David Orman. Treading carefully through the water as they head up out of view. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. And yeah, great car to see. I naively thought it was something else. I thought it was a Datsun. So previously on our live stream this morning, we did some research into Gilburns because none of us had ever heard of them before. And it is a car that only 1,000 or so were ever made. It's by a company based in Pontypridd in South Wales. And yeah, what a great little car. Unique, something totally different that you don't see. So great to see it out on the stages. Car 51, David Clucky and Eilish Baxter. Another one of the Manx. What's going on here? Can anyone see what's going on? The camera seems to have gone, the screen's gone blank. Is it just me? Is it just my phone? Another live stream came in and it's all disappeared. Just, oh no, we are there. We are there. Sorry about that, everyone. It was, B team have gone live from the grandstand now for the finish. Obviously we're the A team, we're the number one squad, the special stage. It's myself, Phil and cameraman Luke. And the B team have gone live down at the grandstand for the champagne spraying and the awards down there. So for some reason the phone decided it had had enough of watching what we were doing and wanted to see them, so it all went off. But at least you're still with us and at least you can still see us. Lewis Gatt, the Pro Tyre registered crew, Callum Young alongside. Crew that have picked up more and more pace as the weekend have gone on as well, another one. And yeah, flying along now, what can we say about them? Really sort of got to grips with that car this weekend. Steady away in the wet yesterday, which is, I think, probably the best approach you could possibly have in the conditions we had. So to push on today like they are doing, very wise of them. They've done a cracking job. Dan Elmore, welcome along, Dan. Missed a few comments here. Let's go back and see what they say. Right, here we go. Dean Roskell, yes, he certainly has done well. Yeah, he's flown this weekend. Impresses us more and more every time we see him. Yeah, really well done. Mark Perryman, he's been out with our other camera crew, and he's probably back at the grandstand now, already having his beers. It says Mark Perryman will be having a few beers. It's his birthday. Happy birthday, Mark, from Beverly Gower. Happy birthday, Mark. We'll celebrate a beer later, shall we? Steve Wright, currently in the garage with Andy Wild rallying, watching and prepping the car for Mull. Good man, Steve. Good man. Don't forget the lights. You'll need them. Make sure you put them on the front of the car. You'll be able to see where you're going then, and plenty of carrots before you go. So Dan, yeah, is this up Snaefell? Next to Snaefell actually, Dan. Snaefell's just around the corner from us here, behind these trees. We're on the next hill over from there. A couple of miles away, I would say. If you were here for the Manx International Cycle Race a few weeks ago. Well done, good job. And always good to see Dan out in his Metro 6R4. It's a hell of a weapon, that. Car 62, that's a little Citroen C2 in spearmint green. That's Max Murray and Matty Owen, still pushing on. Good work, guys. The team's had a tough weekend. Rob Fagg's involved with helping run that team, and they had a tough time yesterday when the car stopped in a Ford at Glenroy. Water levels had risen to almost impassable levels, so yeah, unfortunately just took on a little bit too much water and has damaged the engine. It was car 40, drop speed escort, Paul Dorashuk, consistent hard charger. Usually has really fancy wheels on that car, all different colours. When's the next rally in Yorkshire? Trina Dunn. Next rally in Yorkshire? Good question. It will be the Malton Forest stages, and that will be first weekend of November. It's usually around bonfire night. It'll be the Sunday, around about the. But yeah, make sure you come out and watch the event. It'll be a great event. I think we're up there as well for that one, so I might even see you there. Oh yeah, there you go. I had an answer underneath from Mark Johnson. It's Malton, first week of November. Thank you. Didn't see that until I read that then. So the Gilburn has an S2000 engine in, which Chris used to use in his Morris 1000 grass car many years ago. It's only the Gilburn's second time out, and it's currently out its 50th anniversary of the Gilburn at Wiscombe Hill Climb a few weeks back to try it out ready for this week's Isle of Man. Wow, that's cool. Great bit of insight there then. So S2000 engine. Okay. Used to be using a auto grass car. Amazing stuff. And he was out for the 50th anniversary of the Gilburn at Wiscombe Hill. Great. It's really good. It'll be through any time now, actually. I'm really looking forward to seeing it again. It's a hell of a car, that. Brilliant. So you've just seen one of the most immaculate escorts ever to grace the stages. Absolutely stunning car. And I said this earlier, Mark Pugsley and Mark Clackworthy don't half know how to look out and turn out a car for an event. It is absolutely stunning, that car. Always immaculate. Always perfectly well prepared. So, yeah, stunning car, that Mark 1. Tentative on the brakes, doesn't really need to. BMW there. Was car number. Can't see it. I was too busy watching them on the brakes to pay attention to the number. Apologies, Mr. BMW. I miss you there. It's a unique BMW to this event because they're all Manx BMWs seem to be the older versions, and this one is a slightly newer model, so it's easily recognisable. Steve Wright, lamp pod corner lamps, and even under bonnet lights this year. Nicely done. With Mull being at night, Steve, I always like the idea of having fancy lights in the car, like Christmas lights. Or flashing lights on your wheels are always good, on the valve caps, or anything to jazz the car up. I think as long as you're within the safety standards, obviously, it's good to see lights on cars like that at night. Car 41, it's the escort of Paul Jenkins. I think Paul Jenkins had a moment earlier. Was that the one that had the moment with us? I think Switchback jumps. If you haven't watched the action from earlier on, when this live stream is finished, click back and have a watch of that stage. You'll see them have a very, very scary moment where I'm almost certain a change of underwear will have been needed. Just got caught out by the number of bumps, and when the car landed, it was off the road. But I'm going to say it was definitely more judgment than luck, and make it sound really well driven. They managed to get the car under control, back down the grass bank and back onto the road without any dramas, which was amazing to see. I'm really glad that they managed to do it, because it wouldn't have been a pretty sight looking at the car after it had gone the other side of the grass bank into the fields and trees. So yeah, excellent driving that. Thanks for the coverage, guys. It felt like I was there in person, but warmer. Thank you, Alan. To be honest with you, temperature-wise, for the Isle of Man, it isn't too bad. We are wrapped up a little bit, you know, I get that. However, and it is blowing a gale, but temperature-wise, we've commented, the sun's quite strong. It's all right. We don't mind, to be fair. Here's the Gilburn. There's nothing wrong with that car. That is a nice car. I like it. I've got a Gilburn for sale. Fancy buying one. What do you reckon, Luke? Fancy doing this event in a Gilburn next year? Yeah? We'll have to find some new camera with me, won't we? Well, yeah, let's do it. Let's get a Gilburn bought. I'll pass it on and see what we can do. Your suggestion, make it onto the video on YouTube of his prep work. Yeah, that'd be good, yeah. It'd be always good to see work getting done. That'd be good. So yeah, let us know how you get on, and we'll keep an eye for Mull. We're not up on Mull this year, unfortunately. I've started organising historic scenic tours, and I've got a tour that I've organised, and I organised it right at the beginning of the year, thinking I'll organise it for the weekend after Mull. Guess what I did? Organised it for the weekend of Mull. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be on the island this year, which is a big shame because I love it up there. But it'll save me some fuel, and I'll just make it more special next time I go. So, yeah, looking forward to getting back there. Anyway, have a really good time up there, Steve. Hope it all goes well for you on Mull. Rallying on another island. Down Aylmore, next outing for us with 6R4 of the Historic Rally Festivals. Yeah, so Historic Rally Festival is the same weekend as Mull. It's a great little event actually that started last year. Was it last year it started? I think we managed to get it in last year. It should have started earlier than that, but with the dreaded COVID, it all got pushed back, and the inaugural one was last year. And yeah, it's a good little event. It's growing and growing, and we've got extra stages this year that they're going to be running, and it's looking promising. If anyone's around the Midlands, the Historic Rally Festival takes place at Telford and Weston Park. And, yeah, it's well worth a look. Lots of lovely cars on show. That was Christopher Thomas and Ron Ruffhead. Car 64. So yeah, if you happen to be over there, get out on that one for definite. Loving the coverage today, guys. Watch most of the stages so far today. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, this is the last stage, Dan. We will be signing off and heading to a pub. It's car 50, Will Mains. Nova. I'm from Wales. Back out in the Nova. I think I said this earlier, I think he had quite a big accident in the Nova recently on an event. So I'm not sure whether that's a new car to him or if I just need to fix it all back up again and get it going. But yeah, I think he was out for quite a while. If I remember right, I might have got the wrong person altogether. But I think it was Will that had the accident. So I'm glad he's back out, and I'm glad he's doing all right as well. So not too many more cars to come. Howard Edwards has sat in with Will this weekend, and saying they're currently first in class. I do wonder if timing screens change around if that is true. So, let's try and give you a little bit of an update on some of the results then. So let's try and look at the classes. Let the little course past first. Is car 75. This is Connor Bailey Bridson. Connor Farmer, 2 Connors. So, Class B15, Peter Taylor, first in that class. Class B13 is Darren Atkinson. Class B14, Steve Orman-Smith. That's a good result for Steve. We see Bob Gibbons fly past us. It's a big old bus that, but he throws it around well. Simon Summers still saying as class winners. So Simon Summers and Nathan Summers in that Hawley Escort crack manifold. They seem to have got to the end. Looks like they finished in 11th, which is just outside top 10. Great result really for them, considering they've had problems most of the day today. It's been a tough day for them, but great to see that at the end. Kevin Davies, Owain Davies in the H3 class winners. N1 class, Philip Shaw, Macklin Wilson, taking that class. Martin Williams and Martin Orwood take N2 class. And as far as I can tell, B11 goes the way of Mark Lennox and Ian Bean. So, a couple more classes to round up for people who haven't got to the end of this stage yet. Lewis Gatt, we expect to take honours in B10. We spoke about really well this weekend. And who else have we got? Will Mains we just mentioned in the Nova. B9 class, H1 class. Danny Cowell, Will Price. It's almost as if it was made for that, wasn't it? There you go. Speak of the Devils, and they appear. Danny Cowell, Will Price, Bill Talbot Sapper, first in their class, H1. I think just before then we saw Anthony Elks and Louise Thomas come past in the mini as well. Realised second in B9. I think that's about it for class roundups. If everyone gets to the finish. Go Bob Gibbons, go. Totally agree. He's going, he's doing his best he can. Throwing the bus about. I remember seeing him over the jump on Epping down in South Wales many years ago. I filmed down there. On the new road out towards Irish Village, and I think he took one of the longest jumps I'd seen on the day, regardless of WRC cars and R5 cars, and through came Bob, and launched it. Great to see. Car 79, Terry Phillips, Jessica Quirk, the ever reliable Golf. CD Car 79 currently lying 39th, so just goes to show consistent running, always getting to the end of the events. Improved his seeding by half, just about. It's, yeah, excellent. Something different to see on the stages as well. Nice one down the Little Samba is looking great. It certainly is. And the car that's with them in the service park, the little recce car, I suppose you could call it, is the same. Talbot Samba. It's parked up nice and neatly in a typical sort of 70s or 80s style custard cream yellowy colour. And it's a lovely little car, yeah, immaculate. Both rally car and road car. Lovely to see. Just goes to show you don't need big expensive rally cars to go rallying. Do it in even a Gilburn. So if you've liked what you've seen today, thank you for watching. We'll still stick it out till the end, I promise. We're not going to leave you yet. But if you click on notifications, click on the little bell, you can follow Special Stage and you can be alerted every time we go live. We are live almost every weekend now. We travel up and down the length and breadth of the UK and further afield, covering events just like this one. So if you enjoy your motorsport and you want to see more of the rallying and getting involved, we're always on the lookout for presenters, commentators, camera personnel. So if you want to have a go, drop a message to the Special Stage Facebook page and somebody will be in touch with you and we can chat. But yeah, it's always good to see you guys watching, and it's been a busy weekend for us all, but a very enjoyable one once the rain had cleared. Car 66, Michael Savino, Liam Ruddock. A couple of maximum stage times. See them through the switchback jumps this morning. They never appeared. But they've managed to solve whatever issues they had. And appeared to finish the stages now off. So it's good to see. It was nice to get a finish under your belt. Plenty of kind comments coming in. Thomas Lyons, great coverage all day, chaps. Thanks for the entertainment. Thank you for watching. It's a pleasure to do this for you, really. It's not my normal day-to-day job. I usually have the camera in my hand, but this weekend I was given a microphone. I don't know whether that was an accident or not. Maybe you're supposed to give me a camera and he gave me a microphone, so unfortunately you had to listen to me all weekend. But anyway, it's been good. I've enjoyed it. It's great to be out here. I love coming to the Isle of Man. The stages are phenomenal. It's a bit of a childhood dream to come and film on this rock and certainly be a part of such a famous event and stand on junctions and bits of stage that I've been watching for 20-30 years. You know, I can go into Wales, I can go into Scotland, I can go into parts of England and see rallying in forests that I've seen on television, but when you come and stand at Brandywell Cottage, you know, and even talked to the owners of Brandywell Cottage. I was speaking to Dave last night, whose parents own the cottage, and it's for sale if anyone wants it. Talking to Dave last night, who's marshalling on his doorstep, basically. It's just a pleasure to be here. It's, you know, it gives you a bit of goosebumps when you're stood there watching things, especially having Mark James alongside us this weekend. Mark's been on the other live stream, and you might not recognise my voice, but you'll certainly recognise his from rallying through the last 20 or so years, 30 or so years really. 90s was when I first heard Mark commentating on rallying, and I remember it vividly, watching, you know, the likes of Mark Higgins and Robbie Head, you know, in the kit cars, even Gwyneth Evans driving them through these lanes and around the cottage or the house here at Brandywell, with Mark telling us all about it. And it's just a pleasure to be able to then do that myself all these years on. So yeah, thanks for having us, it's been great. That was car 82 just flashing by, a little Mini, green Mini with the black boot. Let's find out who that was. Car 82, Josh Dallimore, Leone Marchbank. Okay, we shall see how many more we've got left. Terry Duffield, great coverage, watching from North Yorkshire, thank you. Thanks Terry, thanks for watching. Dave Wild, great coverage, thanks guys, you filmed lots of stages, good stuff. Thanks Dave, yeah, we try and do our best with what we can get to. We don't like starting a stage and filming a stage if we can't get everybody through the stage, because, you know, the guys at the back of the field need as much recognition as the guys at the front of the field. So we try where we can. We can't always. We try our best to film everybody. Timing schedules and things like that often don't work in our favour, but we'll do our best to compromise numbers of stages to make sure that we can to bring you everybody through the stage. So it's something we try and do as much as we can. So thank you for sticking with us. The little Saab to come through at the end as the sweeper car, so we know we're all done. Time to go and get some food, get warm, and then have a drink or two tonight, I think. But not too many, because an early morning crossing across the Irish Sea is never a good idea when you've got beer inside you. So we'll be very sensible tonight. End of season drinks with the Asphalt Championship crew. What could possibly go wrong? Mark Constantine, many thanks for the great coverage, but I must go and cut the grass. Thanks for being with us, Mark. It's a shame you're not out here. We have a sick car coming towards us now. Who's this? It's a long way off yet. That's a shame. We've only got a few miles to go. Thank you for being with us, Mark. Yeah, it's a shame you're not over here. Actually, we always love watching Mark in the Corsa, usually out and about. It's a great competitor and an often championship regular. Make hay while the sun shines, eh, Mark? Go and get yourself your lawn cut. So we have an issue here for the Clio. Clearly decided the scenery was worth a closer look. That's car 44. Has he got no wheel on the back of that, Luke? Staying nicely out of the way for the little micro. Well done, boys. Good job. That was the class-leading micro, if I remember rightly. Car 44, the Clio. Where is he? One of the Evans boys, I think, if I remember rightly. He's missing from my sheet. I'm sure it was an Evans. One of the Evans Clio. Let's see, now disappeared. Anyway, the little red micro that came through was, I think, lost. Seen everything else at the minute. So Dave Lucas and Cara Bolch, they haven't made it to us by the looks of it. He's been on his way. hopefully the little Clio can drag itself to the end of the stage and get to the end. Not sure why it's not on our list. Disappeared. Here is the Saab. So this is our last car. It's the sweeper, and because I've got a Saab at home, clearly the best car on the rally. There we go. Not competing, but I have to say, I think he's won it for me this weekend.
Hello, and for the final time this season, welcome to live coverage from the Pro Tyre Motorsport UK Asphalt Rally Championship. We're on the Isle of Man for the final round. 6 rounds in the end counted rather than the 7 we'd planned, but it still delivered an exciting finish to the season. Behind me you see our top 3 on the event. I shall explain who's won the driver's title in just a moment, but there is one award to look at first of all before we go into overalls on the rally and also championship positions. You'll have seen, if you've been with us all year on social media, that there is an award for best presented car, and it is in fact the car behind me that's won the award on this occasion. It is Neil Roskell who has won the category on this event, and it's Neil's car that has been judged as being the best presented. So Dan from ATM Sport, where are you, Dan?
Dan of ATM, please.
Dan
and Neil.
Neil, come on over. This is going to spring a surprise on you because your car's been awarded the best presented. So it is. So
Fantastic.
Dan, congratulations. The award to be presented by Paul Morris, who's the championship coordinator. Well done, Dan. Well done, Neil. And so, Neil, don't go too far. We'll be chatting to you in just a second.
Andrew.
Because after 2 days of very tricky competition, I'm pleased to say that it is Neil and Andrew who've taken maximum points here on the final round, the Chris Carey Memorial Stages on the Isle of Man. Neil, congratulations. It was a bit of a ding-dong up to the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, we've been all right on Pro Tyre, but on the main rally we've had a fight with what do you call it? Peter Taylor and Jack, and that's been hard work, and we've been battling with them. But with Pro Tyre, yeah, we've just kept our head with that and just kept pushing, and we've got the win, so that's what it's about.
You've had a busy 8 days. It's 3 wins, I make it, or 3 maximum points.
Yeah, it was. We've done 3 wins. We was hoping for a win today, but it hasn't been. But we've won here, with Pro Tyre, so that's good. Just shame I missed out on the Triple Championship, MSN, Northern and this, so. But apart from that, I'm all right.
There's always next year.
Yeah, there might be, yeah.
Smile. Andrew, tell us about some of the conditions. We've heard some of the horror stories, particularly from yesterday, where you had the wind, the rain. It was a very different set of stages to the ones you'd recce'd.
Yeah, I mean, it was treacherous last night, but Neil took it like a man, I would like to say. We were off 3 times in stage 9 and dropped 15 in there, which kind of knocked his confidence a bit, but we've chewed on today and he's drove really well all weekend.
Yeah, I was going to say, and to be fair, when we spoke at the opening round in Epint, you were cautiously optimistic, but we're trying to work out the points, and at the moment it would appear that taking the maximum point score here would put you level on points with John, and on the count back you'll have taken the maximum, so potentially runner-up in the championship.
Well, I'll do. I'll take that.
I'll say provisionally.
Sorry, John.
I'll say provisionally, because
Yeah,
we still got to do the
understand
points,
that, yeah.
but it looks as though you finished second in the championship,
That'll
so
do.
congratulations.
Yeah, so I'm happy with that. Yeah, that'll do.
Good.
Yeah, sorry for John, and he's fought all the way through the championship. Congratulations to Steve. They've actually done a blinder, haven't they? They've really done well. Really good results. So credit to them too. So yeah, the whole thing has been fantastic. And we'll see where we'll go from here. Yeah.
Well done to the pair of you. Thanks for your company all year, and thanks for entertaining us. And I dare say we'll see you somewhere in Douglas tonight.
Oh yes, definitely.
Thank you, cheers.
Thank you.
Well done both, Neil and Andrew, taking maximum points here on the Isle of Man from this final round of the Pro Tyre Motorsport UK Asphalt Championship. So let's call Steve and Dale, Steve Wood and Dale Bowen. So seconds in the points, but it's more than enough, Steve. Provisionally, you are this year's champion. Well done.
Good, thank you very much. Yeah, a lot of that's down to Dale. He's been excellent all year, and it's been a lovely partnership, really.
You've had some good results as well, the pair of you this year.
Yes, there's only one bad one we've had, but that was my fault. But that goes with the territory.
How much pressure is there, Dale, in just turning to you? You come to the final event of the year. It was effectively yours to lose, wasn't it?
He doesn't do pressure.
No, I don't do much pressure, but just as long as you try and prepare before the rallies and you feel like you've got everything covered, then I think you can relax when it comes to the rally. It's just the preparation, I think, is the key. And Steve's pretty on top of his prep every rally, so before the rally happens. So no, it's pretty straightforward, really. Yeah.
But there's so much you can do as a co-driver to take some of that pressure off, to do the calm down, nice and easy, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you try and you work together in the car, and I think it's proved this year that me and Steve have worked together quite well, and I take some of the burden a little bit maybe, and try and control the pace a little bit as well. So yeah. What
was Nicky Girst's comment? Something about the driver controls the direction. It's the co-driver that controls the speed.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, something like that. Yeah, probably right actually. Yeah, but the same. Yes, but that's what it's been like this year, to be honest.
Well done, Steve. Look back at the season for us. Ups and downs. The season as a whole, we had one fewer round than we were expecting because of the three Shires situation. So slightly strange end to the season. Did that put any extra pressure on you?
It did really, because I'm still kicking myself, not so much after today. When the mistake I made on Argyle, I didn't have to push as much as what I did. That was totally my fault, but we came out of it okay, thankfully. But if we hadn't, I think I'd live to regret that one.
Were you two doing as many sums as we were over the last couple of days, going, right, now Steve does this and John does that? Was that ever in your mind, or is it just go for the best result you could?
I started looking at it, and then I gave up in the end and just thought whatever's going to happen is going to happen,
Brilliant. Well done to the pair of you. Steve Wood, provisional 2022 champion. Well done.
Thanks very much for all of you.
Thank you.
Good. So Steve Wood and Dale finishing second here on the Isle of Man in the Pro Tyre Motorsport UK Championship. And let's talk to our third place crew, John and Laura. That was a bit of an event, wasn't it?
Yeah, and we've had a first fallout, and which is a momentous. Yeah.
Co-drivers are meant to fall out with their drivers now and again, just keep them on their toes.
He had to get a telling off during that stage. He was overdriving the car slightly, so he got shouted at. So yeah, he listened after that though.
Good girl. That's what we want. John, we've had reports from, over the event that you had a couple of technical issues, and I think Steve had a couple of problems. Yeah. So it's not been straightforward, is it?
No, it's not been straightforward, but really we weren't in a position to challenge really this weekend. Steve's driven really well this year, and as have Neil, and it's been a great part, to be part of the championship. It's been really competitive. It's probably about the most competitive I think I've seen, and I feel, reasonably happy that we've finished where we have done, really.
I've noticed as well, though, that there's been smiles, there's been banter. Yeah, it's a nice atmosphere amongst the crews.
Definitely, and that's that makes it so much easier, doesn't it? And no, hopefully, long may that continue.
But it's been an exciting finish to the championship. I already said to Neil that because of the count back, and I think the pair of you provisionally have ended the season on the same number of points. So the bad news is, I'm afraid, that Neil has just pipped you, we think, to second place, but that means you've got to come back next year and do it again. Start putting the pressure on now.
Yeah. No. I mean, to be fair, Neil's driven really, really well this year. He's come from nowhere, and he's, the lad deserves it. He probably deserved a crack at the whole championship. Really, I think it's only because the three Shires got cancelled that I think, it might have been a bit different, really. So fair play to him, and we'll be back next year because I hope some of the rounds that have been suggested that we're going to go to are right up my street. So let's hope so.
Okay, there's plenty more to come. Laura just talked to me about this event, though. We've heard some of the problems. You wrecked in the dry. Yesterday was anything but dry, and you also had stages in the dark. How difficult is it from a co-driver's point of view?
It is. Obviously these stages are really technical and really difficult at the best of time, but you really just have to keep your bottle and just keep reading. Obviously slippy conditions, wet conditions, it's all on the driver, but we've just got to give that little bit of guidance and hope that we can get it through. But I mean, John's done so well. The stages are so tremendous out there as well. for an old bloke, cracking on to nearly 60. But anyway, we'll not go there.
No, like there's not. Lots of talk already about heading out in Douglas this evening. I dare say we'll see the pair of you somewhere this evening.
Briefly.
Not on a ferry home. Please don't tell me.
Not on the ferry home, but you might see us briefly.
Good. All right.
Get my power nap first and it might come out.
Bless. Well done. Bless. Thanks very much. Congratulations. Potentially, provisionally, third in the championship. Well done. So, John Stone then. So our 1, 2, 3 on the event, and Paul, our championship coordinator. What am I doing next?
Straight into another interview with Darren Atkinson and Phil Sandham.
B13?
B13 class, provisionally B13 class championship winners and highest two-wheel drive car in the overall.
Brilliant. Gentlemen, come on over. No car, unfortunately. Oh, there it is. Oh, let's toddle over slightly. Wayne, let's get the car in the background. Now, we've been talking about the championship battles and the fact that it all kind of went down to the wire. The B13 battle went down to the wire as well. It wasn't decided till until last night, I don't think.
No, and it was a shame, really, because we'd sort of said to ourselves, look, it's not going to be Phil's strong point tonight, you know, and we said if we get through tonight, you know, we'll press on the day after in daylight, where Phil can pick up the road better with corners and that.
I can't see as well. I'm 73, it's should be in the night.
Fair play, Phil, fair play.
Unknown to Phil, right, we've had some hidden surprises for him. And we've kept on saying to him, and he has no idea till now, and we've kept on saying, you've got to stay alert. And we've been putting caffeine in his water all rally.
You're making me drink it.
And it's a strawberry flavour, so Phil has been drinking it, and I've said, look, you need to drink one of them every time we go out. So Phil has been, it's really nice stuff, that.
Good luck getting to sleep tonight.
I will do, I've no problem there. Yeah, I'm good at sleeping. Yeah.
No, but it was a battle between the pair of you and Brad and Jamie, and it all came down to this final event. And so we've talked about pressure. I mean, the pressure's no different for you guys as it is for the guys in the R5s at the top of the field.
Absolutely. And, you know, Brad, he's done a brilliant job all year. You know, we've had some problems and that, but it's consistency. You've got to get the points and finish. And we thought, well, he's going to restart today, you know, and thinking, because all can happen, as we knew on the Friday when we went up the banking on stage 2, you know, bent the steering. Dave Willets, luckily, lent us some adjustables. We put the track in, you know, somewhere near, and poor Brad went out, so we could have had a bit of a battle today. A shame. And, you know, at the Algar rally, which he turned up, we thought, well, Hugh James is going to probably take the full points there. Unfortunately, he went out, so Brad kept his head and got full points and 5th overall in championship. And it was like, we couldn't believe it, could we not? It was like, right, okay. And then we thought, 3 Shires, we've never done it before. It's probably his local ground, going to be on back foot there. Anyway, as it's all turned out, we've got to finish here.
A little bit of luck then played a part?
A little bit of luck and a bit of preparation and probably making some right decisions.
Like caffeine in the water bottle.
Yeah.
You'll remember that for next time. You're not going to get away with that again, are you?
No, that's definitely not.
Gentlemen, congratulations. Congratulations to the pair of you. Well done on this weekend and on, provisionally, the Class B13 championship title. Well done.
And then Marshall's, credit to them, standing out in that rain yesterday, and the organisers. What a well-run event, you know. And obviously Paul and yourselves for doing all this year. Brilliant job to take over from where it were at.
Brilliant. Thanks both.
You must be chuffed.
Thank you.
Enjoy this evening.
We will.
Good. Originally, when we went on air, our winning co-driver wasn't with us, and also let's have a quick chat with our championship winning co-driver for this year. So let's pop you up here. So first of all, congratulations. Slightly strange end to the season, I have to say, but congratulations to provisional championship winning co-driver, Di Roberts, who didn't sadly get to the end of this event, but you'd already secured the title.
Yeah, exactly, and even the start of the year, I was never going to be doing this rally co-driving anyway, because I was always going to be my drop round, because I wanted to come and do it driving, so it was just a rally to come and enjoy. But yeah, I didn't finish it, but that's the thing. I was here to help promote the championship, and that's what I said to Paul and everyone along the way. I run the decals to help and promote the fantastic championship it's been this year, and hopefully just grow to be a bigger championship.
Now you, I won't say played the game, because it's allowed completely, that you went to the down rally, swapped drivers, because James didn't do it. You went on with Johnny Greer, not only won the event, but of course from your point of view took maximum points.
Yeah, exactly, and like in the beginning of the year when I started doing a bit with Johnny as well, he'd planned to do the down, so when he'd asked for me to do it, I said, well, you do mind running the stickers? No, you carry on. So that was always in my pocket then for when the Pro tyre came there, and to come away with maximum points, then it just icing on the cake for me, really.
Well done. James, in your co-driver's shadow for a change, you've done really well this year. Obviously done a couple of rounds of Pro Tyre, a couple of rounds of BRC. Just tell me what's Di like to sit alongside?
Always in his shadow. What are you on about? No, it's been a really good year, to be honest. Obviously, I've only done the 3 rounds, but every round's been a pleasure to be involved in. Great coverage for you guys, and I think Di's done fantastically well. Great result with Johnny as well, and then just unfortunately didn't quite get the icing on the cake here to get the result, but no, he's definitely deserved champion this year. Fair play to him, so been a pleasure to have him alongside.
Well, will we see you next year? Do you know yet?
Not yet. I'm looking to try and make a step up somewhere, but we'll see. It's always budget depending, and depending what sort of backing we can get to do maybe WRC events. I'd like to get some experience, but let's see. But one thing's for sure, it'll be the 2 of us doing it.
Good, well done. That's a positive way to end the series. How's the car, by the way? How's the 205?
She's in one piece, which is better than what she was last year. Yeah. So, but no, we had an oil pressure issue earlier on, so the engine needs to go and have a bit of TLC now. So apart from that, everything else is perfect on the car. So,
well done. Yeah. Shame you couldn't get to the end, but title's in the bag, so you can celebrate something tonight. Well done.
Exactly. So, and great to have him on board this weekend to help out as well. So, on a different role.
Was he spannering this weekend?
He was indeed. He worked pretty hard last night as well, to be fair to him.
You said that to me in Ceredigion, and I thought, did I hear that correctly? Di's going to be driving, and you're going to be mechanic for him. When did that get arranged?
I wouldn't say mechanic. I'd say probably like helping hands. That's how I'd put it. But no, I was in my overalls, getting my hands dirty for a change. So it was nice actually, and it's good perspective actually. I was out on the stages last night watching these guys as well, and it's just a good perspective to see sort of the level and know that we're competing in that level. And it's kind of surreal in a way, but no, really nice to see Di get the result, and fantastic round, to finish off the championship as well.
Well done. Enjoy this evening.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Cheers.
I'm looking for Paul Morris. No. So I think no more interviews, in which case, lady and gentlemen, I think you can get on with spraying the champagne. Congratulations to all of you. Congratulations then to our top 3 in the Pro Tyre Motorsport UK Asphalt Championship. So maximum points this weekend on the Isle of Man go to Neil Roskell, and as I was saying earlier, that means that provisionally he takes 2nd in the championship on the count back over John Stone, but our winning driver there, his car on the left hand side of your screens is Steve Wood. Our winning co-driver we've just spoken to is Di Roberts. That then wraps up proceedings from the Isle of Man and indeed from the championship for this year. Thanks to you for watching our live streams on whichever Facebook page you've been watching. Thanks for your support, your comments, your criticisms. They have been listened to, and so hopefully bigger and better when we're back next year. Thanks to Paul Morris, the championship coordinator, Paul Wakely, his assistant, and from our point of view, my thanks to Wayne, to Luke and the team at Special Stage for doing all of the live stream technology, and we will see you back for the 2023 coverage of the Pro Tyre Championship. So from the Isle of Man, and a very happy top 3.